Chapter 59, Roommates with No Love in the Relationship. Time with the children is always fleeting. A new day begins. Yi Chen has used up the 3 days of leave he requested from school. He has to start running back and forth between the school villa again. The good news is that this weekend, Jiang Ma finally has time to meet with them. Then I'll rush back after class on Friday and wait for me obediently, Yi Chen said softly, taking Jiang Baiwei's hand. In the evening, Yi Chen looked at the children lying in the arms of their parents. In the courtyard, he waved goodbye to Jiang Baiwei, who was reluctant to part. Yi Chen reluctantly sighed as he got into his car, looking back 3 times. With everyone waving goodbye, he started the car and slowly drove towards the school. I have to ask the instructor if there is any way to graduate early. Yi Chen, whose focus was completely on his family, thought silently. Children, wait for your father to come back from school. Yi Chen smiled knowingly when he thought of the children and Jiang Baiwei waiting at home. When he arrived safely at the dormitory, he heard a loud noise coming from inside. Yi Chen quickly went upstairs. He saw 2 people from the same dormitory arguing in the hallway. Lin Fan, don't you know that Xie Binger is my girlfriend? How dare you flirt with her? Yuck. The tall Chu he walked up and mocked. My girlfriend is in Xie Binger's dormitory. Don't we know if we have a boyfriend or not? Someone might be a dog licker and say they're a boyfriend. The strong, bald man on the other side immediately angrily replied. Xie Binger is my girlfriend. If I find out you're secretly flirting with her, I'll make you pay. Chu Zi, let's forget about this Fan Zi thing. Yi Chen, who was at the top of the stairs, shouted. This made the onlookers gathered in the aisle move out of the way, allowing Yi Chen to walk past. Yi, you're back. How can I give in when I'm pursuing my own love? Lin Fan looked at Yi Chen in confusion and asked. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, this Xie Binger is the one with the big waves at the cafeteria dinner the last time. I have already sensed it, I am afraid she is the second Wang Xiyu. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen came in front of the 2 groups of people and patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said. Anyway, you listen to me. 3-legged toads are hard to find, but 2-legged women are not that hard to find. Yi Chen is still reasonable, don't let me see you and Xie Binger together again in the future. The bald man on the side saw Yi Chen talking to him. He said arrogantly. Yi Chen didn't even turn his head, dragging his roommates back to the dormitory as if he hadn't heard the bald man's words. Old Ji, are we just going to swallow our anger? After Yi Chen closed the dormitory door, Chu Hua leaned against the wall and asked with reluctance. Okay, there are no outsiders here, so I'll just come right out with it. Yi Chen looked at the indignant eyes of the crowd and shook his head with a smile. Judging from this Xie Binger, she is likely to be the second Wang Xiyu. It's not worth it for such a woman. Yi Chen, who had taken out a stool and sat down, said calmly. No way, Binger is gentle and considerate, and she cares about everything about me. She's not like that. Lin Fan, who was standing nearby, hurriedly retorted. This is where the bystander is clear and the person in the thick of it is confused. If this Xie Binger is really as good as you say, then would Baldy still do such a thing for her? Yi Chen looked at Lin Fan and said. This. Lin Fan, who was speechless, suddenly sat down on the stool in a lost state. I'll ask my wife what's going on. This Xie Binger is really not being nice. Shu He immediately took out his phone and made a call. In the girls' dormitory on the other side, Chen Fanyu took her phone and went to the stairwell. Xie Binger has always been a maverick in the dormitory, and I know very little about her. But she might be capable of doing something like this. Chen Fanyu said with a serious expression, facing the phone. The other end of the phone. Since it was on speakerphone, Lin Fan's expression instantly darkened. Last time at the cafeteria, she obviously took a strong interest in Yi Chen and kept asking me for news. This time I was unreliable, and I'll make it up to Lin Fan next time. Chen Fanyu on the other end of the phone continued. Okay, Fanyu, it's not your fault, it's all my fault for being too gullible. Lin Fan, who had suddenly woken up, smiled in relief. Don't worry about it, in the future, if Bai Wei knows any reliable girls, I'll definitely introduce you to them first. Yi Chen patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said. Don't think about these unhappy things, I'll take you out for some skewers. Seeing that everyone's mood wasn't too high, Yi Chen immediately waved his hand and said. A woman's brothers are more important than anything else, let's go for some skewers. Shu He, who was the first to respond, said loudly. Yi Chen and the others then drove the car, with the engine still warm, and reappeared outside the campus. Fuck love. Lin Fan, who was at the night snack stand, shouted with a drink in his hand. The next day, everyone had training. Yi Chen, who had not drunk, took his roommates and returned to school at 11 o'clock. The early morning of the next day. Yi Chen, who had resumed his university life, arrived at the training ground full of energy. Yi Chen, did you take care of things? As the team leader, Li Chen arrived at the training ground at the same time as Yi Chen. So they started chatting about everyday life. Team leader Li, it's all taken care of, I'll take the next training seriously. Yi Chen said, scratching his head. In no time at all. All the teammates appeared at the training ground, and the coach's figure also arrived as scheduled. With the whistle blowing, the daily training began. Gulob. Yi Chen, are you sure you've been on leave these past few days, and not genetically modified? Li Chen watched the basketball rebound off the backboard after his pass went astray, almost 3 meters away. Yi Chen jumped up and made a slam dunk. The slam dunk ended the attack. Everyone there looked at Yi Chen as if they had pressed pause. I've been eating well these past few days, and my jumping ability has improved a bit. Yi Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. He was so excited when he touched the basketball again that he accidentally showed off a little of his strength. This made the coach on the side urgently suspend the training match. Yi Chen, is it a secondary development of your body? Next, we need to re-record your physical data. Peter, the head coach, looked at Yi Chen with excitement. Okay, coach. Yi Chen saw that he couldn't get away, so he had to agree with a stiff face. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen followed the coach to the corner of the training ground, where various professional measuring equipment was placed. How is this possible? Chapter 60 Learning Ability. The gold content of Max is still increasing. From the corner of the training ground came the shocked voices of the coaches. It's only been a few days, and Yi Chen has grown 5 centimeters. Looking at the data displayed on the multifunctional physical examination machine, Coach Pete urgently looked up Yi Chen's previous height data. Maybe it really is the result of eating too well these few days, which has promoted secondary growth in the body. Yi Chen licked his lips and said sheepishly, I can't tell the coach that the effect of the system's reward, the bone refining pills, is just great. Continue the test, the next item. Seeing Yi Chen give the same explanation, the coach believed it and said, in the next test. Yi Chen kept most of his strength and performed the test. But the result of the test still made the coach's eyes widen. Yi Chen, according to the data from the test, your overall physical fitness has at least increased by 30%. The coach held the final test results in his hands. He said with a slight tremor in his voice, you continue training, I need to revise your training plan and tactics. The coach looked at Yi Chen with eyes like he had discovered a rare treasure, and impatiently came to the office. Leaving Yi Chen alone, he awkwardly returned to the team. Yi Chen, it's good that your strength has improved, but why do you look a bit weak? Li Chen patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and asked with doubt. Team leader Li, I was thinking about the babies at home, let's continue training. Yi Chen didn't dare to really tell the reason. He thought to himself with remorse, I clearly suppressed 90% of my strength for the test, but the result was still 30% stronger than before. Although I can't feel the same way, if I finish training earlier, won't I be able to see them sooner? Li Chen on the side kept comforting him. For the next 2 days, Yi Chen stayed at school. Whenever he had free time, he called Jiang Baiwei on video to keep an eye on them. Ding dong. With the last bell of the last professional class on Friday, Yi Chen took the lead and rushed outside the classroom. Just then. Yi Chen, you stay for a moment. The burly middle-aged man on the podium picked up his teacup and took a slow sip, saying. This made Yi Chen pause. Chua and the others even looked at each other with a gloating expression. Teacher Niu, may I ask what this is about? Yi Chen scratched his head and asked softly as he came to the front of the podium. You asked for leave before and forgot to do my pop quiz, so now you have to do it again. After saying this, he took a test paper out of his bag and handed it to Yi Chen. Teacher Niu, can I? No. No. Yi Chen finished speaking. The burly man calmly exhaled a puff of tea smoke and said sternly. Shu He and the others, who had not yet left the classroom, covered their mouths and laughed. See if you dare to skip class from now on, you cow demon king. It's just some simple questions, but you have to take it seriously, I'll be correcting the answers on the spot. He then came to his seat and gestured for Yi Chen to answer next to him. Yi Chen looked at the time on his phone screen and quickly took out a ballpoint pen and began answering the questions. Just as the burly man took out his notebook to prepare to deal with something, he heard Yi Chen next to him making the sound of a ballpoint pen being used. Less than 50 multiple-choice questions were written in less than a minute. The subjective questions that followed were even more excessive. Yi Chen glanced at the questions lightly and then began answering them directly. There was no sign of him looking up any materials. Yi Chen, if you mess this up, I won't let you go. The burly man frowned and said sternly. Yi Chen pretended not to hear and continued writing furiously. Teacher, take a look. In less than 5 minutes. Yi Chen handed a neatly written exam paper to the burly man. This made the burly man, who had originally wanted to scold Yi Chen, swallow his words first, and then carefully check the exam paper. Unexpectedly, the more he looked at the exam paper, the more shocked he became. The multiple-choice questions were answered correctly, and even the subjective questions at the end were well analyzed. You have to know. It takes me 3 minutes to correct a single exam paper. Yi Chen has submitted a near-perfect exam paper in just 5 minutes. You may go. The burly man swallowed hard, not knowing what to say for a moment, and let Yi Chen leave first. The reason why he was affectionately called the Bull Demon King by his classmates was not because his surname was Nil, but because of his, almost perverted, exam questions. These questions were all his own original questions, and even if he let his classmates take an open book exam, they would not be able to achieve the kind of difficulty that would result in a perfect score. At least not in the undergraduate stage, it was impossible to get a perfect score. Then, teacher, I'll be going first. Yi Chen, who quickly put away the ballpoint pen in his hand, turned his head and walked towards the classroom. He just wanted to go home quickly and see Jiang Baiwei and the children. He didn't realize at all what kind of shock he had left to this professional teacher. Since he had previously consulted with the instructor and quickly graduated, the answer he got was study and pass all courses. But Yi Chen belongs to the combined bachelor's and master's program, and the difficulty of his studies has directly skyrocketed. This also made him, during the rest time after training, study like crazy. Of course, all of this comes from the systematic reward for learning ability, max. This reward has already turned his many failures into successes. Baiwei, I'll be right back. Driving the car at high speed on the way home, Yi Chen felt the air around him was sweet. As the car entered the villa, Yi Chen saw from afar that Jiang Baiwei and the others were waiting for his return in the courtyard. It's so cold outside, let's go inside. Yi Chen parked the car. He quickly went over to Jiang Baiwei and carefully put her coat back on, which was about to slip off. Jiang Baiwei immediately lay in Yi Chen's arms and said pitifully, I just wanted to see you soon. Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart instantly warmed. He quickly took Jiang Baiwei back to the living room. I was just about to say that, Baiwei, why aren't you playing games and going for a walk in the courtyard, but it turns out you're here to pick up Yi Chen. Su Muyu, who was half lying on the sofa, teased Jiang Baiwei. This made Jiang Baiwei blush immediately. She broke free from Yi Chen's embrace and sat back on the sofa. Sister Muyu, you don't want to play as a shooter without support, do you? Jiang Baiwei replied with her head held high. Oops, I just lost my memory, what did I say? Su Muyu suddenly started acting crazy. Yi Chen looked at the two people fighting and immediately went to the kitchen. Prepare dinner for everyone. Xiao Yi, the construction on the ranch will be over in a day or two. When are we going to go over there and inspect it? After dinner was ready and everyone was seated, Ma Chunye looked up at Yi Chen and asked, Brother Ma, I won't have time this weekend, let's go over there on Sunday to inspect it. Yi Chen thought, I still have to go to Jiang Ma's place tomorrow. So he arranged the inspection for Sunday. At this time, Ye's parents, who had just returned from supervising the ranch, also appeared in the dining room and said to Yi Chen, Chen, the ranch is basically done. I've already asked someone to sow the grass in advance. After Yi Chen heard this, he smiled happily. The children's milk powder was finally on the agenda. Yi Chen and the others then quickly finished preparing dinner for the night and began preparing for their trip the next day. Chapter 61, Jiang Baiwei, happy to go home to visit her family, and Yi Chen, nervous. Baiwei, you go to bed first, I'll be there in a bit. That night, Yi Chen went to the tool room and was about to use the tools to carve some objects for Jiang's family. During dinner, he learned that Jiang's mother lives with Jiang Baiwei's grandparents and an uncle. So Yi Chen thought that in addition to some regular gifts, he would make some objects to take with him. No, I'll wait for you. Jiang Baiwei shook her head and wrapped herself in a shawl before sitting down. Yi Chen smiled helplessly, but his hands moved a little faster. Time flew by as Yi Chen busied himself with his work. Baiwei, I'm so. Yi Chen let out a long sigh. He turned his head and saw Jiang Baiwei, who had obediently fallen asleep on the tool table. Yi Chen had no choice but to carefully place the finished object in the exquisite box prepared in advance. Then, gently, he carried Jiang Baiwei on his back. Unaware of what was going on, Jiang Baiwei lay peacefully on Yi Chen's back. The corner of her mouth was slightly raised, and a trace of liquid was dripping from it. She must have encountered something delicious in her dream. Yi Chen tiptoed back to the bedroom. After gently placing Jiang Baiwei on the bed, he quickly went to the bathroom. He took a refreshing hot shower, which swept away all the tiredness from his body. Looking around, he saw Jiang Baiwei, who looked like a little rabbit hibernating. Yi Chen couldn't help but kiss her cute cheek. Then a wave of sleepiness hit him, and Yi Chen whispered to Jiang Baiwei, "Good night." Yi Chen immediately fell asleep, unaware of. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, gave a sweet smile. The next day, Yi Chen was awakened by the alarm on his phone. He slowly got up with great energy, but when he turned his head, he didn't see Jiang Baiwei's figure. He then went to the bathroom and washed himself. Jiang Baiwei, who had already gotten up early, was already breastfeeding her children. She returned to prepare to change her clothes, and just then she returned to the room. "Yi Chen, come here for a moment." Jiang Baiwei's voice came from the room, which made Yi Chen immediately put down the toothbrush in his hand. "What's wrong, Baiwei?" Yi Chen asked, slightly puzzled, as he walked out. "I saw Jiang Baiwei lift the clothing covering her stomach." With a serious expression, she asked, "The effect of this body recovery cream is too outrageous." Looking under the clothes, she saw that her skin was already as good as new. Yi Chen hurriedly touched Jiang Baiwei's face and said, "You're not happy with the effect? This is something that can't be found easily. Once this bottle is finished, there won't be any more." Jiang Baiwei asked with slight concern. "This thing won't have any strong side effects, right? Otherwise, why would it have such a good effect?" "Baiwei, this body recovery cream was tribute in the past. Most of the ingredients inside are now protected plants and animals, so there are no side effects." Yi Chen hurriedly tried to come up with this explanation to dispel Jiang Baiwei's doubts. "Okay, this medicine really works." Jiang Baiwei saw Yi Chen's explanation like this, and her slanted heart finally settled down. She was worried that the ointment would have a good recovery effect, but the subsequent side effects would be great. If the wound suddenly recurs and festers after recovery, wouldn't she lose more than she gains? "Let's go down and have some breakfast. I'll make some dessert on the way to bring to the ants," Yi Chen said, kissing Jiang Baiwei's forehead lightly as he watched her stop daydreaming. It wasn't until 9 o'clock in the morning that Yi Chen's preparations were all complete. Once again, he took Jiang Baiwei and the children and headed towards the city center of the capital. "Baiwei, are you getting along well with your grandparents and uncle?" Yi Chen, who was driving on the road, still felt a little nervous and asked. "Grandparents have been very nice to me. Since they retired, they have been at home doing calligraphy, planting flowers, and so on. My uncle is still working and sees me less often, but they are all very easy to get along with." Jiang Baiwei took Yi Chen's hand and said with a smile. Yi Chen heard Jiang Baiwei's words and still didn't feel very confident. A trace of worry appeared on his face. "Don't worry, when Grandpa and Grandma see our lovely children, they won't be able to blame you at all." Jiang Baiwei, who could see Yi Chen's worry, continued to reassure him. "Baiwei, I will definitely make Auntie agree to let you marry me." Yi Chen, who was holding Jiang Baiwei's hand back, said seriously. Seeing Yi Chen's serious expression, Jiang Baiwei laughed. "I'm not just yours, I'm also yours, you rascal." She pretended to be angry and moved away from Yi Chen's hand, pouting her lips. As the two fought on the road, the little guys in the back row slept quietly the whole way. After a period of time, not a long road, Yi Chen and the others finally arrived in the central city of the capital. Feeling the central city, there was obviously less traffic. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel, it's really not easy to get a license plate number in the central city. Immediately following Yi Chen and the others' vehicle, it drove towards an antique courtyard on the side of the road. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" A soldier in military uniform walked out from the guard post with a railing and a security booth next to the only access to the courtyard. He asked sternly. Jiang Baiwei slowly lowered the car window and stuck her head out. "Hello, young man, I am a relative of number 15, you can go and confirm," Jiang Baiwei said to the other person in her usual manner. And gave Yi Chen a reassuring look. "No need to confirm, welcome back Ms. Jiang. Let her through." A bald man in a black suit walked over from a distance and said with a smile, "Yes." The soldier quickly opened the railings, and Yi Chen slowly drove the car forward with a constrained expression. As they passed by the man in the suit, Jiang Baiwei smiled and said, "Today is Uncle Wang, you're on duty." "Yes, Miss Jiang is back to see Mr. and Mrs. Li." The man in the suit said this. But his curious gaze couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. "I'm back to see my grandparents, so you go ahead, Uncle Wang." After some more polite conversation, Yi Chen followed Jiang Baiwei's instructions and slowly drove the car into the courtyard. "We're here." Yi Chen parked the car steadily in front of a courtyard full of literary atmosphere. Jiang Baiwei said happily. The sound of Yi Chen's car was also noticed by the people in the courtyard. Just as Yi Chen and the others were placing the children in the stroller, a middle-aged man wearing an executive jacket and a pair of rimless glasses on his face walked out of the courtyard. "Uncle!" Jiang Baiwei said in surprise. The middle-aged man smiled and raised his hand, shaking it at Jiang Baiwei. Although Jiang Baiwei knew that her uncle might be present when she visited her family this time, she was still extremely happy to see her uncle after not seeing him for most of the year. This made Yi Chen, who was extremely nervous, also hurriedly call out "Uncle." After hearing Yi Chen's words, the middle-aged man nodded lightly. Then his gaze was quickly drawn to the children's figures. This made Yi Chen, who was in the trunk taking out the gifts, suddenly feel the pressure increase. Damn, is this the terrifying suppressive power of an executive jacket? Chapter 62. The two elderly people who were overjoyed at seeing their great-grandchildren. "Weiwei, quickly take the people in." After saying this to Jiang Baiwei, Uncle quickly went up and helped Yi Chen take the gifts in the back of the car. "Thank you, Uncle." Yi Chen suddenly swallowed, nervously said. "Let's go in and talk, it's weirdly cold outside." The middle-aged man just smiled slightly, and then carrying his things, he walked forward to lead the way for Yi Chen and the others. "It's Weiwei who's back. Come over quickly, show it to Grandpa and Grandma." Yi Chen and the others had not yet entered the door. They heard an amiable voice coming from the courtyard. Yi Chen looked inside. He saw two elderly people with gray hair standing in the center of the courtyard, welcoming Yi Chen and the others with a happy face. "Grandparents, I've missed you." Jiang Baiwei left the stroller where it was and quickly ran into the arms of the two elderly people. "Our Weiwei has grown up." The two elderly people stroked Jiang Baiwei's back gently and said with a kind face, "Young man, come in and sit." Li Lao then smiled and said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen heard this. Hurry up, and with the help of his uncle, he placed the gifts and the children in the living room. "Let me take a good look at these cute great-granddaughters and great-grandsons of mine." The two elderly people's gaze was also quickly attracted to the stroller in Yi Chen's hands, and they took Jiang Baiwei's hand and walked over. This made Yi Chen, whose palms were sweating non-stop, hurriedly start calling out after Jiang Baiwei's eye signal. "Hello, grandparents. Yi Chen, right? You're full of energy, that's good." Grandpa Li looked at Yi Chen and nodded. Then, Yi Chen opened the stroller and took out the two treasures, Yi Sairu and Yi Zi. He handed them to the two elderly people. "Good granddaughter, smile when you see your grandparents." Grandpa Li looked at the treasures in his hands, their big, sparkling eyes and sweet smiles. His heart melted instantly. Grandma, who was standing nearby, also carefully held the child in her arms, and lovingly brought her face close to the child's. Yi Chen looked at his uncle, who was eager to hold the child, and quickly took San Bao Yikihan out of the stroller and held her. Seeing this, his uncle was overjoyed. With a face full of excitement, he took the child from Yi Chen and looked at him with grateful eyes. Yi Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Jiang Ma hadn't returned yet, or if he took this rebellious son out, he didn't know what mischief he would get up to. "Grandparents, don't just stand there, sit down and watch the children." Jiang Baiwei, who was worried that her grandparents couldn't stand for long, spoke up. "Vivi is right, let's sit down and watch." Li Lao looked at the child in his hands and couldn't care less about all this, so he quickly did as Jiang Baiwei said. "This great-granddaughter is really cute, just like Weiwei when she was little." Grandma's kind voice came from the side. At this time, my uncle also hurriedly said. Yes, just like Wei Wei when she was little, and just as well behaved. The voices of the children and the elderly happily filled the living room soon. Just then, Wei Wei, you're back. Jiang Ma's voice came from outside the courtyard, and then Jiang Ma's figure appeared in the living room. Hello, Auntie. Yi Chen hurriedly stood up and greeted her. Yi, don't be nervous, just treat it like a casual dinner at home. It's mainly Wei Wei's grandparents who want to meet you and the children, Jiang Ma said with a smile. Then, without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, she directly took out the only remaining child in the stroller, Yi Zhiqiu. Romer, let me see my grandson. Li Laoshi, who was standing nearby, looked at the child in Jiang Ma's arms and said with surprise. Dad, this evil habit of preferring boys to girls is not allowed. Jiang Ma exchanged the child in her hands with Li Laoshi's impolitely. I haven't even seen my grandson yet, you two siblings, am I biased towards that one? Li Laoshi, who was unconvinced, immediately retorted. This made Jiang Ma and her uncle smile at each other, and then they shook their heads helplessly. My dear great-grandson, I'm your great-great-grandpa. Grandpa Li happily said to Siba, who was lying in his arms without crying or making a fuss. The things Yi Chen was worried about did not happen. Siba's plump cheeks were shaking with a smile under Grandpa Li's teasing. It was a perfect image of a great-great-grandpa in love with his grandchildren in his dreams. Grandpa and Grandma, Yi Chen, and I have also prepared some gifts for you. Seeing that Grandpa and Grandma were completely immersed in the sea of children, they completely ignored her and Yi Chen's existence. So she spoke out. I'm sorry, Yi. Seeing 4 great-grandsons and great-granddaughters like this, I can't help it. Li Lao, who was standing nearby, looked at Yi Chen with a face full of apologies and said. Grandpa, don't mention it. These kids really wanted to meet you guys too. Yi Chen didn't dare to have any opinions, and hurriedly waved his hand and said. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen placed out some of the high-end goods that could be bought on the market one by one. Then he took out the pastries he had baked himself. Grandparents, uncles and aunts, this is some of the pastries I made this morning, everyone try it while it's still hot. Yi Chen placed 5 different kinds of pastries on the table with the help of Jiang Baiwei. These pastries look interesting, let's try it and see if it's Xiaoye's craftsmanship. Li Lao looked at the table with a little surprise, at the delicate pastries. He took the first piece of osmanthus cake into his mouth, and then nodded to Yi Chen. Very good. Li Lao held Sibao in one hand, and savored the melt-in-the-mouth osmanthus cake with the other. Even though he had eaten so many pastries at state banquets, he was also amazed by Yi Chen's craftsmanship. Grandma and the others on the side also tasted the pastries made by Yi Chen one after the other. Grandma slowly put down the osmanthus cake in her hand, looked at Yi Chen with slightly shocked eyes and said. Yi, your skills are really amazing, I haven't eaten such osmanthus cake for a long time. Yes, I can taste my mother's flavor in this osmanthus cake. After taking a sip, Yi Chen's uncle and Zhang's mother were also moved and looked at Yi Chen. How can such a good dessert not be paired with good tea? Jinger, go get the tea set and tea leaves from my tea room, Li Lao said to Li Jing. Looking at his uncle, he went to get the tea set. Yi Chen then smiled and said, Grandma's previous skills must have been superb. Jiang Baiwei said proudly. That's right, before Grandma was famous in the capital as a pastry chef, and her osmanthus cakes were the most famous. Then her tone changed, and she continued sadly. But because she used to get up early in the morning to make pastries, her body couldn't take it a few years ago, and now she has to rely on painkillers every day to suppress the pain. Yi Chen gently took Jiang Baiwei's hand and looked at her grandmother, who was calm. Grandma, I'm fine, and I have to thank you for letting me taste this flavor again. Grandma also took Jiang Baiwei's hand and comforted her softly. Just then. Ding. Jiang Baiwei is suffering from illness and pain, and a side quest for a healer has been issued. Task requirements, make Grandma wholeheartedly agree to treat the host. Task reward, Jiuyang acupuncture method. Chapter 63, A Sudden System Quest. What? Yi Chen listened in surprise, with the quest issued by the system in his mind. He exclaimed. This made everyone look at Yi Chen with confusion. I feel sorry for what happened to Grandma. Yi Chen hastily changed his tone and whispered. Yi, it's all in the past, and now I'm doing pretty well, Grandma said kindly to Yi Chen. At this time, Yi Chen was thinking about how to convince everyone that he had medical skills. If he brought it up now, everyone might agree on the surface, but they would completely fail to meet the system's requirements. Just as Yi Chen was racking his brains, Li Jing returned to the living room with a complete set of tea sets. Immediately afterwards, with a set of flowing and graceful tea-making techniques, Li Jing quickly placed cups of steaming tea in front of everyone. Yi Chen, try my decades-old Longjing tea. After savoring a sip himself, Li Jing said with a smile. Yi Chen hastily lifted the teacup, drank the Longjing tea with a bewildered face. Yi Chen, how does it taste? Facing Grandpa Li, Yi Chen suddenly broke into a sweat when he was confronted with this unexpected question. How could I, a university student, know how to appreciate tea? I'm doomed. What am I going to say next? Just then, Jiang Baiwei also finished drinking the Longjing in her teacup in one go. Then she smiled and commented, Grandpa, this Longjing has a quiet aroma, a rich and mellow fragrance, it's a rare treasure. Grandpa, Baiwei has said everything I wanted to say. Yi Chen scratched his head, glanced at Jiang Baiwei, and blushed as he said, Ha, if you like it, take some back with you. Li Laoran, who had seen countless people, immediately saw Yi Chen's embarrassment. He burst out laughing and didn't expose it. By the way, Grandpa and Grandma, Yi Chen has also carved some objects for you using agarwood. Jiang Baiwei, who had slowly put down her teacup, said to the two elderly people with a face full of excitement. Oh. Xiao Yi, you are considerate. Li Lao and the others immediately had a higher opinion of Yi Chen. Subsequently, Yi Chen, from among the many gifts, took out the exquisite wooden box and carefully placed it on the table. Then, Yi Chen slowly opened the wooden box. A quiet and profound fragrance, with a hint of coolness and a light sweetness, entered everyone's nostrils. This is also a top choice among agarwood fragrances. Grandpa Li simply sniffed the fragrance and guessed its quality. Everyone's gaze on Yi Chen softened even more. Grandpa, I heard that you like calligraphy and painting, so I made you a pair of inkstones and a brush rest. Yi Chen took out two large objects from the wooden box. The landscape paintings engraved on the surface were even more wonderful. This, Li Laoran, who originally thought that they were just some simple objects, after seeing the full picture of the objects in Yi Chen's hands, made his steady palm start to tremble. This is Mount Lu? It's incredible. You've impressed me again, Xiao Ye. Even the Li family, who have seen the world, are full of praise. The most excited of all is Li Lao. He carefully inspects the inkstone in his hands. Looking at the wood shavings in his hands, it's obvious that it hasn't been made for long. But the landscape painting engraved on the surface is full of the atmosphere of the ages. Such an inkstone can actually combine these two completely opposite qualities. This made Li Laoran, who has been immersed in ink, paper, brush and inkstone for many years, marvel frequently. It's extraordinary, this inkstone is extraordinary. The more Li Laoran looked, the more he liked it. He even put it in his hands and played with it carefully. Grandpa, do you want to take a look at this brush rest as well? Yi Chen smiled at this time. He took an elegantly carved crane brush rest and brought it to Li Laoshi. This brush rest is also a masterpiece of craftsmanship, and Xiao Ye is very thoughtful. Li Laoshi then handed the four treasures in his arms to Li Jing. He was amazed and took the two objects in his hands and played with them. Grandma, I heard that you like to keep some flowers and plants, so I made a small flower pot for you. Yi Chen then took out a potted plant-sized wooden basin from the wooden box, with a lush natural landscape carved on the top. Xiao Yi is really thoughtful, I really like it. Grandma was also ecstatic when she saw the wooden basin, and kept nodding her head in approval. Uncle, Auntie, I have prepared two statues of Kuei-shing kicking the bucket for you both, which symbolize a smooth career. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen smiled and took out two wooden statues with the same expression and placed them on the table. Jiang Ma and Li Jing looked at Yi Chen with surprise. Yi, I didn't expect you to know about this, you really are considerate. Li Jing, who had not spoken much, also praised Yi Chen. I'm in a good mood today, Jinger, go tell the private kitchen to take out the national wine I sealed up and let it wake up for a while. Boss Li said to Li Jing with a smile. Then everyone was immersed in the gifts prepared by the children and Yi Chen. At this time, Yi Chen was trying hard to think of a way to make his grandmother wholeheartedly let him treat her. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, saw Yi Chen frown slightly. She hurriedly came over to ask, Yi Chen, is there something wrong? After hearing Jiang Baiwei's words, Yi Chen hurriedly pulled the other person aside and asked, Baiwei, how long has grandma's illness lasted, and has she seen a professional doctor? After listening to Jiang Baiwei, she shook her head helplessly and said, "It's been 5 or 6 years. I've consulted doctors from home and abroad, but there's no cure." After listening to this, Yi Chen's brows furrowed even deeper. "Is there no other way? I've got it." Yi Chen, who had thought of a possible solution, was suddenly overjoyed. "Although this solution may reveal something, I will do whatever it takes to cure my grandmother. I will spare no expense." "Okay, Baiwei, don't worry. I'll go ask the old man if he has any ancestral medicine for this treatment." Yi Chen hurriedly gave Jiang Baiwei a pep talk. Jiang Baiwei was stunned when she heard this. Then she turned to ecstasy and said, "Yes, if the old man has such an amazing ointment, then he must have other medicine for treating grandma. I'll take care of everything," Yi Chen said as he gently hugged Jiang Baiwei. Time quickly passed until noon, and the children were exhausted from smiling in the hands of the adults. One by one, they all lay back in their strollers. "Yi Chen, let's go have a quick meal." Li Laoshi was seen leading the way with his hands behind his back, while Li Jing supported her grandmother, who had some difficulty walking. The group walked towards the other side of the courtyard road. Yi Chen then looked in amazement at the courtyard, which had an unremarkable appearance on the outside but contained a world of secrets within. "Old Li, you're here. The food and wine have already been placed in the private room." A middle-aged man dressed as a chef said to Old Li with respect. "Thank you, Xiao Xia." Old Li nodded to the other person and said. Then he greeted Yi Chen and the others and went to a private room. Along the way, Yi Chen looked at the courtyard, which was distributed with more than a dozen rooms of various sizes. This is Jiang Baiwei whispering in his ear to explain. "This courtyard is actually the canteen for my grandfather's group of retired cadres, and everyone has a fixed private room." Yi Chen, who heard this, suddenly understood. As everyone entered the private room and took their seats one after the other, Old Li took the lead and stood up. "Let's celebrate the return of Weiwei, Xiaoye, and the adorable great-grandchildren to visit their relatives." Chapter 64. Yi Chen, completely approved of by the Li family. After Li Lao finished his first glass of wine, his grandmother stopped him from having another glass. So Yi Chen and Li Jing took advantage of the fact that it was the weekend and started drinking. "Yi, my father usually doesn't want to drink this wine. I'm only able to drink it because of you and Weiwei." With a glass already in his belly, and no outsiders at the table, Li Jing quickly got into the mood and said, "Grandpa, this wine is really delicious. It is not spicy on the tongue, but leaves a lingering fragrance." Yi Chen is not a person who knows how to taste wine, but he can tell that this wine is extraordinary. This shows that this wine is truly precious. Ha ha ha. This wine is already 100 years old, but there are really fewer and fewer jars of it. Mr. Li, who was urging everyone to start eating, proudly introduced it. After hearing this, also widened his eyes. Something from 100 years ago can be preserved until now, and it is still a consumable product like wine. This is indeed a rare treasure. Yi Chen, don't just drink with your uncle, try some authentic dishes from the capital. Grandma, with a smile on her face, served Yi Chen a piece of braised shark's fin. Yi Chen was so shocked that he quickly got up and caught the bowl with both hands. "Grandma, how can you serve me? I should be the one serving you too," Yi Chen said, and then put down the bowl and chopsticks. He added tea and drinks for everyone one by one. Jiang Baiwei and Zhang's mother, who were standing nearby, looked at Yi Chen with full of gratification. "Yi, you try this dish first, see if it's to your liking." Li Laoshi looked at Yi Chen after he had refilled the tea once. He said with a smile, "The shark's fin tastes very fresh and the aftertaste lingers in the mouth. It's really well done," Yi Chen said after picking up the shark's fin in the bowl and tasting it carefully. "Dad, you don't know. Ye's cooking skills are not inferior to the master chef of this private kitchen." Jiang Ma, who had not spoken, looked at Yi Chen with a smile and said, "Oh, Yi, you have such skills." So everyone looked at Yi Chen curiously. Yi Chen, blushing, scratched his head and said, "I only make some home-style dishes, so I'll take this opportunity to cook a few for everyone. From our side of the south, snacks to go with wine." After saying this, at the sign of Li Lao, the staff took Yi Chen to the kitchen. Everyone waited with interest for Yi Chen's food to be served. In no time at all, Yi Chen returned to the private room with 2 plates of dishes with distinct southern characteristics. These were the common snacks in our region: peppered beef and stir-fried kidney. Yi Chen enthusiastically introduced the two hot dishes in his hands. Try them while they're still hot. Li Lao was the first to pick up a piece of peppered beef and slowly put it in his mouth. Then, as if in enjoyment, he closed his eyes. Excellent. Yi, your cooking is really good. This dish, even someone like me who is used to eating light food, can't help but fall in love with the taste. Li Lao was not shy about praising Yi Chen's cooking skills. Grandma and uncle, who were nearby, also curiously picked up a piece. It's delicious. With Yi Chen's cooking skills, I'm not afraid that Wei Wei won't be able to finish her meal. Grandma said to Yi Chen with relief. And after uncle tasted a piece of beef with pickled peppers, picked up another piece of stir-fried kidney. Then he gulped down the wine in his glass. Ha ha ha. Yi, with these snacks, I can drink 2 liang of wine. Uncle put down his glass, patted Yi Chen's shoulder and said, if everyone likes it, Bai Wei and I will often go over and cook for you. Yi Chen looked at the reactions of the crowd. Was suddenly relieved. When Yi Chen was in the kitchen, he was worried that the 2 elderly parents and his uncle would not be used to such specialty dishes. After 3 rounds of wine, Yi Chen felt that his face, which had become slightly red, took Jiang Baiwei's hand and looked seriously at Jiang's mother and Li Lao. Grandpa and Auntie came this time. Actually to discuss with you about Bai Wei and I. Li Lao looked at Yi Chen, who had a serious expression, and laughed. Yi Chen, we know what it is even if you don't say. After observing this morning, we feel at ease having you by Bai Wei's side. After saying this, Li Lao turned his gaze to Jiang Ma. Jiang Ma smiled at this time and looked at Yi Chen and Bai Wei and said, as long as you two are fine, I support your decision. After receiving Jiang Ma's affirmative reply, Yi Chen was suddenly happy and grabbed Jiang Baiwei's hand. Idiot, I told you not to drink so much, now you can't even speak properly, can you? After everyone heard this, they burst into laughter. Then quickly, the rare lunch came to an end. Yi Chen and the others, who had eaten and drunk their fill, were arranged by Li Laoshi to rest in the guest room in the courtyard. Back in the guest room, Yi Chen, while making milk powder for the children, pondered over anything to do with seeing the grandmother. At this time, Jiang Baiwei walked in from outside. You haven't even sobered up yet, so just lie down properly, really. Jiang Baiwei slowly took the bottle from Yi Chen's hands and carefully fed the children. Baiwei, you feed the children first, I'll contact that old man. Yi Chen saw that he had free hands. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and began to check various traditional Chinese medicine knowledge. Leave the children to me, you just rest for a while. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen, who had been back at his grandparents' house since he returned, with a heart full of pain. Yi Chen, however, did not dare to waste a moment, and his learning ability was at full capacity. He watched the video on his phone in split-screen mode, and quickly built up a knowledge base of traditional Chinese medicine in his mind. The babies had finally drunk enough, and Jiang Baiwei carefully wiped the corner of Si Bao's mouth, which had finally drunk enough milk. But when she looked back, she saw Yi Chen holding his phone and lying on the bed, fast asleep. Jiang Baiwei carefully took away Yi Chen's phone and covered it with a quilt. Then she pushed the children, who were still awake, to Jiang Ma's room. It wasn't until the sun shone on Yi Chen's face again that Yi Chen, who was still dazed, slowly sat up. Traditional Chinese medicine is really difficult to learn, and this is the first time I've seen my learning ability max overload. Yi Chen said, covering his head. You can't study too hard all at once, or your brain will protect itself by sleeping. Looking around the empty guest room, Yi Chen quickly went to the bathroom to wash his face. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Jiang Baiwei accompanying his grandmother and Jiang Ma, teasing the children in the living room. Yi Chen, you're awake. Jiang Baiwei smiled and stood up. You've made Grandma and Auntie laugh. Yi Chen said awkwardly, scratching his head. It's no problem, you're much better than Jinger. He still hasn't woken up yet. Grandma, who was standing nearby, suddenly smiled and said. After that, she wanted to hold her Bao and take a walk in the living room. Suddenly, Grandma stumbled and lost her balance, falling forward. Grandma, who sensed the danger, held the child in her arms tightly. Ah! Jiang Baiwei and Jiang's mother were suddenly taken aback by this sudden scene. At this critical moment, Yi Chen quickly ran towards his grandmother and, with a narrow escape, helped her up. Is the baby okay? It's all my fault. Grandma, who had just stabilized herself, hurriedly checked the condition of the baby in her arms. She saw Erbao smiling at her and laughing innocently. It was as if it was just a little game that the adults played with her. Is Grandma Mom okay? The people who had come to their senses hurriedly asked Grandma to sit down. Hearing the commotion, Li Laoshi also hurriedly walked out of his study. It's all my fault, I almost hurt the child. Grandma said with a frustrated slap on her slightly twitching calf. Grandma, I've just learned some massage from someone else, which can alleviate some symptoms. Let me try. Yi Chen said with a sincere look at Grandma. How can I miss such an excellent opportunity to show off? Yi Chen immediately began his performance in the puzzled stares of the crowd. Chapter 65, The System's Strange Reward. Yi Chen was seen coming to his grandmother's side and slowly rolling up the other person's pant leg. He turned his head and asked Jiang Ma, Auntie, do you have medicinal wine or medicine to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis at home? Yes, I'll go get it for you. Jiang Ma looked at her grandmother with a worried face and then walked towards the room. At this time, Li Lao hurriedly came forward, holding her grandmother's hand and anxiously asked, Old woman, are you okay? It's okay, the old problem has returned. Fortunately, I didn't scare the child. Grandma looked at the people in front of her who cared about her, and couldn't help but her eyes red. It's all because I burdened you when I was young, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen ill with all these problems. Li Lao said with remorse and a sigh. At that moment, Jiang Ma walked out carrying a jar of ceramic medicinal wine. Yi Chen, this is the medicinal wine prescribed by the doctor at Xiehe. See if it works. Jiang Ma placed the ceramic medicinal wine at Yi Chen's feet before saying. Then she took her grandmother's hand and continued to comfort her softly. Yi Chen looked at the ceramic medicinal wine with surprise. Auntie, it's great to have this medicinal wine. Turning her head, she said to her grandmother. Grandma may feel a bit uncomfortable next, so bear with it. Only then did Li Laoyi and Grandma smile and nod. Yi Chen then poured a little of the medicinal wine into the palm of his hand and began a series of manipulations on Grandma's calves. Seeing Yi Chen start massaging Grandma's calves, in the hearts of the two elderly people, they all thought that this was a token of Yi Chen's filial piety, and they didn't expect any concrete results. But Yi Chen's actions made them feel warm in their hearts. As time passed, Yi Chen's massage gradually went from awkward to skillful. Grandmother obviously felt that her numb calves were responding again. Yi, your massage technique is truly extraordinary. Grandmother said in shock as she looked at the busy Yi Chen in front of her. After hearing what his grandmother said, Li Laoran asked in surprise, Wife, are your calves feeling better? Zhang Baiwei and Zhang's mother also curiously turned their attention from Yi Chen to her grandmother. Yes, technique is very professional, I can already feel that my calves are slightly warmer. Grandma said with a face full of relief as she looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who was still diligently massaging, slightly raised his head and said, As long as it works, it seems that I have learned it quite well. After hearing her grandmother say that it had an effect, he was really afraid that the fancy massage techniques on the internet were just for show, but it seems that you can really learn something from the internet. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen gave his grandmother a massage on both calves in one go. With a slight sweat on his forehead, he quickly went to the bathroom to clean himself up. Then he took Zhang Baiwei's hand and handed her a large glass of iced water, which she gulped down in one go. Baiwei still cares about Yi Chen. Zhang's mother, who was standing nearby, said with a smile. This made Yi Chen and Zhang Baiwei feel uncomfortable in front of everyone. Baiwei, your mother is jealous of you. Grandma also sat in a chair and said teasingly. Grandma, don't walk around too much these days, wait until your calf has recovered. Yi Chen scratched his head and said bashfully. Thank you, Yi, really, otherwise in that situation just now, we would have been unable to do anything. Grandpa Li patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said gratefully. The approving light in his eyes was even brighter. Doing what I can for my grandparents is the right thing to do. Then Yi Chen pursed his lips. His tone changed as he said, Grandparents, there is an old Chinese medicine doctor in my hometown who has been practicing for 5 generations. I learned this technique from him. He also taught me a special acupuncture method that might be able to heal Grandma's injury. Hearing this, Li Lao, who was suddenly excited, took Yi Chen's hand. His voice trembled slightly as he said, Yi, are you serious? Grandma, who was sitting in a chair, looked at Yi Chen with a calm face. Her husband had already invited top doctors from home and abroad, and she knew that there was no hope for her treatment. She was completely immune to the idea that she could be cured. Grandma, can I try? Yi Chen looked at Grandma with determined eyes and said. At this time, Jiang Baiwei also stood up and said, Grandma, the old gentleman Yi Chen is talking about is very powerful. The scar left by my cesarean section was applied with medicine for a few days and then it recovered as it was. To prove the truth of her words, Jiang Baiwei lifted the corner of her shirt. Part of her flat belly was revealed. Everyone who saw the scene was extremely surprised. However, Yi Chen hurriedly tidied Jiang Baiwei's shirt, for fear that the other person would catch a cold. This also made the grandmother, who had not held any expectations, see hope again. Yi Zhen, whatever you need, we will fully cooperate with you. Without waiting for the grandmother to speak, Li Laozhan, who was standing nearby, looked at Yi Zhen and said in an unwavering tone. Then the grandmother, with a firm gaze, looked at Yi Zhen and nodded slowly. Whether it succeeds or not, it is all a token of Yi Zhen's filial piety, and I am willing to cooperate. After receiving the grandmother's affirmative reply. Congratulations on completing the side quest, Healer. Completion reward, Jiao Yang acupuncture method. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen suddenly felt as if his head was about to explode. Ah! Covering his head, he let out a cry of pain. Yi Chen Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Everyone anxiously asked. Jiang Baiwei carefully helped Yi Chen up and saw him gently wave his hand and say, Maybe the wine hasn't worn off yet, and I got up too quickly just now, so I feel a little dizzy. Yi Chen, who was still receiving knowledge transmitted by the system, endured the throbbing pain in his head. He smiled and said, I'll take you back to your room and let you rest for a while. Jiang Baiwei, with a heart full of pain, helped Yi Chen leave. Yi Chen, who was lying back on the bed, was pale and cold sweat was constantly dripping from his forehead. Jiang Baiwei was at a loss as to what to do, so she covered Yi Chen with a quilt and then went to the bathroom to wet a towel with hot water. She carefully wiped the forehead. After a while, Yi Chen, who was numb from the pain, finally gasped for breath. The reward from the system this time was really outrageous. It was far greater than any previous knowledge transfer, and a copy of the Jiaoyang acupuncture method actually contained hundreds of different medical techniques of varying sizes. And it also contains a strange cultivation technique, the Jiaoyang method. This made Yi Chen fall into deep thought. Could it be that this so-called system is really the remnant soul of a cultivator who failed to ascend to the heavens and was able to be preserved? Yi Chen shook his head vigorously and sat up groggily. Jiang Baiwei, who had been waiting for Yi Chen, quickly touched his forehead with her hand. The temperature has come down. You worried me to death. Jiang Baiwei pouted and said crossly. Due to the system transmitting this huge amount of knowledge, Yi Chen's brain memory was directly pulled by the system. Naturally, his body temperature inevitably increased a lot. I'm fine now, it's probably because I've been wearing too little clothes these days and I've caught a cold. Yi Chen gently lifted Jiang Baiwei's messy bangs and said with a smile. I'll write down the things I need to treat my grandmother first, so that I won't waste any time. Accompanied by Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen went to the tea table in the guest room and started writing some lists by hand. Chapter 66 The ranch inspection is imminent, and Yi Chen will show off his skills again. That's everything. After handing the list to Jiang Baiwei, Yi Chen covered his still dazed head and returned to the bed. Baiwei, remember that there are 5 sets of each of the golden and silver needles 2 cons on it. Yi Chen reminded from the bed. Got it. Jiang Baiwei walked towards the living room in high spirits. Yi Chen also fell deeply asleep. Yi Chen, who was still dazed, was awakened by the ringing of his phone. With his eyes closed, he took the phone from under the pillow and answered it. He heard his mother's concerned voice. Xiao Chen, are you still at Baiwei's? Is everything okay? Yi Chen shook his head. He sat up in bed and said, I'm still here. I had a drink with Baiwei's uncle at noon and took a nap here. After hearing this, Ye's mother let out a sigh of relief. Then she said softly. It's good that you're fine. I didn't hear from you all morning. I was worried that something had happened to you. You should rest for a while. Ye's father took the phone and instructed, don't let your grandchildren go hungry. Remember to prepare the formula milk. Yi Chen quickly said that he had already taken care of it and that he would definitely not let the children go hungry. This made Ye's parents feel at ease and they hung up the phone. Yi Chen shook his head and helplessly put down the phone. He slowly got up and walked out of the guest room. He saw that Jiang Baiwei and the others were not in the living room. So Yi Chen, on his own, started to tour the quaint courtyard. In a corner was a study. Yi Chen saw Lao Li leisurely writing with a brush. Seeing this, Yi Chen knocked on the door of the study. "Come in." With Lao Li's firm voice, Yi Chen carefully pushed open the door and entered. "Yi Chen, you're up. Come and visit my study." Grandpa Li slowly put down the brush in his hand and said to Yi Chen with enthusiasm, "Grandpa, your calligraphy is really amazing." Yi Chen looked at the unfinished copybook on the table and said in surprise, "I have to thank you, Yi Chen, for inspiring me to write this copybook." Grandpa Li looked at the sentence live towards the sun on the table and nodded silently. "Grandpa is being too kind. This is all I should do." Yi Chen walked up and said modestly, "How about you add the last character, Yi?" Grandpa Li looked at Yi Chen and said with interest, "Grandpa, I'm just a shallow student. I'm afraid I'll ruin such a good copybook. I can write with a ballpoint pen, but I've never practiced writing with a brush." Yi Chen quickly waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, writing with a brush is all about the heart. Don't worry, just write boldly." Grandpa Li also said with a carefree smile, "Grandpa, how about this, you finish the copy first, and I'll observe from the side. Then, I'll write a complete copy." Yi Chen had a brainstorm and said with a smile, "Learning ability max, it's time for you to contribute. Don't let me down." "That's great, then I'll continue writing." Lao Li laughed heartily. Then he picked up the brush next to him, held it in midair, and hesitated to write. The most important thing about writing with a brush is the state of mind and the feeling in that moment. Yi Chen, who was standing nearby, did not dare to disturb him in the slightest. After a while of deliberation, Lao Li no longer hesitated. At the end of the copybook, he added a new character with a vigorous and unrestrained style. "Ha ha ha. Yi, your presence has given me a deeper understanding of this phrase." Grandpa Li looked at the work in front of him with satisfaction. The first three characters were different from the new character with a dragon flying and a phoenix dancing. They were written in a regular script, as if they had come running out of ancient texts. And after the last new character was written, the lifeless character sheet was given new life. "Good. Grandpa, this copybook's artistic conception is enough for me to ponder for a long time." Yi Chen looked at the copybook in front of him blankly, driven by his max learning ability. It was as if he had entered this copybook, perceiving the upward radiance emanating from within. "Xiao Yi, I have already instructed Jinger to pick up the things you told us to buy. Please take care of your grandmother's injuries," Li Lao said with a grave expression as he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen also understood why the calligraphy was shining. So he nodded seriously. "Grandpa, then I'll write a calligraphy for Grandma too." Yi Chen also felt moved, and went to the workbench. Seeing this, Grandpa Li took out a brand new piece of Xian paper and placed it on top. Yi Chen then picked up the brush and started writing very seriously. Immediately afterwards, a piece of calligraphy, written in one go, appeared in front of Grandpa Li. "Mutual support. Good. Yi Chen, you are still too modest." Looking at the copybook in front of Yi Chen, as if it were writing a story, Li Lao's heart was already surging with emotion. "I've made you laugh, Grandpa. It was your relationship with Grandma that inspired me to write this copybook." Yi Chen took the copybook aside and said modestly, "Vivi is our blessing for being able to marry you." After fully understanding Yi Chen's unfathomable strength, Li Lao let out a deep sigh and said, in fact, when he learned that Zhang Baiwei and Yi Chen had given birth to a child, the details of Yi Chen's childhood and the opinions of those around him were laid out on his desk. It is hard to imagine how an ordinary Tsinghua student could have done so many things against the odds. And you were right. In the eyes of a presence like Li Lao, the only thing that can make him look at it with a straight face is the identity of Zhang Baiwei's boyfriend. But now none of this matters, he has fully approved Yi Chen as his son-in-law. I'll keep this copy of the character tablet, and Weiwei and the others are in the garden behind, basking in the sun. Li Lao took the character tablet Yi Chen handed him, placed it with his own, and put them away together. He took Yi Chen and walked towards the garden. "See Ro, look at Grandma, isn't this flower beautiful?" Zhang Ma was holding a lily in her hand, smiling as she looked at her eldest grandchild in her arms. Zhang Baiwei was helping Grandma in the wheelchair beside her. Grandma was holding her second grandchild in her arms, who had fallen asleep. "Grandpa, Yi Chen, you're here." Zhang Baiwei carefully pushed Grandma to Yi Chen's side. Yi Chen carefully picked off a fallen flower petal from Jiang Baiwei's head. At that moment, Jiang's mother answered a phone call, her expression gradually becoming grave, and she glanced at Yi Chen and the others. Then she walked over, holding Big Treasure in her arms. Mom and Dad, my brother just called me. Some of the things Yi asked for are not in stock, so it may take a day or two. Jiang's mother's slightly helpless voice sounded from the side. It's okay, I'm not too bad with this old problem for a day or two. Grandma took Jiang Ma's hand and comforted her. It's okay, it's just that I'll give Grandma a leg massage first, which will make subsequent treatment more convenient. Yi Chen also stepped forward and comforted her. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had not yet experimented with this Jiuyang acupuncture method, and he had no idea how it would work. So he would just use this time to experiment with it. Just in case. Grandparents, we may have to go back first, and come back tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow happens to be the day the children's milk powder ranch is finished being renovated, and we need to go and inspect it. Yi Chen scratched his head. Looking at the two elderly people with an apologetic expression, he said, Go ahead, you're both in the capital city anyway, and you'll be spending a lot of time together in the future. It's not like you're missing a day or two. Li Laopan immediately patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said. Then, with Jiang Ma and the two elderly people looking at them with reluctant eyes, Yi Chen's family set off on their journey home. Chapter 67 Chen Wei Ranch. Bai Wei, drive slowly, there's no rush. Yi Chen sat in the passenger seat, carefully guiding Jiang Bai Wei in driving. After leaving the courtyard where Li Laoran was, although Yi Chen repeatedly emphasized that he had already sobered up, the uneasy Jiang Bai Wei still decided to drive the car home herself. All Yi Chen could see was Jiang Bai Wei, just like when Yi Chen first started driving. Holding the steering wheel tightly in her arms, her eyes kept darting around. Yi Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, saw this scene and subconsciously grasped the armrest. Finally, after Jiang Baiwei's 2-hour effort, they finally arrived in front of the villa before dinner. My skills are not bad, right? Jiang Baiwei, who had unbuckled her seatbelt, looked at Yi Chen with a face full of excitement and said. Yi Chen also looked at Yi Chen with a face full of adoration, stroked Jiang Baiwei's head and said, My Baiwei, you're the best. Then Yi Chen quickly took the children in the back row, who were dazed by the shaking, and put them in the stroller. Immediately afterwards, looking around the stroller, Yi Chen saw that many parts had been scratched. Yi Chen hurriedly took Jiang Baiwei's hand and led her and the children into the villa. Jiang Baiwei, who was still immersed in the joy of successfully driving the car back to the villa, did not notice any of this. And Yi Bai's father, who heard the commotion of Yi Chen and the others returning, also hurriedly took the spare key to the vehicle and drove it to the side. Baiwei, you're back. How about going to Auntie's? Su Muyu and the others, who were resting in the living room on the first floor, asked with a curious look on their faces. The process went quite smoothly. Have you eaten dinner yet? Yi Chen replied with a smile. We ordered takeaway, it's just waiting for you to come back and eat together. Ma Chengye said, holding the baby. Let's eat then, we're all starving. Jiang Baiwei happily led the group towards the dining room on the second floor. Ye's father, who had parked the car, also walked over at this time. Xiaochen, I'll take this car to the mechanic tomorrow, and in the future, try not to let Baiwei drive when we go out. Ye's father said to Yi Chen with earnest concern. Dad, this time was an exceptional circumstance, and there definitely won't be a next time. Yi Chen said awkwardly, touching his nose. Then he took out his phone and looked at the 5 illegal driving records on it. He helplessly submitted the fines. Yi Chen, come up and eat. Jiang Baiwei's slightly excited voice came from the second floor. Coming. Yi Chen signaled the nursing aunts to take the children back to their room and take care of them carefully. He himself smiled and went upstairs. It was also fortunate that the children were young and would not experience motion sickness. Otherwise, they would not be lying peacefully in the stroller as they were now. Yi, tomorrow morning we will go to the ranch to organize the inspection. After Yi Chen sat down, Ma Chengye said with a smile. No problem, brother Ma. However, tomorrow, so many of us will be going to the ranch, so we may have to take your car. Yi Chen responded with a nod, happily. And in order to give his own car time to be repaired, he proposed that they drive one car tomorrow. No problem, then we'll set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. With the hungry crowd, they quickly began the journey to dry the rice. Back in the room, Jiang Baiwei was still reminiscing about the driving experience just now. Yi Chen, I found driving quite fun. It seems I need to go out for a drive every now and then. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the car you bought for me. Jiang Baiwei said with a smile, hugging the quilt. This made Yi Chen's smile freeze instantly. Great, from now on we can take turns driving. Yi Chen said half-jokingly. But in his heart, he silently mourned the brand new BMW for 3 seconds. Everyone in the villa got up early in the morning. Gu Lingyu even changed into a professional outfit. After all, she was going to come in today to inspect her workplace. Naturally, it had to be formal. So everyone filled the originally spacious Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. As a result, Yi Chen acted as the driver this time. Everyone was holding a big meat bun freshly steamed by Yi Chen, and they were all excited to go to the brand new ranch. Since this time they were inspecting the ranch, everyone did not bring their children. This also made the rare and leisurely crowd feel more relaxed. We're here. Yi Chen steadily parked the car in front of the brand new gate. Wow! Chanwei Ranch. Yi, when did you fix the sign? Sumu Yu and the others looked at Yi Chen in surprise and said. Jiang Baiwei, who was covering her mouth and looking touched, suddenly threw herself into Yi Chen's arms. This is still Yi, you're so thoughtful. Ma Qingye, who was watching the sweet Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, said enviously. Okay, Baiwei, the others are still watching. Yi Chen said softly to Jiang Baiwei in his arms. At this time, Jiang Baiwei also reacted, her cheeks flushed slightly as she took Yi Chen's hand and stood aside. Just then, the representatives of the construction team and the ranch team also arrived at the ranch gate. Master Dong, let's begin the inspection. The project manager brought a brand new box of helmets and masks. He distributed them to everyone. Then, standing behind Yi Chen, he said modestly. As everyone slowly entered the ranch, they looked at the tidy grounds and the decorations that revealed a sense of technology everywhere. Yi Chen and the others nodded in satisfaction. Master, we have strictly followed the on-site construction drawings and renderings. The building materials used are also first-class branded goods. The project manager confidently introduced everything about the ranch. After roughly browsing the ranch, the group arrived at the central meadow. At this time, the representative of the ranch team came out and said, according to the wishes of the owner, we have added a greenhouse to the pasture planting area. The grassland was built according to the highest specifications, and the current batch of 20 cows are in good condition. After briefly reporting all this to Yi Chen, he stopped talking. Very good, this time I came to inspect the site. The second reason is to appoint a manager for your team. Yi Chen nodded slowly and said. Then he gestured for Gu Lingyu to come over, and turned to the ranch team and said. In the future, this Gu Lingyu, Manager Gu, will make all decisions on the ranch on my behalf. Get to know each other. After nodding slightly at Gu Lingyu, he handed over the venue to the other party. While Gu Lingyu was getting acquainted with the team, Yi Chen and the others arrived at the cowshed, which had been given a new look. Wow! These cows are so cute. Chen Hong quickly took out her phone to record it all. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, saw the milking tools placed in the cowshed. Was eager to try, and asked the ranch team member, excuse me, have these tools been disinfected? After getting a positive response from the staff, Jiang Baiwei immediately put on gloves. I'll give you all a little milk to drink. Hearing this, Su Muyu and Chen Hong also immediately joined in. Subsequently, under the demonstration of the staff, the three of them started the journey of milking the cows with excitement on their faces. Chapter 68, The bonfire is being organized. I did it. I did it too. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu said excitedly after they had intermittently managed to squeeze out some milk. This made Chen Hong, who had not been able to squeeze out any milk, suddenly asked doubtfully about the milking technique. Just then, Yi Chen slowly came up to a cow after putting on his gloves. Using skilled techniques, he quickly squeezed out a small bucket of milk. This made Jiang Baiwei and the others, who had spent half a day trying and had only managed to squeeze less than 100 milliliters of milk, feel utterly ashamed. Why don't you drink the milk I've just squeezed? Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei and the others' milking progress and helplessly went up to demonstrate. Yi Chen, did you secretly learn how to milk? Jiang Baiwei, who was not willing to admit defeat, looked at Yi Chen and said. I watched some videos online, and then combined that with the staff member's demonstration earlier, and I figured it out. Yi Chen quickly found an excuse. Then he took out a disposable cup and distributed the fresh milk to everyone. Ugh! Chen Hong, who was the first to taste the fresh milk, immediately vomited. This made the others afraid to try it. This milk is too fishy, it's completely different from the milk in the supermarket. Chen Hong quickly brought a bottle of mineral water and gargled. The unbelieving Su Muyu and Jiang Baiwei still poured the milk in their hands into their mouths. They gagged and swallowed it. This fresh milk is really bad. Su Muyu frowned as she held the mineral water. I'd rather drink the milk from the supermarket. Jiang Baiwei, who had quickly dispelled her inner fantasies, said with a shake of her hand. It's not very palatable right now, but I'll process the milk later, and you can try it then. Yi Chen laughed at their reaction. He said reassuringly, let's go to the pasture planting area and take a look. Seeing that everyone had lost interest in the fresh milk, Yi Chen led the group to a site covered by a huge piece of plastic film. The temperature in this area is quite high. As soon as they entered the pasture planting area, everyone could clearly feel the temperature inside. Then everyone looked at the slightly sprouting, neatly arranged grass in front of them. I can already smell the grassland. Jiang Baiwei said, closing her eyes and breathing in deeply. This tender pasture is so good, I don't even want to eat it, let alone give it to the cows. Chen Hong leaned down and said after a careful observation. I can't imagine how delicious the milk from this pasture will be. Gu Lingyu, who had finished handing over the work, slowly walked in from outside and said. From now on, you will be in charge here. Jiang Baiwei took Gu Lingyu's hand and said with a smile. Don't worry, I will definitely let the children drink the best quality milk powder. Gu Lingyu immediately patted his chest and said. Since the inspection is almost complete, let's go back first. Yi Chen thought about the little ones at home who were crying for food, and said to the group. After everyone returned to the ranch gate, the project manager rubbed his hands together and walked up to Yi Chen. Master, are you satisfied with the quality? The rest of the construction fee, you see. After hearing this, Yi Chen immediately knew what the other party was going to say, and immediately took out the electronic contract. There is still an unsettled payment of 1.3 million, right? According to the contract requirements, 300,000 of it will be used as a maintenance fund within 1 year. I will transfer the remaining 1 million to you now. Yi Chen said meticulously, holding the contract. The project manager was overjoyed to hear this. In fact, his psychological expectation this time was to settle the payment of 500,000 yuan. He never expected Yi Chen to fulfill the contract process completely. Thank you, boss. How about this? I will arrange a restaurant for everyone to celebrate together at noon today. The project manager immediately took out his mobile phone and was about to order a private room. However, Yi Chen interrupted him in time. We won't eat lunch. You have done a good job completing the project, and you deserve it. Instead, the project manager reminded Yi Chen. Such a happy event really needs to be celebrated. And then in front of the project manager, he transferred the 1 million project funds. After repeatedly declining the project manager's request to treat him to dinner, the other party left the ranch with a rosy complexion. Lingyu, I will have someone come over in the next few days to arrange some production lines. You notify the ranch team and give them 4 days off. Yi Chen couldn't wait to see the black technology products that the system had given away, as he saw that the ranch had been completely renovated. The product transformation would take 3 days, and the extra day was reserved for his own inspection. Okay. Gu Lingyu didn't ask too many questions about why, but quickly notified the team of the holiday. The workers suddenly laughed excitedly, as they had been working continuously for more than 10 days since the ranch began renovating. They really needed a break. Gu Lingyu handed over the ranch keys to Yi Chen. After seeing the ranch team leave, Yi Chen led the group back to the villa. In the minivan, Yi Chen clicked on item collection in his head. Ding! Reward issued, countdown 3 days. Looking at the countdown screen, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Then, looking in the rearview mirror, he asked the group. Should we find a place to celebrate tonight? After hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, responded positively. We definitely have to celebrate, otherwise let's just have a bonfire in the courtyard. Su Muyu, who heard this suggestion, also brightened up and said. I love bonfires, and some barbecue and beer would be perfect. The others also chimed in with their own suggestions. Then Yi Chen waved his hand and made a decision. Brother Ma, I'm going to trouble you to buy some things again. Yi Chen looked at Ma Qingye with a face full of apologies. It's no big deal, and we're looking forward to your big meal tonight. Ma Qingye then took out his phone and started arranging the manpower. In no time at all, the group returned to the villa. The impatient Yi parents quickly took the children from the care aunt's arms and held them in their arms. Everyone else also started doing their own things. Yi Chen slowly came to a deck chair in the courtyard and sat down, finally having time to study the Jiuyang acupuncture methods accompanying Jiuyang secrets. Looking at the difficult-to-understand text in the secrets, Yi Chen was a little confused for a moment. Could it be that the translation into Chinese has distorted the content? So Yi Chen stopped dwelling on the text and turned his head to look at the diagrams of the meridians for practicing the method. Following the trajectory recorded on the meridian diagram, Yi Chen understood it at once. But what if there is only a trajectory but nothing to follow it with? Could it be that he really has no connection with the legendary cultivators? Yi Chen shook his head fiercely. If he couldn't practice the Jiuyang method, he could at least practice the Jiuyang acupuncture method. He then took out a bag of medical acupuncture needles from the medical kit. He began to experiment on the lawn, following the Jiuyang acupuncture method in his mind. Chapter 69, A Mysterious Surprise at the Bonfire Party. Yi, come over and give me a hand. Yi Chen was practicing the Jiuyang acupuncture method on the lawn, lost in a state of ecstasy. He heard Ma Qingye's hearty voice behind him. Coming. Yi Chen quickly stored the acupuncture kit away. He stood up and stretched properly. He saw Ma Qingye and the kitchen staff unload 3 huge boxes from the business car. Yi Chen, the kitchen staff will take care of the ingredients and other things. We are mainly here to decorate the courtyard. Ma Qingye pointed to the trunk, which contained a large number of decorative items. Brother Ma still knows how to set the mood, so let's get started. Yi Chen looked at Ma Qingye with surprise. Before Yi Chen could take the items out of the trunk, Ma Qingye pulled him aside and said, Yi Chen, I hope you can do me a favor during the party. Ma Qingye leaned over Yi Chen's ear and whispered instructions. No problem, Brother Ma, leave it to me. Yi Chen said with a look of confidence after listening carefully. After hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Baiwei and the others, who were playing the game King of Glory in the living room, also came to the courtyard to check the situation. Wow! I haven't had the chance to personally set up the venue yet, I'm definitely going to experience it this time. Jiang Baiwei was full of excitement as she took the streamers from Yi Chen. The others were also excited, and after receiving various decorations, they began to decorate the courtyard. You guys set up the venue first, I'll make you a lunch to fill your stomachs first. After seeing everyone distribute the decorations in their hands, Yi Chen smiled and went to the kitchen. In his heart, he was also preparing for the bonfire party that night. In no time at all, Yi Chen came to the courtyard and wiped the water stains on his hands with a paper towel. Looking at the courtyard, which had already been set up, he nodded with satisfaction. Everyone come and eat first. The crowd finally came out of the excitement of setting up the venue. My good babies must be hungry, so I and your godmother will take you to dinner now. Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu looked at Ye's parents' starving children. Looking at the children, they were pitiful. It was only then that they remembered that they had not breastfed their children. So with a face full of apologies, she took the children and fed them first. Seeing Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu enter the mother and child room, Ma Qingye hurriedly called everyone over. I need everyone's help at the evening bonfire party. Sister Chen, you don't need to tell Muyu yet. Ma Qingye looked at everyone pleadingly, compared to everyone else's blank faces. Yi Chen, however, smiled and looked at the other person. It's like this. After listening to the content, everyone suddenly had a sudden realization, and they patted their chests one after the other, hugging each other to make sure nothing went wrong. Then everyone went to the second-floor dining room and waited until Jiang Baiwei and the others had finished feeding. Only then did everyone act as if nothing had happened and quickly settled down for lunch. Just then, Xiao Yi, the bonfire in the middle of the courtyard will be set up by you. We will assist you. Ma Qingye slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand and said, Why don't we all do it together? As the saying goes, many hands make light work. Yi Chen quickly waved his hands and said, Then do as Yi said. Everyone gladly accepted the proposal. So everyone couldn't wait to go back to the courtyard and continue setting up the venue. Looking at the neatly stacked applewood in the courtyard, Yi Chen took the lead in placing out the base of the campfire. Everyone followed Yi Chen's framework and happily filled it. At this time, everyone was busy around the bonfire with excitement. Yi Chen saw an opportunity and went to the tool room to start messing around with something. It wasn't until a while later that he returned to the courtyard carrying a stepladder. I'll build the upper part of the bonfire. Yi Chen looked at the bonfire, which was already more than half done, and said confidently, I also want to try building the upper part of the bonfire. An excited Jiang Baiwei took Yi Chen's hand and said coquettishly. Yi Chen slowly removed the wood chips from the other person's body and said with a pampering face, then you can place the last piece of this bonfire. Yes. Jiang Baiwei was even more excited after hearing Yi Chen's words. She worked hard to build the lower half of the bonfire. Just then, the helpers carried out 2 long tables and joined them together, and then placed the prepared barbecue drinks in the courtyard. Brother Ma, let's start burning the charcoal. Yi Chen saw that the preparations for each part were almost complete, so he took Ma Qingye aside and started burning the charcoal. I've never burned charcoal before, and I want to have a go. Su Muyu noticed Yi Chen and the others burning charcoal at the bottom of the wind, and immediately placed the applewood in his hands on the campfire. Full of freshness, he came to Ma Qingye's side, took the alcohol block and spray gun from the other person's hands. This looks like fun too. At this time, Jiang Baiwei and the others also seemed to have discovered a new world. They all ran to Yi Chen and the others. Looking at the work in their hands, they were once again snatched up by the crowd. Yi Chen and Ma Qingye smiled at each other, shrugged helplessly. Then the 2 of them went over to the campfire and worked on the unfinished part. Baiwei, you finished the last piece. Yi Chen slowly walked down the ladder. He said to Jiang Baiwei, who was still excited in burning charcoal. Oh, I'm coming. Jiang Baiwei handed the spray gun in her hand to Gu Lingyu, not caring about her forehead, which was blackened by the smoke from the wood. She hurriedly came over to Yi Chen. Yi Chen handed Jiang Baiwei the piece of wood tied with a red ribbon. Baiwei, I'll hold the bottom of the stairs, just be careful when you put the wood on top, Yi Chen said softly after carefully wiping the stain on Jiang Baiwei's forehead with his sleeve. Don't worry, I'll definitely complete the task. Jiang Baiwei said matter-of-factly, before climbing the stepladder with the wood in her hands, slightly nervous. It's done. After smoothly placing the last piece of wood on top of the campfire, Jiang Baiwei, who was still on the ladder, wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead and said, Done. Immediately afterwards, everyone present applauded, and Jiang Baiwei, who was still on the ladder, blushed as she climbed down. My Baiwei, you're awesome. Yi Chen, who was carefully helping Jiang Baiwei down, fully encouraged her. It's getting dark, so I'll go make some hot dishes for you. A bonfire party can't just be about barbecue. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the venue, which was ready. The helpers then began to lay the charcoal in the barbecue area. The children, who had been sleeping all afternoon, were also brought into the courtyard by their nanny. Even the other owners of the villa were looking on curiously from a distance. Chapter 70, Will You Marry Me? The hot food is here. Yi Chen pushed the food cart slowly into the colorful courtyard. Xiaoyi, come quickly, let's light this bonfire together. Ma Qingye hurriedly greeted Yi Chen. He handed over one of the unlit torches in his hand to the other person. I'm coming. Yi Chen removed the apron from his body and took one of the 2 children from Yi's father's hands. With Ma Qingye's help, he lit the torches in everyone's hands one by one. The torches in everyone's hands also illuminated the faces of the children in the arms of Yi Chen and the others. Open for business. With smiles on their faces, everyone threw the torches in their hands into the bonfire. At the moment the bonfire was lit by everyone, the children in everyone's arms also let out a chorus of laughter. Let's start the bonfire party today. Yi Chen took out a bottle of champagne and shook it vigorously before spraying it into the sky. This is life. Yi Chen, holding Jiang Baiwei's hand in one hand and a champagne glass in the other, said with emotion, How can there be no performances at such a good party? I'll sing a song for you, courage. Su Muyu, holding a glass of red wine, picked up a microphone and said excitedly. She walked straight to the center of the courtyard. Against the backdrop of the bonfire behind her, she looked even more beautiful. Yes. Finally, I can hear Sister Muyu sing. Jiang Baiwei and Gu Lingyu, as true fans, excitedly held each other's hands. They said excitedly. Love really requires courage. To face gossip. As long as you give me a glance. My love will have meaning. We all need courage. With Sumuyu's singing, it resounded throughout the courtyard. Yi Chen suddenly took out his phone with a wicked smile on his face and sent a video to Chui. Hey, Lao Yi, we're stuck in traffic. Don't wait for us, you guys eat first. I saw Chuhi and the others riding in a taxi, swaying towards the villa where Yi Chen was. Since they had decided at noon to hold a bonfire party, Yi Chen had informed his roommates and they had come to participate. However, since they all had their own training on Sunday afternoon, they were still on their way. At this time, Yi Chen did not rush to speak. With a wicked smile, he reversed the camera and aimed it at Su Muyu in the center of the courtyard. Damn it! Master, I'll pay more, just get us to the destination as fast as possible. Lin Fan, who was waiting in the back row, completely recognized his goddess, Su Muyu, while she was singing. He was exhausted from the afternoon's training, but now he was full of energy again, like he had just been pumped up with adrenaline. Yi Chen then hung up the phone with a wicked smile on his face. You're so bad. Jiang Baiwei, who had seen the whole thing, looked at Yi Chen with contempt. They're late, so I'm just urging them along a bit. Yi Chen said with a smirk. That was nice, sing another one. While Yi Chen was chatting, Su Muyu had already finished singing. At this time, Gu Lingyu, together with the others in the courtyard, started to heckle. Then let's do it this way, everyone takes turns to sing one song, that's only fair. Su Muyu, who didn't take any of this heckling seriously, said with a smug look on his face. Then I'll go first. Jiang Baiwei volunteered, raising her hand first. So the crowd gave the warmest applause, welcoming Jiang Baiwei to the stage. Then I'll sing a song called A Little Sweet. Jiang Baiwei, who was slightly nervous, couldn't help but look over at Yi Chen. Baiwei is the best, just treat us like big radishes and don't be nervous. Yi Chen immediately picked up the cheering stick prepared nearby and loudly encouraged her. This calmed her originally uneasy heart in an instant. The world in her eyes was now filled with only Yi Chen's figure. As Jiang Baiwei's gentle singing began, everyone was enchanted. It was you who made me see a flower bloom in the dry desert. It was you who made me want to write a love song for you every day. With the most romantic chorus. You also softly echoed it. With your eyes firmly making our choice. Before the song's final accompaniment finished, Jiang Baiwei immediately rushed into Yi Chen's embrace. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. At this time, the others in the courtyard suddenly started to make noise again. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei, whose eyes were slightly red, in his arms, under the eyes of everyone wishing them well. He closed his eyes and carefully kissed Jiang Baiwei's lips. This made the two people, who had just kissed after giving birth, suddenly have their hearts racing. The kiss came quickly, and it was gone just as quickly. Just as Yi Chen was hugging the pitiful Jiang Baiwei. Oh wow! Chua and the others, who had just gotten off the taxi, let out a howl. Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei, who had broken free from his embrace, with a saddened expression. We really came at the right time. Although we missed Goddess Su's performance, we didn't lose out by seeing this. Chua and the others walked over to Yi Chen with a wicked smile on their faces. They patted each other on the shoulder and said, Hurry up and eat some barbecue to shut your mouths. After rolling his eyes at Chu He and the others again, he said angrily, Next, it's my turn. Chen Hong was seen picking up another microphone and walking straight to the center of the courtyard. She confidently showcased her soprano voice. After taking a few bites of the barbecue, Chu He and the others came to Yi Chen to ask about the situation. After learning that everyone had to go up and perform, instead of being timid, they were exceptionally excited. I'll be the next one to go up, let you guys hear what a real good voice is. Chuo once again came out and started fiddling with himself. Chen Fangyu, who was standing next to him, grabbed the other person's clothes and tugged hard backwards. Don't embarrass yourself here, don't make me slap you when I'm happy. Chua looked at the person who was giving him a mean look and immediately calmed down. Immediately afterwards, one after the other, everyone began to perform. Finally, it was Ma Qingye's turn at the end. He slowly took the microphone. He walked to the center of the courtyard. Everyone present, except Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, intentionally or unintentionally, closed the viewing distance. They didn't stop until the distance was shortened to less than 1 meter. Although Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu were both puzzled as to why everyone was moving closer to the bonfire, they still cooperated and walked forward. In no time, Ma Qingye's unskilled, all-emotion singing skills made everyone fall over with laughter. When the song ended, Ma Qingye slowly walked towards Su Muyu. Xiaoye still had some rounds left, and it wasn't my turn yet. I thought Ma Qingye was handing over the topic to Su Muyu. He quickly waved his hand and said, followed by. Ma Qingye knelt down slightly nervously and slowly took out a jewelry box from his trouser pocket. Everyone also took out the flowers and fireworks that had been prepared long ago from behind them. Su Muyu, will you marry me? Su Muyu looked at this sudden scene and covered her trembling body with her hands. Marry him! Chen Hong shouted excitedly after handing the flowers in her hands to Ma Qingye. Marry him! Everyone else was also full of excitement, cheering. I do! Su Muyu, who had already been moved beyond words, trembled and held out his right hand. Ma Qingye, in a panic, took out the huge diamond ring from the jewelry box. After 3 failed attempts, he finally managed to put it on Su Muyu's finger himself, and the two of them embraced each other in excitement. Give me a kiss! Give me a kiss! The two of them, with only each other in their eyes, finally kissed each other with the fruits of their labor. Oh! That's so touching, and Brother Ma is so good at it. Jiang Baiwei leaned against Yi Chen's chest, covering her mouth as she watched the two people embracing and kissing. Baiwei, will you marry me? Yi Chen took a half step back, and then, with a sincere face, got down on one knee. The crowd, who had not yet reacted, suddenly felt their brains explode, their eyes widening as they stared dumbfounded at Yi Chen and Baiwei. When scheduling the afternoon plan, there was no such thing. Yi Chen then took out an exquisite little wooden box from his pants pocket. Inside lay a 24-karat solid gold phoenix ring that he had personally carved. Jiang Baiwei, who had been shocked twice in a row, was so surprised that her heart was about to stop. Looking at Jiang Baiwei, who was covering her mouth and slightly leaning backwards, Gu Lingyu hurriedly went up to help her. The crowd, who had just come to their senses, hurriedly handed Yi Chen the other bouquet of flowers that they had prepared. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with tears streaming down her face, and then said in an unwavering tone, I do. Chapter 71, Storm Clouds on the Horizon. Yi Chen smiled happily as he watched Jiang Baiwei, who was overwhelmed with emotion, accept his proposal. Yi Chen smiled happily. He slowly placed the phoenix and jade ring in his hand on Jiang Baiwei's left hand. Boom! The crowd, who had finally reacted this time, immediately released the fireworks in their hands. Accompanied by the fireworks in the sky, the two new couples, under the gaze of everyone, embraced again. The sweet and romantic bonfire party was successfully completed with the help of everyone. The crowd, who had returned to their rooms, were still full of joy. That night, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, who were completely immersed in happiness, never stopped smiling. The next morning, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu, who had not yet woken up, still looked at their hands uncertainly. The rings were like a dream. Vivi, wake up for breakfast. Yi Chen, who had already woken up early, came to the bedside. He looked at Jiang Baiwei, who was giggling at the ring on the bed, and said, Coming. Jiang Baiwei, who was a little embarrassed by Yi Chen's gaze, quickly got up and washed up. But in her heart, she was already overjoyed. Yi Chen had called her Wei Wei for the first time. That was a name that only the closest people called each other. Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei's hand and slowly walked to the dining room. However, she noticed the atmosphere at the table. Something was wrong. So Yi Chen curiously looked at Chen Hong and asked, Sister Chen, is something wrong? Chen Hong, whose eyebrows were knitted together, sighed helplessly and replied, Last night's bonfire party was filmed by other owners of this villa. The moment you and Chengye proposed was also recorded. After saying that, she took out her mobile phone. She handed it to Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, and continued. Early this morning, several people who heard the inside story asked about the situation. What's more, they directly demanded a hush money. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei looked at the chat history on the phone, and then looked at Chen Hong, who was furious, and frowned without saying a word. Just then, Ma Chengye, holding onto Su Muyu, slowly appeared in the dining room. Ma Chengye, who also sensed that the atmosphere in the dining room was not right, said with a smile, taking the lead. Is it that Xiaoye's breakfast today doesn't suit everyone's taste? Ma Chengye, who carefully pulled open the stool to let Su Muyu sit down, said with a smile. Why are you all looking so sad? At this time, Chen Hong bit her teeth and came to Su Muyu's side. She repeated what she had just said on her phone. Ma Chengye and Su Muyu smiled at each other and then pulled Chen Hong to sit down and chat. Sister Chen, we told you before. I will take the initiative to expose the fact that I am with Muyu, and I will take advantage of this incident. We will settle accounts with those villains. Ma Chengye said coldly. Lin Fan, who was standing nearby, said with worry. Without any warning, the relationship with Sister Su Muyu was suddenly announced. Will it lower Sister Su Muyu's reputation? As a true fan of true love, Lin Fan naturally understands the intuitive feelings of fans. It's okay, you, Sister Su Muyu, have seen it all. Su Muyu immediately spoke up to reassure Lin Fan. If a relationship announcement could ruin someone, she would not have been able to survive in the entertainment industry for so many years. Then let's be the first to announce the news and ignore the attitude of the entertainment company. At worst, I'll just buy it. Ma Chengye said in a domineering manner. Then today's internet is going to be lively. Zhang Baiwei said with interest as she held a piece of bread. Let's all have breakfast first, and let the bullets fly for a while longer. Ma Chengye said with a confident smile. Then, without any haste, he brought Su Muyu a piece of bread. He carefully spread some jam on it. After learning that there was not a big problem, the group happily ate breakfast, clearing the previous haze. Everyone began to speculate about the real reactions of major internet users. As a true fan, I will probably support whatever decision Sister Muyu makes. There are so many trolls online, and someone will definitely jump on the bandwagon. I think a lot of people are just here to watch the show and not get involved in the comments. Some people at the table started making all kinds of analyses, which made everyone laugh. And Su Muyu, the heroine of the story, remained calm and collected, and first sent out a teaser Weibo post. Here's a fresh new big melon for everyone. Su Muyu. As a national icon, Su Muyu normally only posts business-related Weibo posts. Basically rarely posts personal Weibo. Within 5 minutes of this Weibo being sent, the number of retweets and comments reached 1 million. This caused everyone at the table to take out their phones and check out the situation at the forefront. Love transfer, what's going on? Goddess Su is going to burst a big melon? Dominating the scene, it's been said that Goddess Su hasn't attended any events for most of the year, so is she keeping something big under wraps? Life is like a play, always support Su's daughter, waiting for the big melon. Super invincible Tyrannosaurus God, when is Sister Su going to film another period drama? The farce is getting on my nerves. A sword comes from the west, a bold prediction. It's probably going to be about the reason why she hasn't been in front of the camera for most of the year. Zhang Baiwei looked at the various comments online and immediately covered her mouth. She laughed out loud. It was rare to be sitting in the front row of the entertainment industry. She could already imagine the shocked expressions on the netizens' faces when they learned the truth. What a surprised expression they would have. Sister Su Muyu, do you have to talk about the child's business? Gu Lingyu, who was standing nearby, closed her phone and asked doubtfully. I will mention it, but the child will not be involved in the series of events that will follow. I want to give the child a happy and carefree childhood. Su Muyu responded with a smile. Ma Chengye, who was standing nearby, had already picked up his phone. He gave a heads up in advance to the legal department and the network department of the group. There will be a case about online extortion and online public opinion later. You will know the details if you pay attention to the internet. Ma Chengye did not make things clear. This left the people in the group confused, carrying out the preparations. Immediately afterwards, he called Ma's father. Hello, Dad, what happened with Muyu and I will be made public later tonight. You may be affected, so I came over in advance to say hello. On the other end of the phone, Ma Dad laughed and said, Don't worry, just go for it. My legal department and the internet are here to support you. After receiving Ma Dad's full support, Ma Chengye and Su Muyu gave each other knowing smiles. I'll let my parents know in advance too, I'm afraid they'll be shocked by the news. Su Muyu also took out her phone and called home with a relaxed expression. Su Muyu, are you doing well working in the capital? Have you missed us? A kind voice came from the phone. Mom, I'm doing well in the capital. When are you free to come to the capital and stay for a few days? Su Muyu heard Su Ma's voice. He suddenly returned to his childhood, listening obediently like that. I have something very important I want to tell you. Then he looked at Ma Chingye, who was holding his hand, and said with a forced calmness, Chapter 72, A Morning That Set the Internet on Fire. What's the matter? Have you found a place to settle down? Two simple old people in a town more than 1,000 kilometers from the capital were talking on their cell phones at the town's CBD center for the activities of the elderly. Mom, you were right on the money, but there's some more good news. Su Muyu pursed her lips and suppressed a smile as she said, That's great. We were just saying that you're getting old and haven't had a boyfriend to bring home. Mom Su was overjoyed and tugged at Dad Su, who was still chatting away. She motioned for them to come over and listen to her daughter's phone call. When is it? Bring him back for us to see, or is there some other good news you haven't told us? After listening to Su Muyu's words, Dad Su immediately urged. Su Muyu felt the warmth coming from Ma Chingye's hand. With a happy face, she said, You will become grandparents. What? Su Dad and Su Mum, who were originally munching on melon seeds, suddenly stood up. Without paying attention to the inquiries of the others, they anxiously said into the phone, When did this happen? This is such an important matter, why didn't you tell us? Is someone taking care of you in the capital? Your mother and I are coming over right now. Su Dad, who was decisive and swift, took Su Mum's hand. While talking on the phone, they ran towards home, leaving behind a group of old people who wanted to eat melons. In the end, at the insistent request of the two elderly people, Su Muyu still informed them of their current location. Reluctantly, he put the phone down. Then he looked at Yi Chen and said, Xiao Yi, I may have to borrow another room for my parents to stay in for a while. It's a small problem, so my parents will have company. Yi Chen naturally, gladly agreed to this request. Subsequently, the well-fed and happy crowd all gathered in the living room. Su Muyu, half leaning in Ma Chingye's arms, took out her phone and casually took a photo. Then she started editing the text to be sent later. At that moment, Jiang Baiwei and the others were excited and actively participated in the editing of the text. In no time, I think it's fine. Su Muyu looked up at the crowd surrounding her and said confidently, Then let the internet boil up. Lin Fan, who was standing nearby, clenched his fists and said excitedly, Let me introduce you to your child's father Ma Chingye's photo. Su Muyu. Su Muyu silently clicked publish. After a few seconds, he looked at the background, which was completely still. The crowd puzzledly scratched their heads, as the expected scene of the internet boiling over did not appear. Let the bullet fly for a while longer, Ma Chingye said to the crowd with a smile. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of red dots quickly popped up on Su Muyu's background. And the entertainment company's phone call came as promised. Su Muyu. Do you know how much damage your selfish actions will cause you and the company? Su Muyu calmly answered the call from the entertainment company's president. And he hung up and blocked the call decisively, as if the call had never been made. He continued to read the comments from major netizens. Chen Hong. You, as Su Muyu's agent, still dare to help the devil. Now immediately send out a post to dispel the rumors, or you're fired. The president of the entertainment company, who had been hung up on, was furious and called Su Muyu's phone again. And since he had been blocked, the result was obvious. So the focus turned to Su Muyu's agent, Chen Hong. If you don't want to work for me, I don't want to work for someone who puts a urinal on your neck. Chen Hong also didn't indulge the other party, hanging up and blacklisting in one go. Then she smiled at Su Muyu. The reason she became this agent was to pursue her friendship with Su Muyu. This shitty job, I don't want it. Don't worry, Shenjia, I'll take care of the follow-up. Ma Chingye softly reassured her. Then he slowly stood up and calmly dialed the group's phone number with his mobile phone. Get to work. Just two simple words. But they made the originally idle legal affairs department and network department suddenly go into a panic. Let's take a look at the reactions of netizens. Su Muyu laughed heartily and invited everyone to start this melon feast. It's the god of the world. My goddess, no. Is it a blessing or a curse? I must have overslept this morning. I'll go wash my face. Flying free, I knew there was something fishy about Goddess Su, who hasn't been active in front of the camera for most of the year. Funny face. Life is a dream, no matter what decision Goddess Sue makes, we true fans will support her to the end. 1,000 feet straight down the waterfall, who is this guy? Why does he get to have a child with the goddess? Happy every day, the results are in, and although I don't want to admit it, they are indeed a perfect match. The helmsman is in charge of a great voyage, then you tell us, who is this guy? Happy every day, let's put it this way, his father's name is Mahuading. Funny face. Many netizens, holy cow. X10086. These netizens are so funny, is this the same feeling as eating melons in the front row? Zhang Baiwei looked at the comments and burst out laughing. Everyone else was also amused by the comments from the netizens and burst out laughing. Just then. Why is my new phone stuck? I'll never buy an Apple again. Zhang Baiwei, who had been planning to continue reading the comments, realized that her phone had been stuck on the previous screen. This shouldn't be happening to me. Everyone's phones started to freeze one after the other, and they all looked at each other in confusion. Zhang Baiwei's phone was the first to respond. A large red exclamation mark appeared on the homepage of the Weibo app. The accompanying text read, "Due to a sharp increase in users today, the server is full and is being expanded as a matter of urgency." Good grief, it turns out the server was overloaded. I thought my phone was broken. That's not right, how come I'm back on the homepage of the app and it's still not working? Zhang Baiwei, who had been relieved, saw that her phone had once again frozen. Asked in puzzlement. Immediately afterwards, Yichen slowly lifted his phone. He saw that at the top of the screen, colorful software notifications were popping up like crazy. The content and titles were all strikingly consistent. Su Muyu self-discloses and gives birth to a child with a mysterious man. These software platforms really keep up with current events, said Yichen, immediately closing all the notifications in his hand. There's nothing we can do about it, said Su Muyu helplessly. From now on, we can just be open and acknowledge each other in public. Su Muyu, who was being led by Ma Qingye, looked at the other person with a gentle face and said, "In the future, I will let you and the child live carefree forever." Ma Qingye embraced Su Muyu in his arms and solemnly promised. This made everyone around them look at them enviously. Only Yichen and Zhang Baiwei hugged each other. They smiled sweetly. Chapter 73, Bring your significant other and children to school. It seems that this entertainment company is going to completely break with me. Su Muyu looked at his phone. The entertainment company directly published an article and also posted a lawyer's letter online. The main content was, Su Muyu has seriously affected the company's image and revenue, and now demands compensation of 500 million yuan for the company's losses. Muyu, these are just some jumping clowns. The entire company's market value is less than 1 billion, so how dare they demand this compensation price? Ma Chengye gently patted Su Muyu's hand. He said that he would take care of everything. Yi Chen and the others stared at the lawyer's letter with wide eyes. So that's it. Su Muyu is now a living, breathing 500 million target. Wow! Sister Muyu, you are worth half of their company's market value. Zhang Baiwei looked at Su Muyu with a look of infatuation and said, "This matter has come to an end. I think there are ways to get out of this company." Su Muyu smiled and looked at the crowd, calmly saying. So the crowd broke away from their euphoria. They took out their phones one after the other and joined their respective small groups to see what others were saying about this matter. Yichen, Grandpa asked if we have time to go to their place this afternoon. Uncle has already collected the things. Zhang Baiwei's grandfather sent her a message at this time. So she promptly asked Yichen. I have one elective class in the afternoon, so why don't you bring the kids? Come to school for the afternoon. Yichen looked at Zhang Baiwei with a face full of expectation and said, Sister-in-law, just come to our school to have some fun, we can help with the kids. Chua and the others on the side immediately understood, they agreed. Seeing that everyone was so sincerely inviting them, Zhang Baiwei slowly nodded and said, Okay, after dinner, I'll go back to the school with you. Hooray! After seeing Zhang Baiwei gladly agree, Yi Chen and Xu He and the others immediately raised their arms and shouted. Then I'll go cook first, after eating melons all morning, I'll change the taste for everyone. Yi Chen immediately said contentedly to the group. In no time at all, the group was seated at the table, which was full of the delicacies that Yi Chen had cooked with such care. Let's raise our glasses to the love between brother Ma and sister Su Muyu and celebrate. Yi-chen said to the group, holding a cup of tea as he had to drive. The smiles on Ma Chingye and Su Muyu's faces grew even wider as they smiled and clinked glasses with the group. The happy atmosphere quickly ended at noon. While there is still time, Jiang Baiwei and Su Muyu fed the children another meal of breast milk. Immediately afterwards, with everyone staring in amazement, Jiang Baiwei, who had been tidying up for half an hour, slowly walked out of the room. Jiang Baiwei was wearing a light-colored sweater with a long, matching woolen skirt. She had a light, delicate makeup on her face. Her flat stomach showed no sign of childbirth. She was wearing a light yellow coat and a pair of exquisite little leather shoes. It was slightly playful, but also added a mature charm to her. Everyone's eyes widened for a moment, and Su Muyu said excitedly, "Baiwei, it's a pity that you're not going to try your luck in the entertainment industry." Jiang Baiwei immediately blushed. She replied shyly, "Sister Muyu, please don't tease me." At this time, Yi-chen was also quite nervous, and he went up to help Jiang Baiwei up. It was the first time he had seen Jiang Baiwei dressed up like this, and for a moment, he thought he had replaced his girlfriend. Even he himself blushed a little. "Let's go then." Jiang Baiwei, who had shown her perfect side, suddenly became extremely confident. Pushing the stroller of the children, she took the lead and walked towards the nanny car. Early yesterday morning. Ye's father took the nanny car to be repaired early yesterday morning, and this did not make Jiang Baiwei notice anything unusual. "Lao Chu, this makeup and outfit is really the best beauty for girls." Lin Fan patted Chu-hee's shoulder and teased. "That's because your sister-in-law is naturally good-looking. If your sister Fan Yu dressed like this, it wouldn't have this effect." Chu-hee, who was constantly committing suicide, shook his head and said. He didn't see at all that a large hand had already reached his ear. In pain, Chu-hee immediately felt like a little chicken and was pulled over by Chen Fanyu. "Your mouth doesn't know how to speak, so don't use it in the future." Chen Fanyu put on a menacing expression. She said viciously to Chu-hee, "Fanyu, I'm not joking, you'll look good in it too. I'll ask my sister-in-law for the link and arrange it for you." Chu-hee, a tall guy at 1.8 meters, spoke carefully, like a child being bullied. "Humph. I'll spare your face outside, I'll deal with you when we get back." Chen Fanyu slowly released her hand, and Chu-hee, in pain, immediately rubbed his ear, which had turned red. "We're leaving." Yi-chen, who saw the situation was not good, immediately covered for Chu-hee. "Here we go." Chu-hee, as if escaping from a disaster, ran towards the nanny car. Chen Bin, who was standing nearby, immediately teased Chu-zi, "If you can't do it, you can practice running with me. You're much more talented at it than you are at weightlifting." This caused everyone to burst out laughing. Following the crowd, everyone held onto a child. Yi-chen slowly started the car. He drove towards the school. "Dear counselor, I have another favor to ask you." Halfway through the journey, Yi-chen recalled that he had applied for school access for his car. "But this nanny car, there is no such thing." Yi-chen used his superb driving skills. While driving the car, he called the guide. "Didn't I do it for you before?" The guide's slightly puzzled voice came from the phone. "Is it possible that I drove another car to school?" Yi-chen pursed his lips and glanced at Jiang Baiwei. Said timidly, "You really know how to give me trouble, there's nothing I can do this time." The instructor firmly refused. Yi-chen hurriedly signaled Jiang Baiwei with his eyes, and the other party also understood and took the phone. "Instructor, it's Jiang Baiwei, I want to come to the school to visit you this time. I didn't expect that the access control would be so troublesome, so I and the children will take a taxi instead." After hearing that it was Jiang Baiwei's voice, immediately replied with a smile, "It's Baiwei, I told you Yi-chen wouldn't do something so ridiculous. Send me the license plate number, I'll take care of it." After chatting for a while, Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi-chen with a satisfied expression. This caused Chu-hee and the others sitting in the back to look at each other in surprise. They had to know that if they wanted to get the guidance officer to do something for them, they would be unsuccessful without a serious reason. It's really rare to see someone so relaxed that they just ask a guide for help. "Why are you all looking at me with such a look? Maybe this is the bond between women." The smug Jiang Baiwei looked at the treasure in her arms and said with a relaxed smile, "In no time at all." Yi Chen's car successfully passed through the school gate barrier. It was heading towards the office building where the guide was located. Chapter 74 Jiang Baiwei, back on campus. Director, Baiwei brought you some fruit. Yi Chen pushed a few bags of fruit purchased from the school gate and stood in front of the office door. He said with a smile. Baiwei is here, come in and sit. I saw the director pass Yi Chen at the door and take Jiang Baiwei's hand behind him. He said enthusiastically. Yi Chen was suddenly embarrassed and scratched his head. If I had known, I would have done what Chu He and the others did and hid in the car and not come up. How is your recovery going? The babies are so cute. The instructor helped Jiang Baiwei get a stool and greeted her cordially. But her eyes were completely captivated by the 4 cute little guys. Your recovery is going well. Judging from you, I can tell that you have also recovered completely. Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen, who was standing nearby, at a loss. Immediately, she covered her mouth and said, You've been here so many times, I don't know why you didn't find a stool to sit on. Since it's not yet class time, there is no one else in the office right now. The instructor said to Yi Chen in a grumpy tone. Yi Chen is such a stubborn kid sometimes. You have to bear with him more in the future. The instructor took Jiang Baiwei's hand and gave her a serious lecture. Don't worry, instructor. Jiang Baiwei looked at the serious instructor. She understood that the instructor regarded Yi Chen as a family member. As Lin Jinhua's class started, one after another, the teachers arrived at the office. They all looked at Jiang Baiwei with curious eyes, as if she were a celebrity. They were still eating the melons that Su Muyu had given them in the morning, which made Yi Chen and the others try hard not to laugh. It's getting late, don't be late for Yi Chen's big class this afternoon. After the instructor said that he would send Yi Chen and the others off to the office building, he said deliberately. Then I'll take you back to campus. After bidding farewell to the instructor, Yi Chen drove a car full of people to the teaching building. Slowly getting off the nanny car, Chu He and the others stood behind them consciously. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of countless students, Jiang Baiwei took Yi Chen's hand and walked towards the teaching building with long strides. What's going on here? Yi Daxiaoqiao, did you find another goddess-level partner? Can't you guys see that the people behind them are pushing 2 strollers? It seems like we've seen something incredible. Hey, there's something to see next. Yi Chen and the others slowly walked through the students, Jiang Baiwei's angelic face. Even at Tsinghua University, where the average appearance is high, she is still a goddess. This made the classmates passing by Jiang Baiwei not dare to breathe. Just then, Wang Xiyu was holding the hand of Huang, the instructor who had just been discharged from the hospital. He was sweetly begging the other person to accompany him to class. Please, brother, just accompany me to class for a while. Huang looked at Wang Xiyu, who was pleading with him, and immediately agreed happily. After seeing the other person agree, Wang Xiyu was suddenly happy, carrying the latest donkey bag that the other person had given her. Confidently, she walked towards the teaching building. What's going on? Why are there so many people gathered? Sergeant Huang was the first to notice something unusual at the entrance to the teaching building. Curious, he asked. It must be rush hour for class, someone must have fallen. Wang Xiyu didn't think so, and continued to walk with Sergeant Huang holding his hand. Immediately afterwards, the students on the street began to look at Wang Xiyu with strange looks. At this time, Wang Xiyu was secretly pleased with herself. You've never seen so many luxury goods, have you? The instructor, Huang, obviously agreed. His classmates were shocked by Wang Xiyu, who was standing next to him. So he held his head high, smiled, and nodded at each of his classmates in response. Meanwhile, Wang Xiyu, standing next to him, looked like an arrogant peacock. He tilted his head back and looked down on everyone. Xiyu, did you just see that? A classmate from the same accounting department asked tentatively. Is there any news at school? I haven't seen any. Wang Xiyu replied with a curious look. That's fine, then. You should be prepared for the next large class. After saying this, the classmate hung a gloating expression on his face and walked towards the teaching building. Wang Xiyu, who was at a loss, didn't take the other person's words seriously. He just went to the teaching building on his own. At this time, the blocked main entrance of the teaching building had also returned to normal. But from afar, Wang Xiyu watched a man who looked extremely like Yi Chen leading a lady towards the second floor. A poor loser like Yi Chen, only I was blind before to be able to look at him. It's impossible for him to find a partner in such a short time. Wang Xiyu immediately shook her head to dismiss this speculation. Then she said coldly, "Ah." At this time, after hearing Yi Chen's name, Instructor Huang suddenly had some kind of stress reaction. Nervously, he shook Wang Xiyu's hand a little harder. Then he quickly calmed down. "Xiyu, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about something. Are you okay?" Looking at the concerned Huang instructor beside him, Wang Xiyu's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, "It's fine." In fact, in his heart, he had already scolded the other person severely. In a short while, Wang Xiyu took Huang instructor and came to the large classroom where they were located. Wang Xiyu looked curiously as students in the corridor peeked in from time to time. So she tapped a male student on the shoulder and asked, "Classmate, may I ask what's going on in there?" The male student turned his head impatiently, and when he saw it was Wang Xiyu, his expression immediately became rich. Without replying, he finally gave Wang Xiyu a mysterious smile and left. What a strange person. "Excuse me, I need to go to class." So Wang Xiyu took instructor Huang by the hand and entered the classroom directly through the back door. Then she sat in the last row of the classroom. The rest of the students in the back row, who knew what was going on, took their books and sat a few rows forward. It was as if something terrible was about to happen in the back row. Ignoring the strange actions of the surrounding students, Wang Xiyu looked at the front row, at the back of the person who looked extremely like Yi Chen. Her brows began to furrow. It was because she had previously fallen for Yi Chen in this large class. This time, she had dragged instructor Huang along to class with her, also out of a desire to strike Yi Chen. But looking at the peerless beauty sitting next to him, Wang Xiyu still found it hard to believe that the other person was Yi Chen. As the bell for the start of the class rang, it pulled Wang Xiyu's thoughts back to reality. The class began, and we will now talk about the definition of human society. A professor with gray hair slowly opened his computer and began the class. Jiang Baiwei, who was sitting in the front row, was a little nervous. She had been away from campus for a year, and suddenly she was back in this familiar environment. She began to feel a little overwhelmed. "I will ask a classmate to answer this question." The old professor quickly scanned the crowd in the classroom, and his gaze was quickly attracted to the stunning Jiang Baiwei. "Let this female student in the second row come up and answer." Jiang Baiwei looked at herself and suddenly was called on. She suddenly became a little flustered and looked at Yi Chen on the side. "Teacher, can I go up and answer with her?" Chapter 75, Wang Xiyu, whose heart was broken. Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei's hand and looked at the old professor with a smile on his face. "Of course, there is no problem." The old professor was also very understanding and nodded in agreement. Chua and the others silently stood up and made room for Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chen carefully took Jiang Baiwei's hand and walked her up to the podium. The other students in the class, who had already been there before the class started, been stunned by the people Yi Chen had brought. So the students' gazes, intentionally or unintentionally, looked at Wang Xiyu, who was sitting in the last row. Wang Xiyu's hair stood on end when Yi Chen asked the old professor. Her eyes looked anxiously ahead at the figure of someone else, who was being carefully led by the hand. After taking a good look at the appearance of Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei, how is that possible? On the other side, Instructor Huang looked like a rat seeing a cat. He leaned back unnaturally. At this time, the old professor and his classmates also noticed the movement in the back row. So the students all revealed an expression of surprise. "This student, do you also want to come up and answer the question?" The old professor, who was not sure what was going on, asked curiously. "No. Teacher, I was sitting for too long, so I got up to stretch." Wang Xiyu answered in a flustered manner. At this time, Jiang Baiwei also noticed that this female classmate in the back row seemed to have a lot of opinions about herself. So she looked doubtfully at Yi Chen next to her. She saw Yi Chen smiling and answering the old professor's questions one by one. He gave Jiang Baiwei an expression that said, "I'll explain to you later," and then led the other person back to his seat. These two students have said very well. The reason why human society is. The old professor on the podium nodded his head in satisfaction at Yi Chen and the other person before, and continued with the next part of the lecture. "Bai Wei, the female student in the back row, is my ex-girlfriend," Yi Chen said to Jiang Baiwei, feeling uneasy. No need to guess, I can feel it. Jiang Baiwei had an expression of as I thought on her face, and then comforted Yi Chen, saying, "The past is in the past, and I still want to thank the student. Otherwise, how could I have met such a good person as you?" After hearing that Jiang Baiwei showed no signs of anger, Yi Chen suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He quickly praised Jiang Baiwei for being understanding, while Chu He and the others nearby dared not even breathe. Wang Xiyu, who had been standing the whole time, saw Yi Chen and the other whispering in the front row. His eyes were filled with the flames of anger. It was like the perverted mentality of someone who doesn't like their toy anymore, but doesn't want anyone else to touch it either. Feeling the envious stares of his classmates around him, this made Wang Xiyu, who was concerned about her reputation, anxious as if she were an ant on a hot pan. "Xiyu, I don't understand this lesson either, so let's go first." On the side, Huang, the instructor, had been left with a deep shadow in his heart after being kicked by Yi Chen. So he wanted to hurry and escape from the field with Yi Chen. "Brother, just accompany me through this class." Looking at the cowardly Huang, the instructor, next to him, Wang Xiyu's heart was filled with anger. But he still held back his temper and begged the other person. "Okay then." Instructor Huang's eyes drifted in Yi Chen's direction, and he swallowed nervously. He reluctantly agreed. The large class quickly welcomed the end of the class bell. Wang Xiyu, who had not listened to a single class, was completely immersed in her angry inner world. Just then, Jiang Baiwei slowly left her seat, her leather shoes stepping on the classroom floor, and walked step by step to Wang Xiyu's side. "Hello, classmate. I've come to thank you properly." Jiang Baiwei's melodious voice sounded beside Wang Xiyu. It immediately brought the other person's thoughts back to reality. "Ha! You don't need to thank me, it's just the trash I gave you as charity." Looking at Jiang Baiwei's beautiful face, Wang Xiyu's jealousy reached its peak. She sneered. Jiang Baiwei just smiled slightly, not at all affected by her words. At this time, Yi Chen frowned, looking at Wang Xiyu with a full expression of disgust and said, "I am not rubbish. My previous feelings for you are rubbish." Hearing this, Wang Xiyu suddenly excitedly patted the table and stood up. "You are a poor loser. Do you know what luxury goods are? Do you know what it means that material determines life?" Looking at the hysterical Wang Xiyu, Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei shook their heads in disappointment. They had originally thought that there had been true feelings between them. In the end, she was just a tool in their lives. "Say something." Wang Xiyu, who had gone completely crazy, glared at the side, at the meek Huang Junshi. "Xiyu, let's not argue with them." Huang Junshi did not dare to even look at Yi Chen, and took Wang Xiyu's hand and tried to leave. "How can you be such a loser? He is just a random loser, what are you afraid of?" Wang Xiyu angrily shook off Huang's hand. Then she walked straight up to Jiang Baiwei. Yi Chen hurriedly stepped in between them, but Jiang Baiwei took Yi Chen's hand. She signaled that she could handle it herself. Then she said to Wang Xiyu, "You said Yi Chen is a loser who can be taken advantage of at will. Do you know how good his financial brain is and how hard he works for a living? Do you know that he is bold and meticulous and capable of anything?" Compared to the completely crazy Wang Xiyu, Jiang Baiwei is so carefree. Every word that came out stung Wang Xiyu's heart deeply. No way, he is just a loser, a poor loser with nothing. Wang Xiyu looked at Yi Chen in panic, desperately trying to find a point to refute. But when she thought back to the little things they had done together, she realized that Yi Chen had already done everything a perfect boyfriend should do. At that moment, it was as if she had lost all her strength, and she collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Instructor Huang hurriedly picked up the dazed Wang Xiyu and carried her in his arms. Under the gaze of Jiang Baiwei and the other people in the classroom, Lightspeed fled the scene. "Who said Yi Chen was bad? My Yi Chen is the best." Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with a gentle face and whispered. Yi Chen was also affectionate and rubbed Jiang Baiwei. "Since everyone is here, Baiwei and I will give out the wedding candy to everyone in advance. The monitor asked you again this time to help me hand it out." Then Yi Chen signaled with his eyes to Chu He, who was still in his seat, and took out the candy that had been prepared in advance. Pop, pop, pop. Suddenly, the classroom erupted in warm applause. "Yi Chen, this is how you should slap the face of someone who was such a green tea. Yi Chen, this time I am going to eat more of your candy. Isn't this better than Bo Ran?" I told you that Yi Dachao, was only temporarily deceived by the green tea, and now I have awakened. The students then loudly discussed this matter. But without exception, they applauded Yi Chen. At this time, the monitor took the candy and patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, saying, "You're still amazing, you've got the girl next door." Before the class started, someone revealed Jiang Baiwei's identity as the schoolflower of Capital University. This immediately made the students in the class who were still single kneel and beg for guidance. Chapter 76, The Power of the Joyang Acupuncture Method is beginning to be seen. Fangyu, you have worked hard, I will thank you properly some other time. With the blessings of his classmates, Yi Chen and the others returned to the parking lot. He said to Chen Fangyu, who was in the car, keeping the children company. "It's fine, these are such cute babies. I can't wait to spend every day with them," Chen Fangyu said, waving her hands. Then, under the watchful eyes of Chu He and the others, they slowly drove away from the school. "Baiwei, thank you." Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei with gratitude. From the things she had said to Wang Xiyu, Yi Chen deeply realized how important and outstanding he was in the other person's heart. "Silly, you have always been the best." Jiang Baiwei, who understood Yi Chen's intentions, softly encouraged him. "I will always be outstanding for you all." Looking at the happy and contented family in the car, Yi Chen patted himself hard in the heart. And Wang Xiyu, who had been distracted by Jiang Baiwei's words, had long since been forgotten. "Let's go visit Grandma." Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen's hand and said happily. In no time at all, the nanny van driven by Yi Chen once again appeared at the checkpoint in front of the courtyard road. "Welcome home, Miss Jiang." Surprisingly, the young guard was the same as the last time. Immediately, Yi Chen rolled down the window and greeted the other person cordially. Yi Chen, who had come to Li's old courtyard for the second time, had changed from his previous timidity. After putting the children in the stroller, he shouted to the courtyard, "Grandpa and Grandma, we've come to see you." Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, looked at the other person with a face full of relief. "Xiao Yi and Wei Wei are here. Your aunt and uncle aren't home, come in quickly." Li Laohong's strong voice came from the courtyard. As Yi Chen and the others entered, they saw Lao Li pushing Grandma's wheelchair towards the living room. "Grandma, is your condition any better?" Yi Chen placed the children down and squatted down in front of Grandma and asked kindly, "Xiao Yi, my leg is much better, and I'm going to trouble you again today." Grandma also said kindly, petting Yi Chen's head, "Xiao Yi, your uncle has already found everything. You see what needs to be done next." The resolute Li Laoshi directly asked about the treatment. "Everything is fine, I need to make some external and internal medicines for Grandma first. Finally, I will use acupuncture to complete the treatment." Yi Chen looked at the various items placed in the living room and confirmed that they were all in order. He said happily to Li Laoshi, "Then do as you say, let me know if you need any help." Hearing this, Li Laodao was overjoyed. "Baiwei, you accompany your grandparents for now." After saying this, Yi Chen carried the items and walked towards the pharmacy. Looking at the various precious medicinal herbs wrapped in the bag, Yi Chen also began to handle them with slight tension. After all, this was his first time trying something in Chinese medicine. Just in case, he also specifically asked for 2 copies of the ingredients, just to increase his fault tolerance. Let's get started. Yi Chen took several deep breaths before meticulously beginning the process. The intricate extraction and mixing processes played out in his hands. His forehead began to sweat without him knowing when. Just like that, after more than an hour of intense work, Yi Chen hastily collected the 5 sets of specially made plasters and powders carefully. Phew! This Chinese medicine is really difficult, and I was so careful. Still, I've wasted a material. Yi Chen sat on the stool and gulped down the tea that Jiang Baiwei had previously brought him. Then he looked at the finished product on the table and still managed to smile with relief. Next, the main event. Yi Chen slowly took out a pack of golden needles made of 24-karat pure gold and held them in his hands, playing with them carefully. There were 9 needles in one set, and there were 5 sets in total 2 kuns. The rest would depend on how skilled he was in his studies. Yi Chen made a few adjustments and then impatiently went to the living room. "Grandma, I have everything ready. Let's get started." Yi Chen arranged all the items in a row behind the living room table. He looked seriously at Li Lao and Grandma and said, "Yi, Don't worry, just do it boldly. Li Lao also patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and looked at the other person with expectation.
Grandma, it may hurt a little later, so bear with it. By the way, I will need your cooperation to get some things later. Yi Chen said with a serious face after double-checking the golden needle in his hand.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen rolled up his grandmother's pant leg above the knee and inserted a golden needle quickly and accurately into the first acupuncture point. Then the second, the third.
By the way, get me a pair of plasters. Yi Chen, who had used 12 golden needles in a row, looked at the acupuncture points that were slightly oozing dark red blood. He quickly removed the golden needles on top, and Jiang Baiwei hurriedly brought a pair of ointment. Under the worried eyes of everyone, it quickly covered the acupuncture points.
The first stage was considered complete.
This dark red blood was the culprit behind Grandma's illness.
Now that it has been forced out and absorbed into this special ointment, it will definitely cure the illness. Yi Chen was finally able to stop and catch his breath.
After hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone was also greatly relieved.
Old woman, is there anything wrong with your legs? Li Lao's smile nodded to Yi Chen and looked at Grandma with concern.
At first there was some pain, but now I feel a tingling in my calves.
It's very comfortable,
Grandma said in surprise after feeling the changes in her legs.
As long as it works, Yi, you are really our lucky star.
Grandma Li was overjoyed to hear that there had been some improvement and excitedly took Yi Chen's hand. It's good to see results, which proves that I've learned the right things.
Yi Chen scratched his head bashfully and said, Grandma, there are 2 more stages to come, and it will be over soon.
Yi Chen then continued with the same method as before in one go,
until the specially made 5-layer plaster was completely applied to Grandma's leg.
Yi Chen slowly stood up, supporting his already stiff back.
Grandma, the plaster will be removed in 3 days, and we will come back that day.
You also need to take the medicine every day, and you will still need to be in a wheelchair during that period. Yi Chen patiently explained the follow-up work.
Yi is at ease, we will do as you say.
Grandma's grandson, Li Lao, said with joy in his heart, taking Grandma's hand. Because he had already heard from Grandma that her legs had improved significantly.
Xiao Yi, thank you so much. Stay for the night, and don't leave until after dinner.
Grandma said with a grateful face, taking Yi Chen's hand.
Then we will, it's better to obey than to be respectful. Yi Chen responded with a smile, agreeing to Grandma's request.
What made him even happier was the voice of the system ringing in his head.
Ding.
The wrench transformation has been completed, please check in time.
Chapter 77, Successfully Treating Grandma, Then Abusing the Game Host. Let's raise a glass to this successful treatment.
In the private kitchen, Li Lao, with a red face, raised the teacup in his hand.
He said cheerfully. This is still Yi Chen, who repeatedly declined before changing to tea instead of wine. Otherwise, he is worried.
This nanny car will have to go to the repair shop again.
Xiao Yi, have you set a time for your parents to visit? Grandma asked kindly, looking at Yi Chen.
Grandma, we've set the date for the day before the Lunar New Year. Yi Chen turned his head and looked at Jiang Baiwei, who was slightly blushing.
Happily, he said. That's good, let's eat. Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei ended the dinner with the warm hospitality of their grandparents.
The nanny car drove at a constant speed on the highway in the suburbs. Yi Chen and Yi Jin in the car discussed the matter of traveling to various places during the winter vacation.
By the way, how about we go abroad for a walk? Yi Chen said excitedly.
He had never been abroad before and was still full of curiosity about foreign scenery.
Maybe it's not possible.
Due to my parents' circumstances, the procedures for me to go abroad will be a bit cumbersome. Jiang Baiwei helplessly shook her head and said. Never mind, then let's go to Qiangdao, where it's spring all year round, and realize the freedom of fruit.
Yi Chen suddenly understood and said reassuringly. Then let's make our first stop on Qiangdao. Jiang Baiwei also responded with excitement.
As someone who grew up in the capital, she had never been to the south. She wanted to see what the southern sea was like, and how it was different from the northern one.
In no time at all,
Yi Chen parked the car steadily next to the villa.
Stepping into the autumn capital, the temperature at night is very low.
Everyone is huddled in the living room on the first floor, and the online buzz about Su Muyu continues.
We're back, Yi Chen said happily, waiting behind Jiang Baiwei with the children. Baiwei, come over here quickly. I want to show you something amazing.
Su Muyu immediately called out to the person sitting next to him.
Jiang Baiwei walked over with curious eyes. Ding ding ding. I'm the king.
Su Muyu said proudly, and held up his phone and waved it in Jiang Baiwei's face. Wow. You secretly got points without telling me. I want to play too. Jiang Baiwei let out a wail, and immediately pulled out her phone and sent a group invitation to Su Muyu and the others. Baiwei, you guys go ahead and play, I'll settle the kids down first. Yi Chen said, looking at the childlike Jiang Baiwei with a face full of adoration. Xiaochen, let us handle the kids, just come back and rest a little. Ye's parents took the stroller from him and said. Where's brother Ma? Yi Chen asked curiously, looking at Jiang Baiwei and the others who had already started playing. Your brother Ma went back to the company to deal with things again, otherwise I wouldn't be able to play games in the afternoon. Su Muyu sighed helplessly. By the way, Yi, my parents will be back here early tomorrow morning. Please make 2 extra breakfasts. Su Muyu said to Yi Chen with a smile, before quickly immersing herself in the game. Yi Chen responded softly. Then he enjoyed this rare moment of leisure. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Baiwei and the others began an intense exchange about the game, which showed just how intense the king's game was. Muyu, be careful, the other team is very good. Who's our jungler? Why aren't they talking? That's your brother's hand, the next game club professional player. Otherwise, how do you think I got to the top of the kings? Su Muyu said with a relaxed face. But the professional player, who was always successful, completely ran out of luck in this game. He was quickly passed by the opponent in 8 minutes. This is a pity, Xiaoye, do you want to play with us? Su Muyu and the others, who had not been discouraged after the defeat, turned to the leisurely Yi Chen and said. No problem. Yi Chen naturally nodded and agreed. Following the familiar division of roles from last time, Yi Chen continued to take the jungler position. Little did they know, while Yi Chen and the others were happily clicking to match. A team composed entirely of anchors, the top scoring team, also clicked to queue up. Audience members, just keep your eyes open and watch. See how we easily win and become the top players. Lu Dehua said to the camera in a high-pitched voice. Changing from the previous mood of defeat, he pulled a few anchor friends and started a fun streak challenge. This time, it's still the old rule, you can't choose a position you're familiar with. Lu Dehua spoke eloquently in the broadcast room. Without hesitation, he chose Kai Wenji as his support. Next, it was another massacre. In the team voice chat, the teammate assigned to the jungler said confidently. Although it's a bit of bullying the locals, if you want to blame someone, blame them for being unlucky. The anchors, who were addicted to abusing the game, didn't have the slightest idea what they were about to face next. As the lineup was finalized, they entered the loading screen. Invincible Teacher Bao, anchor, have the guts to bomb a 100-star King's game. What's so great about playing a low-star King? Life is one thing after another, exactly. If you encounter the opponent who flipped your car last time, see how you can laugh again. Yurong Milkliang, I mean, is there a possibility that the opponent on this side is the one who crashed last time? Originally careless, after seeing this comment, Lu Dehua, in a reflex, sat up straight. How is that possible? He saw the loading screen, and the ID of the person named Wei Wei. Lu Dehua suddenly had a headache. Guys, the person on the other side is a master, so be serious here. The teammates in the team chat were suddenly curious and asked. What's going on? Couldn't you beat them with the same configuration before? Last time, I brought 3 sisters, but the pressure from the opposing jungler was very strong. LV Dehua shook his head fiercely, forcing himself to calm down and said. That's fine, with our configuration, even professional players would be useless. Hearing his teammates' confident remarks also made the overly nervous LV Dehua slightly catch his breath. Since the anchors had all changed their game accounts, Yi Chen and the others did not realize who was on the other side. Everyone was smiling and playing the game. However, with the uneven high-end operations on the other side, Su Muyu frowned. The other side may be fishing for fish, and this is not going to be easy to win. Sister Muyu, trust Yi Chen's jungler. At this time, Jiang Baiwei encouraged, saying. It's also fortunate that Yi Chen chose to play as Han Xian's jungler, otherwise there really isn't much hope on this side. To borrow the words of a professional player. Yi Chen's playstyle is, I want all the resources. The victory is already decided. Yi Chen is steadily in control of the opposing team, having captured the dragon. He looks up and says confidently to the crowd. Jiang Baiwei and the others, who are defending the crystal, also see hope for victory.
Don't panic, the opposing team's jungler is good, let's just go and destroy their crystal.
Without giving the anchors too much time to feel bad, they quickly decided to go strong on the high ground based on their understanding of the game. Just as the anchors rushed to the high ground with all their might, facing imminent victory in the game, the screen suddenly zoomed in on their home crystal.
Yi Chen's Han Xian stood tall above the ruins of the crystal.
Fuck, there's dream tears. Lu Dehua shouted hysterically.
Chapter 78, Shen Wei's ranch is ready.
Lu Dehua and the others, who had lost the game, sat on the bench in a daze.
I understand why you crashed before. This jungler is too strong.
There is a loophole in the 100% careful strategy, and the opponent has exploited it. Next time, we will play in our normal positions, and the opponent will not have a chance.
Lu Dehua listened to his teammates' various analyses in the team chat.
Lu Dehua, however, looked dazed and took out a cigarette. Without the slightest hesitation, he lit it up. At this time, the live broadcast room was also instantly closed by the moderator.
Ignoring the moderator's prompt, he couldn't say a word.
The audience in the live broadcast room, however, went into an uproar.
Tisa Adissa, I told you I had a hunch that the anchor would crash, and it turned out to be true. Rao and I, go buy a lottery ticket upstairs, you might actually win.
Shou Fu Hua Building, I saw this scene a few days ago, and this time the anchorman's heart was completely broken.
High score, low job, don't, anchorman, if you don't broadcast, what will we watch? Lu Dehua silently put down his phone, feeling that the world had become dark and gloomy.
The screen changed.
Yes. We've won another one.
Su Muyu cheered with his arms raised.
Yi Chen also patted his chest and let out a long breath.
By way, I'm going to go check out the equipment at the ranch later, you guys go ahead and play. Yi Chen said as he slowly put down his phone. Then I'll go with you, the sooner I get to know the ranch, the better I can get started.
Gu Lingyu also stood up and said.
I'm just going to check out the equipment first, when it's time for the real trial run, we'll do it together. Yi Chen smiled and explained.
Since there's a basketball match tomorrow afternoon,
he decided to go now and inspect the ranch where the system has been set up. He was afraid that there might be some black technology that could not be explained using modern technology, so he decided to go alone to check the situation.
That's fine. After Jiang Baiwei and the others heard Yi Chen's explanation, they did not insist on anything.
They continued to enjoy the game. Yi Chen opened the car window and felt the slightly cold night in the capital. Let me see how advanced this system's black technology is. He parked his black car steadily in front of the gate. Yi Chen, who chose to enter on foot, smelled the scent of grass mixed in the air. He walked step by step to the dark production plant. As Yi Chen turned on the power, a milky white light came on one after the other. A silver-white production line was completely revealed in front of Yi Chen.
This production line is really high-end.
Yi Chen couldn't help but stroke the smooth surface of the machine. Looking at the production line with no traces of splicing,
and the exceptionally simple control panel.
Although it is different from the black technology he imagined in his mind, but it can achieve such a design that makes people feel comfortable at first glance. He is also full of praise. Let me see, how do I operate this machine? Yi Chen picked up the instruction manual placed in front of the control panel.
Good guy, there are only 5 buttons in total, which is too simple and clear, isn't it? Yi Chen checked the functions one by one against the instructions,
and silently praised the system. Because this production line is completely foolproof, the only thing that requires manual labor is adding raw materials. It seems that the system has taken into account the secrecy of these black technologies and has wrapped them up tightly.
Yi Chen looked at this production line full of mystery with satisfaction.
Since the first batch of raw materials had not been produced, the experimental process could not be carried out. So Yi Chen pulled the power switch.
He took a relaxed step and came to the grass planting area.
He opened the gate and looked at the grass that had already grown to half a meter high. It really was the special grass given by the system, and it could be harvested in less than a week. Yi Chen slowly picked off a lush blade of grass. He couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. A rich sweetness, mixed with the aroma of the grass, exploded in his mouth. Not to mention that cows eat this grass, even humans can squeeze out high-quality milk. Yi Chen's prediction of System Brothers' strength has been raised to a higher level.
Let me see, what's the difference between these genetically modified cows?
Yi Chen, who is shocked by the other 2 rewards,
couldn't wait to go to the cow barn.
Looking at the cows in the barn, they had changed from their previous slightly thin and weak bodies. The cows now had distinct muscles and their hair glistened. Yi-Chen picked up the milking tool next to him and with great interest milked a bucket of fresh milk.
Moo!
As the milk was milked out, the cow let out a contented cry.
And meekly stood aside. What a good cow, tomorrow you will get to eat fresh grass.
Yi-Chen petted the cow's head and then poured the fresh milk into a cup. After taking a careful sip, Yi-Chen realized that the system-modified cow was indeed amazing, as the fresh milk did not have the slightest fishy smell.
It even had a faint aroma of grass.
Yi-Chen had originally thought that the fresh milk would still smell fishy.
The system-modified cow once again overturned his worldview.
It's been tough on you guys, with no food and no milking for 3 days.
Yi-Chen petted the cow's head.
He said with a sigh. Fortunately, Brother System did all this very secretly, otherwise I wouldn't be able to explain it to anyone.
Yi-Chen touched his nose.
He said with relief. After packing up all the remaining fresh milk, Yi-Chen set off for home. The preparations for the ranch were complete, and the children's special milk powder was in place.
By way, I'm home.
Yi-Chen returned to the villa and looked at the group of people still huddled in the living room playing games.
Yi, without your leadership, we would have never won.
Su Muyu said with a sad face. Muyu, it's normal to win and lose in games, don't worry.
Yi immediately comforted with a smile.
By way, I squeezed some fresh milk, I'll add some sugar for you. Yi pointed at the packed milk and said.
Yi, you're so attentive, you even brought Baiwei some milk after inspecting the farm.
Su Muyu and the others immediately looked at Jiang Baiwei with envy and said.
Sister Muyu, if you want to drink it together, just say so. I know your little scheme.
Jiang Baiwei didn't think so after hearing this, and said after giving the other person a dirty look.
I didn't milk a lot, so let's all share it. Yi-Chen then went to the kitchen, mixed it up a little.
And then served it to everyone.
Then I won't be polite.
Gu Lingyu was the first to raise her cup and drink it all in one go.
Is this milk really freshly squeezed from the pasture? Why is there no fishy smell at all, but instead a faint aroma of grass? Gu Lingyu asked, shocked, looking at Yi-Chen.
Yi-Chen, who had heard this, smiled without saying a word.
Everyone's curiosity was piqued by Gu Lingyu's words.
So they all finished the milk in their hands in one go. It really is, this milk is the best I've ever tasted.
Su Muyu looked at the glass with a lingering interest and said.
It really is delicious, but is this really milk that has just been milked from our ranch?
Jiang Baiwei also licked her lips and looked curiously at Yi-Chen. You'll know when you see the ranch now. Yi-Chen gave the crowd a mysterious smile. Chapter 79, Arrival of Su's Parents.
Seeing that they couldn't get a single thing out of Yi-Chen, the group returned to their respective rooms to rest. Yi-Chen and Jiang Baiwei were still washing up in the morning when they heard a commercial vehicle pull up in front of the villa. Yi-Chen looked intently and saw that it was Ma's car.
So under Jiang Baiwei's watchful gaze,
they saw Ma Qingye in the commercial vehicle, guiding a middle-aged couple out of the car with a smile on his face. The two of them, who had instantly understood, hurried downstairs. At this time, Su Muyu had been waiting in the courtyard for a long time.
Mom and Dad, you must have had a hard time.
Su Muyu exchanged glances with Ma Qingye before quickly going up to them.
You child, you didn't even tell us about something so big.
Su Dad said to Su Muyu in a grumpy tone. I was just worried that you would worry.
Mom and Dad, this is Ma Qingye, the father of the child. Su Muyu stuck out her tongue. He quickly took Ma Qingye's hand and introduced him.
I met him on the way, and fortunately, Xiaoma is a nice person.
Otherwise, you would have been cheated and wouldn't even know it.
Su Dad still looked at Su Muyu with a face of resentment.
Okay, everyone is here, don't be so serious.
Su Mom came out at this time.
She eased the atmosphere and said. Uncle and Auntie, let's go in and chat, it's weirdly cold in the morning. Ma Qingye, who was standing still on the side,
said with a smile. Su Dad saw this and followed this step down.
He took Su Ma's hand and walked towards the villa. Su Ma, this villa is not cheap, is it?
Su Dad looked at the villa, which looked like a fairyland on earth.
He asked in amazement. Uncle, this villa belongs to our friends. We are just staying temporarily.
Ma Qingye said with a smile. Without waiting for Su Dad to respond. Yi Chen and Yi Zhen, who had arrived late, also immediately walked over with smiling faces.
It's uncle and aunt, right? I've heard Sister Muyu say that you are very affectionate.
Now it seems that she wasn't lying at all. Jiang Baiwei spoke kindly to Su Dad and Su Mom, showering them with flattery. This made the couple smile from ear to ear.
This girl has a sweet mouth. Muyu is still pretty good at recognizing people. Su's mother immediately took Jiang Baiwei's hand affectionately and said, Auntie and uncle just got off the plane, haven't had breakfast yet, have you?
I'll go prepare breakfast for the two of you.
Yi Chen saw that Jiang Baiwei had completely eased the atmosphere.
He immediately fled to the kitchen. To be honest, he really wasn't very good at dealing with other people. Thanks to Jiang Baiwei, otherwise he would just be awkwardly scratching his head on the side.
Mom and Dad, I'll go get your grandson for you. Su Muyu and the others, after entering the living room, hurriedly went upstairs. We'll go with you. Su's parents, who were eager to see their grandson, couldn't wait.
Without even sitting down, they hurriedly followed Su Muyu.
So, Su Muyu and the rest of the family all went to the baby room.
The nannies, who were still changing the children's diapers, stopped what they were doing. We'll change the diapers ourselves.
Ma Chengye hurriedly took over the diapers from the nurse. Oh, my good grandson.
Suma looked into the crib and saw Ma Xinghui, who had just woken up. Her eyes immediately filled with stars. Su Ba, who was beside her, was even more excited and directly picked up the child in his arms.
My good grandson really looks like Muyu.
He smiled when he saw his grandfather. Su Dad was holding Ma Xinghui, who was naked.
He said happily, Don't be so careless.
First, put some diapers and pants on the baby. If he catches a cold, I'll get you for it.
Su Mom took the baby into her arms.
She glared at Su Dad and said sternly, Su Yu, there are 4 more children here. Su Dad looked at the baby in his hands, which had been taken away by Su Mom. And only then did he see the nursery, where there were actually 5 babies.
Mom and Dad, these 4 are Baiwei's children. I'm also the godmother of these children.
Su Muyu said with a proud face, as if she was the one who gave birth to the quadruplets.
Daughter, you are amazing.
Su Dad and Su Mom, who had learned the truth, were stunned and dumbfounded. If they had 4 grandchildren at the same time, they could not imagine how happy they would be.
These little ones are not that easy to take care of either. You have to buy 4 copies of everything.
Jiang Baiwei also had a gentle look on her face. Looking at the children, she said, How I wish we could have this kind of trouble.
Even if we use up our pension, we would have no complaints.
Su Dad and Su Mom looked at Jiang Baiwei with envy, and suddenly felt that one of the grandchildren in their hands was not as sweet. Auntie, let me put a diaper on the baby, don't let him catch a cold.
Ma Qingye, eager to show off, said.
Then he followed the example of the nursing aunt who was changing the diaper of Yi Chen's eldest son. It was a 1-to-1 reproduction. Jiang Baiwei, who had followed them up, hurriedly covered her mouth. She was afraid of laughing out loud. She saw that the nursing aunt was changing the diaper of the second child, while Ma Qingye was still messing with the diaper in his hands.
Mr. Ma, why don't I do it?
The nursing aunt on the side saw this. She also took the baby in her hands, quickly finished changing it, and carefully dressed it. Ma Chengye on the side was suddenly embarrassed and scratched his head. Su Dad and Su Mom, who had their minds on the baby, obviously didn't care about any of this. They were elated and wanted to take the baby to the living room. Mom and Dad, you haven't had breakfast, and the kids haven't eaten either.
Wait until Baiwei and I feed the kids before we take them downstairs.
Su Muyu explained softly. You're getting old, so you and Baiwei feed the kids first, we'll be downstairs.
Su Muyu's parents said.
They looked at Ma Xinghui, who was smiling in Su Muyu's arms, with reluctance. They walked out of the room, looking back 3 times.
Immediately afterwards,
Ma Qingye, who could face hundreds of millions of projects in the business world without blinking an eye, was standing nervously in the living room like a newcomer to the workplace.
Breakfast is here.
Fortunately, Yi Chen arrived in the living room with a trolley at this moment, and Ma Qingye immediately looked at the other person with grateful eyes. Yi Chen just waved at him and walked towards the courtyard. As the saying goes, waving is not a rejection, but a tacit understanding between brothers. Funny face.
Mom and Dad, dinner is ready.
Yi Chen shouted to his parents, who were still walking in the distance. It was just like when they were little and called themselves home.
Here they are.
As Yi Dad and Yi Mom returned to the living room, they looked at the two middle-aged people sitting on the sofa. Then they saw Ma Chengye, who was diligently distributing the bowls and chopsticks.
They suddenly understood. Brother is Muyu's father, and I am Xiaochen's father.
The cheerful Yi Dad smiled and walked up to him, shaking Su Dad's hand warmly. The four elderly people, who were similar in age, quickly got chatting.
Brother, I really envy you.
Your son has a successful career and you have 4 such lovely grandchildren. Su Dad patted his thigh and said enviously.
Brother, Muyu and Chengye are not bad either. We are all blessed by our children and grandchildren.
Yi Dad said happily. At this time, the children, who had finally drunk enough, were also carried downstairs by Jiang Baiwei and the others.
The 4 elderly men, like people who had taken a number and queued up. Chapter 80, Chen Wei's ranch is up and running. Be careful, the kids are sick of you. Su Ma, who didn't get to hold the kids, lectured from the side. This caused Su Muyu to laugh. This cross-generational affection is too close, isn't it? Brother, let's eat this breakfast first. Yi Ba, who was contentedly holding the 4 treasures, hurriedly beckoned everyone to sit down. Su's father also refused to let go of his child for a moment, and tasted the noodles made by Yi Chen. These noodles are really chewy and taste good. Su's father, who had taken a bite, was full of praise for the bowl of noodles. Everyone also knew about Yi Chen's cooking skills and couldn't wait to eat breakfast. At this time, Gu Lingyu and Chen Hong also came downstairs. Lingyu, later will go to the ranch to go over the use of the equipment and precautions. Yi Chen quickly finished eating the noodles in his hands. He looked up at Gu Lingyu and said, No problem, I also want to get familiar with the ranch as soon as possible. These are a few management plans I've come up with based on some online cases. Gu Lingyu, dressed in a professional suit, took out a thick stack of documents from the file bag next to her and handed them to Yi Chen, saying, Let's go with your plan for now, and we'll make adjustments if there are any problems. Yi Chen, who had briefly looked at the documents, said, Uncle and Aunt, we may have to excuse ourselves for a while in the morning. Yi Chen said apologetically to Su's parents. It's fine, we're already very embarrassed to have come and bothered you. Su's father quickly waved his hand and said, Then let's set off for the ranch. Su Muyu and the others stayed at the villa to keep Su's parents company. Without coming over, Yi Chen drove the nanny car and handed the children over to the nanny to look after them. Then he loaded the whole family into the car and headed for the ranch. In no time at all, Yi Chen pulled up steadily in front of the ranch's main gate. The ranch team, who had been waiting for a long time, hurried over. It seems that everyone has had a good rest these past few days. Yi Chen looked at the team members, all glowing with health, and said teasingly, It's all thanks to the good benefits arranged by the boss that we are more motivated. The team leader, who was very easygoing, responded with a smile. I'll show you around and show you your workplace afterwards. Yi Chen took the key and slowly opened the gate of the ranch. He went to the door of the production workshop first, and as the gate opened, a whole set of bright white production lines appeared before everyone's eyes. Wow! This is the most beautiful production line I've ever seen, clean and hygienic. This production line looks so high-end. As he listened to the staff's exclamations, Yi Chen slowly pulled up the electric gate. Jiang Baiwei, who was standing nearby, also looked at the production workshop in shock. Yi Chen, this production line is really high-end, isn't it? Jiang Baiwei noticed after careful observation. Only one conveyor belt has a manual workstation, while the rest is an automated assembly line. This is enough to show the technological value of this production line. Only milk powder produced on this production line is worthy of our children. Yi Chen said proudly. Lingyu, let me briefly explain the operating procedures to you. If you don't understand, you can refer to the instructions. Yi Chen led Gu Lingyu to the operating console in the corner. He explained carefully. That's all there is to it, it's quite simple. The key lies in the raw materials used in production. Yi Chen said, turning the conversation to a serious note. Since the farm can only produce milk and grass, all other auxiliary materials need to be purchased from the market. That's why quality control is so important. Brother Chen, don't worry, for every batch of raw materials, from material selection to inspection, I strictly control every step. Gu Lingyu, who deeply understands the importance of food safety, nodded solemnly. Then let's go to the grass planting area. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction after hearing this.
He then led the group to the much improved grass planting area.
"Oh my god, how did this grass grow so fast?"
An employee said in surprise, looking at the grass that had already reached half a meter in height. Even Ye's parents, who were standing nearby, hurriedly came over to check the situation.
"Xiao-chun, this grass seed has also grown too fast, is there a problem?" Yi Chen's father looked at Yi Chen with concern and asked.
This grass was planted under their watch, and logically it shouldn't have grown so quickly.
After all, this is something that will be eaten by their precious grandchildren. So they had to ask for clarification. "Dad, this is the raw material for the children's milk powder, how could I possibly use something that is problematic?"
Yi Chen hurriedly explained. Ye's father and the others thought about it and felt relieved. This is a newly developed special grass seed that has not yet been released on the market. It is expected to mature in a week, and your next important task is to plant the grass.
Yi Chen said to the employees loudly. Gu Lingyu took out her notebook and made quick notes.
Our ranch is not for profit, so of course you don't have to worry about your salary.
Yi Chen looked at the puzzled expressions of the employees.
He spoke and explained.
Let's go to the cow barn. Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei's hand and walked towards the cow barn.
Leaving the employees, who had been shocked twice in a row, still dumbfounded standing in the pasture planting area.
The number of cows will remain at 20. You only need to complete the daily feeding and milking work.
Yi Chen looked at the dozen or so employees who had arrived late and said. The production line also comes with a fresh milk production line, which produces 20% of the milk every day. It is made into fresh milk and stored.
Yi Chen told the employees the general production plan. Then he came to Gu Lingyu, who was still taking notes.
I'll leave the rest of the work arrangements to you. Yi Chen patted the other person's shoulder and said with a smile.
Boss, the boss, and I promise to complete the task. Gu Lingyu suddenly became serious and said to Yi Chen and the others. This made Jiang Baiwei laugh out loud. Lingyu, work hard.
Oh, you'll be waiting for a promotion and a pay rise in the future.
Jiang Baiwei also teased with a playful smile.
Mom and Dad, all you have to do is look after the pasture and milk production.
Lingyu will take care of everything else. Yi Chen looked at his slightly confused parents and whispered reassuringly. Don't worry, I won't mess it up.
Ye's father also patted his chest and said. After arranging everything, Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei to the center of the open pasture. Vicky, our children will have their own milk powder to eat. Yi Chen closed his eyes and smelled the aroma of grass in the air.
Proudly said. With an all-around capable father like you, the children are blessed.
Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with a relieved expression on her face. As expected, Yi Chen, who was omnipotent in her heart, had never let her down. Vivian, I have a match against Capital University this afternoon.
Would you do me the honor of coming to the game to cheer me on? Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei with a sincere expression on his face. Of course I can. I'll even bring the kids to cheer for you. Chapter 81, the school basketball team's first game. That's great. Yi Chen excitedly picked Jiang Baiwei up in his arms. I believe no one can resist the temptation of watching the game offline. How are things going, Lingyu? Yi Chen asked as he and Jiang Baiwei returned to the cow barn holding hands. Everything has been sorted out, and we can officially start working now. Gu Lingyu happily replied after arranging the last group of employees. Then let's get started. Yi Chen looked at the people doing their respective jobs, and happily left with Jiang Baiwei. Ye's parents and Gu Lingyu had to stay at the ranch to familiarize themselves with the environment.
Since some raw materials had not been purchased, it was not possible to produce the first batch of products today. So Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei back to the villa alone. He turned back to the living room but did not find Su Muyu and the others. He asked the caretaker and learned that. It turned out to be Ma Ba, inviting the Su Muyu family to visit him. Then noon will be our time together.
Yi Chen patted Jiang Baiwei's head and said happily.
Then he pushed the children and began to tour the villa. Since moving in, Yi Chen had never fully toured the villa.
That seems to be villa number 1, and it's rare to see them here. When the Yi family arrived at a park,
a middle-aged couple nodded at them friendly. Since neither party knew the other, they did not rush to greet them.
Then they continued walking.
Everyone they met was very friendly and greeted them, but there was no further communication. This also shows from a side how highly educated the owners are who live in this villa. This villa is indeed a bit too big, with each villa separated by 300-400 meters. There are also parks of different styles, so you can't stay at home all day.
Yi Chen sighed after walking for an hour and still not returning home.
I and the children have walked there many times, but you have been running between school and home.
It's time to give yourself a break.
Jiang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with a heartbreaking face and said.
Then let's relax during the winter vacation.
Yi Chen looked at Jiang Baiwei's forehead, which was slightly sweating, and waved his hand to signal the property's shuttle bus to come over. With the breeze, they returned to the villa. Weiwei, you go back and take a shower first, don't catch a cold.
I'll go prepare lunch.
Yi Chen handed the children, who had been excited the whole way, over to the nannies. He said to Jiang Baiwei with concern.
That's good, I'll change and go cheer you on. Then Jiang Baiwei skipped upstairs, full of anticipation for the afternoon basketball game.
With Ye's parents and the others, they finally returned to the villa. The group, which had started to finish lunch, once again split up.
Chen, you have to be careful not to let the kids catch a cold. Ye's father patiently instructed.
Don't worry, the basketball game is indoors. Yi Chen replied, carefully placing the children in the child seats in the back seat.
Then let's go. Yi Chen, who was carrying a large bag of game equipment, excitedly drove the car towards the school.
Shu He and the others, who had been waiting at the stadium, looked longingly at the vehicle on the school campus. They had not seen the children for a whole day, and they were itching to see them.
Chen Fanyu pouted.
Shu Zi, your boyfriend is looking at you.
Hurry up and have a baby.
Lin Fan, who was standing next to them, nudged Shu He. Shu He innocently scratched his head and carefully approached Chen Fanyu. Chen Fanyu rolled her eyes and took a step to the side.
She didn't say anything at all. Yi Chen is here. Chen Bin was the first to spot Yi Chen's car and waved his hands happily.
You guys are quite punctual.
Yi Chen said teasingly after slowly parking the car.
This isn't the first time you've played a game as a member of the school basketball team. As good brothers, we definitely had to be here. Shu He said very righteously.
The kids are all taking a nap, so cute.
Chen Fanyu was the first to go to the back seat to check on the kids. It was enough to show that she really liked the kids.
Fanyu, you like the kids so much.
Then the task of watching the kids will be handed over to you.
Yi Chen said to Chen Fanyu half jokingly. No problem.
I saw Chen Fanyu directly agree.
Just then, Yi Chen was getting ready to warm up before the game.
Li Chen, the team captain, walked out of the gym and greeted Yi Chen, ready to warm up. This must be your younger sister, I've heard a lot about her.
Li Chen suddenly noticed Jiang Baiwei, who was dressed up nicely, walking over quickly.
Yi Chen had told him that his younger sister had the face of a contemporary Daochan. Now it seems like he was understating it. Jiang Baiwei covered her mouth and laughed when she heard the compliment.
She thought to herself.
Yi Chen, you big lump, you finally know how to say something like that.
Hello?
So the two shook hands in friendship.
Li Chen's gaze was quickly drawn to the children in the stroller. Yi Chen, these are all your children? Li Chen asked, incredulously.
Although I knew there were children across the street when I handed out the wedding candy last time, I didn't say there were 4.
Ha.
Low-key captain, if the whole team knows that I have quadruplets, they will be jealous to death.
Yi Chen also responded with a face full of jealousy. I'm already jealous, senior. I don't even have a girlfriend. How come you have quadruplets? Li Chen said with a heart-rending expression. Captain, let's go prepare for the warm-up first. After the game, we'll envy you.
Yi Chen led Li Chen towards the locker room, while Jiang Baiwei and the others entered the stadium early. They were waiting for Yi Chen's first appearance. Yi Chen, in this competition, you should mainly focus on learning. After all, this is your first time participating in a competition of this intensity, so don't aim to score points, just do a good job defending. The coaching staff said to Yi Chen, who had changed into his jersey.
Understood.
Yi Chen didn't explain himself too much, he planned to let his performance do the talking. The coaching staff continued in the locker room.
Everything else remains the same.
It is worth noting that the forward captain of Capital University has participated in the National University Basketball Tournament for 3 consecutive years and has a lot of game experience. Then the head coach turned his head and looked at Yi Chen and said,
Yi Chen must remember not to let the opponent lead you. Understood.
Although this game is not an official competition, it is a traditional event that kicks off the National University Basketball Tournament every year.
Technical assessment. But for Yi Chen, who is making his debut, none of this is something he needs to consider. He will only become stronger and stronger, just like an unfathomable abyss. The only thing he has to do now is to show his strength as much as possible. Thus, he will completely lock in the starting position for this national college basketball tournament. Let's start warming up and get ready for the game.
The head coach patted Yi Chen's shoulder with confidence. Everyone else was also extremely excited and started warming up.
Chapter 82, The Annoying Junior.
Just do what the coach says during the game, don't be nervous. Yi Chen, who was waiting to go on the court, was comforted by Li Chen. Don't worry, Captain, we'll definitely win today. At this time, Yi Chen was not nervous at all, but was instead feeling extremely excited. This is the basketball he is proud of, and there is also the double buff bonus of watching the game with system brother and Zhang Baiwei.
I have the advantage. Go on the court.
With the coach's order, Yi Chen and the others walked through a long, narrow passage, listening to the uniformed shouts from the stadium.
Tsinghua University will win. Capital University will win.
The spectators from the two universities gathered in the stadium.
Roar.
With the appearance of the athletes from both sides, the atmosphere in the stadium instantly reached a climax. Yi Chen looked back and saw Zhang Baiwei sitting in the front row, and excitedly waved at her.
Baby, look. Dad is waving to us.
Zhang Baiwei, who was holding her baby, waved her hands excitedly.
Brothers, say hello to your younger siblings. Li Chen, who was sitting next to Yi Chen, also noticed Yi Chen's actions and immediately called out to his teammates. They all waved their hands in the direction of Zhang Baiwei.
Yi has filled the row for us.
Shu He and the others, who were sitting in the same row, also said excitedly. Just then, the teammates from Capital University also noticed the difference here.
One of the teammates said in surprise.
Brother Hao, do you see that is not senior sister Baiwei?
This made Wang Hao, who was still doing stretching exercises, stop suddenly.
It really is senior sister Baiwei.
You guys warm up first.
I'll go over and say hi.
Wang Hao ran towards Zhang Baiwei with a face full of excitement, and then revealed his signature smile.
Senior sister Baiwei, I didn't expect to meet you here. You didn't come to school at all last semester, and I was worried about you.
Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on Zhang Baiwei, who was lightly made up.
Wang Hao, I didn't expect you to still be on the school basketball team. I look forward to your performance today.
Zhang Baiwei didn't have many emotional fluctuations, and she took care of the baby in her arms.
Sister Baiwei, this child is really cute. Is she your younger sister? Wang Hao asked enthusiastically. This is my child, Wang Hao, you should go to the game. After the opponent had no self-awareness, Zhang Baiwei's tone also cooled down. Sister Baiwei, you obviously don't even have a partner. This can't be your child, so don't kid me. Wang Hao was suddenly shocked and lost his expression management.
But still, he wouldn't let go, standing in front of Zhang Baiwei and saying.
Chua and the others who couldn't wait stood up to stop them.
Yi Chen, who had sensed something was wrong, came running over and stood directly in front of Wang Hao.
If you don't leave, I can consider this an act of provocation, Yi Chen said with a gloomy expression. What's it got to do with you? I'm just chatting with my senior. How is that provocation?
Wang Hao also had a hot temper and looked at Yi Chen with disdain in his eyes and said.
The kid called me dad, so it's none of my business, right? Yi Chen also leaned directly against the other person's body and said coldly.
Zhang Baiwei saw that the situation was not right and wanted to stand up to stop it.
Just then, both teams are in position.
With the referee's whistle and the teammates from both sides pulling Yi Chen and Wang Hao apart, the basketball game that had not yet begun was already full of tension.
Go Yi Chen!
Zhang Baiwei hugged her child and shouted at Yi Chen with relief. At this moment, Zhang Baiwei felt as if she had returned to her carefree college days.
Kid, so you're the new forward for Tsinghua. Let's settle all our old and new grudges together. After the athletes from both sides had taken their positions,
Wang Hao, with a ferocious expression on his face, said to Yi Chen in front of him.
Heck!
Yi Chen simply ignored the provocation, because there was no way the opponent could win.
Beep!
With the referee blowing the whistle, the basketball was thrown high into the air.
Relying on his 1.9-meter tall frame, Wang Hao took the lead in jumping.
Looking at the basketball that was close at hand, the corner of his mouth began to rise. Wang Hao thought to himself, this first encounter.
I won. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen's well-proportioned body suddenly sprang up. The basketball, which was just within reach, was passed back to the back of the team by Yi Chen in the blink of an eye, and then launched an intense attack with his teammates. Wang Hao, who had not yet reacted, stood still in his tracks. Yi Chen is so good. Zhang Baiwei and the others shouted excitedly. NLCE. Why is his jumping ability so strong? This newcomer is amazing. He got the ball even though he was jumping from behind. He's good looking, and he's also so good at basketball. I just don't know if he can sing, dance, or rap. Little chicken, you've shown your black feet, haven't you? Go get them, Capital University. Since this game was set at Tsinghua University, it made Capital University, which was originally weak in support, suddenly silent. What are you still doing? Move. The head coach of Capital University, looking at Wang Hao, who was standing dumbfounded, fumed and yelled. Wang Hao, who finally came to his senses, hurriedly returned to defense. Swish. Li Chen made a precise 3-point shot, taking the lead. Captain, don't mind it, it's only 3 points. The surrounding teammates could all see that Wang Hao was not in his usual form, so they encouraged him one after the other. Yi Chen, I want you to stand in and lie back out on this basketball court. Wang Hao, whose mind was completely blown, had lost his senses. Pulling his teammate, who played best with him, he whispered something. This is not good, After hearing the plan, the teammate shook his head. 200,000. I want one of his legs. Wang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he said coldly. He then signaled his teammate to pass the ball to him, as he intended to face Yi Chen again. Yi Chen jogged back to the half-court area with a disdainful look on his face. He defended Wang Hao. The two did not exchange words, but their eyes were fixed on each other. Wang Hao originally thought that he could use his superb ball skills to break through Yi Chen's defense. However, Yi Chen, with the help of his learning ability max, has already learned the skills of major NBA players. Rather than being a forward, he is now a true all-rounder. Unable to find the slightest flaw, Wang Hao ignored the signals from his teammates to pass the ball. Boom! Seeing that Wang Hao was determined to go all out, he directly engaged in a physical confrontation with Yi Chen while carrying the ball. Interesting. Yi Chen's mouth slightly curled up, and he did not panic at all as he defended against Wang Hao's impact. I don't believe it, you're flawless. Wang Hao, gritting his teeth and attacking like crazy, looked at Yi Chen with a crazed expression in his eyes. Beep. Attack timeout. With the referee's whistle, the teammates on both sides stopped what they were doing. Captain, just play as a team like the coach said before. You really won't be able to break through the other team if you go it alone. One of the teammates, a little annoyed, said to Wang Hao in a tactful manner. Shut up. Don't tell me what to do. Wang Hao, who was still not convinced, looked even crazier. Chapter 83, Dirty Play on the Court. Beep. Time out. The referee, after seeing the head coach of Capital University raise his hand, whistled. Wang Hao, I don't care what kind of conflict you have with Yi Chen. You can't let emotions get the better of you now, just execute the tactics I've arranged properly. The head coach said to Wang Hao in a tone of voice that expressed his hatred for Wang Hao's lack of progress. Understood. Wang Hao still replied with a face of defiance. The game continued. The teammates of both teams returned to the court again, and the right to serve the ball fell into the hands of Yi Chen. Calling a timeout at the beginning, can you play basketball? Yi Chen casually passed the ball to Li Chen and mocked Wang Hao in front of him. I hope you can still laugh after playing this game, Wang Hao said viciously, staring at Yi Chen. Then the two teams began to exchange blows. As two evenly matched teams, there was no lopsided situation in this match. Soon, Tsinghua University ended the first half of the game with a 5-point lead. Yi Chen, you're amazing, keep up the good work in the second half. Zhang Baiwei quickly came to the rest area with a towel and mineral water. Thoughtfully, she wiped the sweat from Yi Chen's face. Baiwei, it's good to have you. Yi Chen also looked at the other person with a gentle face. His teammates on the sidelines could only watch with envy. On the other side of the field, they watched Zhang Baiwei and Yi Chen, their intimate movements. The last bit of fantasy in their hearts was shattered. Those two bitches, damn it. I have been pursuing Baiwei for 3 years and have never succeeded. What makes him think he can? Wang Hao said angrily. He also took it out on Jiang Baiwei, whom he considered Bai Yue Guang. If you are not kind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Then he pulled his colluding teammates and whispered about something. The second half of the game began. With the referee's whistle, the teammates of both sides took their positions. The atmosphere in the stadium once again reached a peak. After the game started, Wang Hao changed his style from the first half, playing alone. He began to pass the ball to his teammates frequently, which also gave Yi Chen more opportunities to steal the ball. Pop. Wang Hao sent a long pass, which was intercepted by Yi Chen, who had suddenly shot out. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chen made a series of fast breaks and charged to the bottom of the basket. At this time, Wang Hao did not feel any remorse for losing the ball. Instead, he revealed a sneer. "Old Ji, 1-on-1, give me a slam dunk on the other team." Seeing Yi Chen's flowing movements, Chu He and the others in the audience stood up excitedly and shouted. They saw Yi Chen easily pass one person after another. He took the ball at the 2-point line and jumped sharply. Just then, the teammate who was originally defending Li Chen exchanged a look with Wang Hao. He immediately returned to defense. And just in time, he stood at the landing point of Yi Chen. Bang! With Yi Chen's slam dunk, the enthusiasm of the audience in the stadium was ignited instantly. NLCE. Yi Chen is awesome, he should slam dunk the other team hard like this. Just as the audience was immersed in the joy of this slam dunk, Yi Chen, who could have landed safely, but at the moment he was about to touch the ground, a sneaker appeared at Yi Chen's feet. Ah! Yi Chen, who instantly lost his balance, hurriedly rolled on the ground in a circle. To dissipate the force. Yi Chen, be careful! Jiang Baiwei, who was originally full of joy, hurriedly stood up from the audience and shouted. What do you mean, playing dirty if you can't beat me? Li Chen, who had witnessed the whole process, instantly grabbed the other party. Furious, he said. I was thinking about grabbing the rebound, but I didn't know he would step on my shoe. The other party spread his hands, putting on an expression of innocence, and said. At this time, the referee also ran over, carefully helped up the fallen Yi Chen and asked. Are you okay, classmate? At this time, Jiang Baiwei and the others had also rushed to Yi Chen's side. Vivi, I'm fine, I was just startled. Yi Chen propped himself up with his hands and took Jiang Baiwei's hand to comfort her. I was so scared just now, the other team doesn't even play by the rules. Jiang Baiwei looked across the court with anger on her face. She saw Wang Hao in the crowd, his eyes full of disappointment. In the end, the referee ruled that the other team would just be warned. After confirming that Yi Chen was really fine, the match continued. If that's all you've got, then I'm really going to be disappointed. Yi Chen said with a smile as he dribbled the ball towards Wang Hao. I don't understand what you're saying, but you're still a bit young to beat me. Wang Hao didn't dare to respond, but the offense in his hands became more and more fierce. Yi Chen once again used his elegant body movements. After a layup, Wang Hao gave his teammate another look. Immediately afterwards, a fast break from the opposite team came directly to the basket. As the best guard at Capital University, he quickly took a 3-point shot. Bang! The basketball smashed against the rim, unfortunately missing the mark. Yi Chen saw the timing and grabbed the rebound. Just then, the teammate who was acting up once again gave up defending Li Chen and ran straight towards Yi Chen. Li Chen, who had noticed this, hurriedly followed the opponent. Pop! Yi Chen had successfully won the rebound from Wang Hao's competition. However, the teammate who was acting wickedly still jumped without hesitation. Bang! The two strong bodies collided in mid-air, and the opponent, due to the inertia of moving forward, made the two people in mid-air fall hard backwards. And at this critical moment, the player used his knee to slam it hard into Yi Chen's thigh. Be careful! Jiang Baiwei, who had not yet recovered from the accident, suddenly shouted in alarm. The teammates on the field also stopped, except for Wang Hao, who was standing aside with his arms folded, watching with cold eyes. Do you really think I'm someone to be bullied? Yi Chen slowly got up from the ground and looked at his reddened thigh. His eyes were cold as he looked at his teammate and Wang Hao. As a body tempered by the purging pill, it is no longer comparable to the physical fitness of ordinary people. But the other party's suicidal behavior has completely angered him. Yi Chen, does it hurt? We're not competing anymore.
Jiang Baiwei came to Yi Chen's side, her eyes brimming with tears. It's okay, Weiwei, they want to play, so I'll play with them. The other party has blatantly bullied him, so he can't just let it go. The referee briefly checked the injuries of both sides. He saw that Yi Chen's thigh was only slightly red, while the other teammate who had caused trouble was completely red and had not been able to get up for a long time. If the referee had not witnessed the whole process, he would have thought that Yi Chen was the one who had caused the collision. The referee immediately made a ruling. This student has violated the rules of the competition and is punished with a red card. Yi Chen, go to the bench to rest for a while. The head coach also looked across the field with a face full of anger, and then said to Yi Chen with concern.
Coach, I'm fine. There are some things that I can only do myself.
Yi Chen said with a serious look on his face as he looked at the coach. The rest of the teammates also saw the grudge between Yi Chen and Wang Hao, so they all supported Yi Chen's decision.
If you want a rest, just raise your hand at any time to indicate it.
The head coach patted Yi Chen's shoulder with great concern and left the field.
Next, don't cry and scream.
Yi Chen stood back on the field and stared straight at Wang Hao.
Chapter 84, Strongly Crush the Opponent. Yi Chen, who was holding the ball, no longer just defended.
Now, like a beast, he ran. Wang Hao, who was trying to defend, only intercepted from the side.
Yi Chen easily pushed him away.
He couldn't stand after a light touch.
Yi Chen looked at Wang Hao disdainfully.
The rest of the team members strictly guarded the opposite side, creating a one-on-one situation.
Now there is no one to help you. If you want to win, you have to defeat me. Yi Chen smiled as he easily threw the ball into the basket. His opponent was silent. He passed the ball back to Wang Hao, who didn't say a word.
Wang Hao, who was holding his breath, once again faced Yi Chen head-on. He wanted to use a sudden speed increase to quickly pass Yi Chen. But reality was very skinny, despite his idealistic ambitions. All Yi Chen did was turn around without flinching, and charge straight at Wang Hao's face.
Bang!
In the center of the court, Wang Hao, who had collided head-on with Yi Chen, fell backwards heavily along with the basketball.
Everyone present stopped what they were doing.
They looked at Wang Hao, who was lying on the ground with blood running from his nose, and looked at Yi Chen with incredulous eyes. They clearly saw Wang Hao charging forward with the strength of his entire body.
However, Yi Chen only used less than half of his body and easily blocked the opponent.
And he was unharmed, while the opponent fell to the ground seriously injured.
Beep. Take this student and go down for treatment.
The referee hurriedly leaned over to check on Wang Hao's condition. Since student Wang Hao's actions were foul, the competition continued. The referee team also quickly made a judgment. Yi Chen, your physical fitness is really terrifying.
Yes, Yi Chen, this is still the same person who would engage in physical confrontation with you.
After hearing that Yi Chen was not at fault, his teammates all let out a sigh of relief. They patted Yi Chen on the shoulder one after the other, saying with emotion,
"There are still a few minutes left, let's end it first." Yi Chen felt a little embarrassed by what his teammates had said. So he scratched his head and said, "Right after that."
After several rounds of fast breaks by everyone, Capital University completely lost its ability to resist.
The game ended with a final score of 76-52. Yi Chen, you were fantastic.
Jiang Baiwei said to Yi Chen, beaming with joy, as soon as the game was over.
It was all thanks to Weiwei cheering me on from the sidelines.
Yi Chen said to Jiang Baiwei, with a face full of adoration.
That's what I should do.
That Wang Hao really went too far. Fortunately, I didn't accept his advances in the first place.
Jiang Baiwei said with a sigh. How can someone with no heart be worthy of my Weiwei?
The team will organize a celebration dinner later, so Weiwei, come with me.
Yi Chen said lovingly, stroking Jiang Baiwei's face. No problem, let's feed the kids their milk first. If your uncles and aunts as parents find out, I won't be able to save you.
Jiang Baiwei playfully stuck out her tongue.
Then you wait for me at the entrance to the stadium.
I'll come out as soon as I've changed.
Yi Chen gave a few more instructions.
Then he put his arm around his teammates and headed for the locker room.
In no time at all,
Yi Chen had changed and was at the entrance to the stadium.
Lao Yi, we have things to do this afternoon, so we won't be able to make it to your victory celebration. Chua and the others said their goodbyes and left. It looks like it'll just be the kids and us. Yi Chen shrugged and said.
Then he placed the children in the back seat and followed the team bus.
Driving away from the school. Yi Chen, the coaches have really gone all out for this celebration,
the teammates excitedly said through the group chat. Then today we won't go home until we're drunk, no one can escape.
The teammates happily chatted in the group chat.
I won't be able to keep you company today, my wife and children are by my side.
Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Baiwei and said
earnestly, I'll let you off today, but you have to make it up to me next time your wife and kids aren't around. His teammates all started to laugh in the group chat. After a long drive, they pulled up in front of an old-fashioned building. The coaches had really gone all out, and this place was not cheap. After Yi Chen pushed the kids down and heard his teammates excitedly discussing,
Yi Chen, your kids are so cute. They're so small, can I hold them? The kids are smiling at me, do they like me a lot?
I can't take it anymore, just one more glance at these kids and I feel like I'm going to breastfeed. A group of teammates who were fierce on the court, upon seeing the children, each returned to their teddy bear appearance, carefully watching the children's every move. It was as if they were a group of King Kong and Barbie dolls watching their children.
Zhang Baiwei was almost about to laugh out loud.
Then she took Yi Chen's hand and pointed at the sign above.
Goodness, isn't this Xianju Pavilion?
After thoroughly reading the 3 characters written in regular script on the sign,
Yi Chen burst out laughing. Isn't this, come home for dinner? Zhang Baiwei teased as well. During Yi Chen's school days, Xianju Pavilion was responsible for all 3 meals a day at the villa.
It's not an exaggeration to say that they were eating at home.
Everyone, follow me.
I had to pull some strings to book the Xianju Pavilion private room.
One of the coaches greeted everyone enthusiastically. He didn't forget to show off his connections.
I heard that it's very difficult to make a reservation at Xianju Pavilion, and I didn't think the coach had these connections. Yes, I've heard about Xianju Pavilion since I started university, and I can see that it is really magnificent today.
I can't wait to try the food here.
The teammates came to the lobby of Xianju Pavilion with excited eyes, looking at the antique decorations inside. They curiously touched everything.
Stop clowning around, our private room is at the back.
Li Chen, who was standing nearby, really couldn't stand the behavior of the others, so he quickly dragged everyone to the private room.
Brother Ma decorated it, and it's quite tasteful. Yi Chen and his family, who were visiting Xianju Pavilion for the first time, also looked at everything with approving eyes. It's quite stylish.
Even the waiters are dressed in Hanfu, giving me a feeling of traveling back in time.
Zhang Baiwei also nodded in praise. Yi Chen, your siblings, you follow. Li Chen looked at Yi Chen and his family at the end of the line. He called out loudly.
Afterwards, everyone took their seats, and the waiters and waitresses began to serve the food one after the other. At this time, the head coach picked up his wine glass and said in his British-style Chinese, "First, congratulations to us on winning today's game, and second, congratulations to our Yi Chen's family for being so happy." Hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Chen and his wife with envy.
Thank you all for your blessings, and everyone must come to the children's 1-month celebration.
Yi Chen and his wife, who had been drinking tea instead of alcohol, quickly responded with a smile.
Let's start eating then.
At the command of the head coach, the players, who looked like they were starving, quickly picked up their chopsticks.
Just then,
the door to the private room was knocked on.
The executive chef, holding a glass of red wine, slowly walked in.
Congratulations to all the students from Tsinghua University for winning the competition.
On behalf of
the executive chef, who had been arranged to come here for a formality, unexpectedly saw the figure of Yi Chen and Jiang Wei. So he said in surprise,
"Mr. Yi and Miss Jiang, you're here too."
I immediately went to the kitchen to recreate the dishes.
Chapter 85, The Executive Chef, Humbly Seeking Advice.
The coach, who had originally risen to prepare a retort, saw this scene.
He was instantly stunned and stood there in disbelief.
"It's the head chef, these dishes are quite good."
Yi Chen responded with a smile.
"I didn't realize that Mr. Yi was still in college, this is a big surprise to me." The executive chef, holding a glass of wine, came to Yi Chen's side and said, "I'll drink alone, and a toast to Mr. Yi and Miss Jiang." Then he gulped it down. "I also hope that Mr. Yi can give valuable suggestions on these dishes, and that everyone enjoys the food and drinks." Everyone looked at the executive chef, who was so sincere, and asked Yi Chen for advice. They were suddenly very surprised.
Did they know that Yi Chen had entered the university on a special basketball scholarship? His family was not that well off, so how could he, an executive chef who was ranked among the best in the capital, Bow so humbly and ask for advice?
The last time the head chef left in a hurry, he took this opportunity to exchange ideas.
Yi Chen naturally would not embarrass the executive chef in front of everyone.
So he agreed readily. That's great, notify the kitchen to clear a stove. The executive chef was overjoyed. He said excitedly to the lobby manager behind him. The head chef will go to the kitchen first and wait for me for a moment, and my classmates and I will get together again.
Yi Chen looked at the executive chef, who was so excited.
He suddenly felt a little bit of sadness and laughter. He originally thought that he would come to have a happy celebration dinner, but he didn't expect to have to do it himself again.
Then I will be in the kitchen, waiting for Mr. Yi to come.
The executive chef also immediately proposed another toast to the group. Then he looked at Yi Chen gratefully and said,
Yi Chen, what's going on? The executive chef of Xianzhuge personally came to ask for your advice. Li Chen, who was closest to Yi Chen, immediately patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and asked, when did the executive chef's temper become so good, like a different person? The coach who arranged the dinner also looked at the door of the private room with a puzzled expression.
He had met the executive chef a few times before, and they had learned from each other in terms of cooking.
Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Baiwei and said humbly, not many people can exchange cooking techniques with the executive chef.
Li Chen looked at Yi Chen with interest and said,
as someone from a wealthy family,
he is still very clear about the value of the executive chef at Xianzhu Pavilion. You guys drink first, and I'll make you some snacks to go with your drinks later to see if they're any good.
Yi Chen winked at his teammates.
He deliberately played hard to get. Then he took out the milk bottle he was carrying and carefully prepared the formula for the children.
Vivi, you eat something first, I'll feed the kids.
Yi Chen looked at Zhang Baiwei, who was busy with the kids, and took the initiative to take over the kids. You can't feed them all by yourself, and they'll eat the same later. Zhang Baiwei shook her head gently and instead took the bottle from Yi Chen's hands.
She joined in the ranks of feeding the kids. When will we have a happy family too? I'm so jealous. I didn't understand what family bliss was before, but now it's completely tangible. If I could be half as successful as Yi Chen, I would be willing to win the lottery 1,000,000 times over.
Goodness, you're eating and taking at the same time.
The teammates looked at the sweet Yi Chen family and suddenly shed tears of envy.
The children have all drunk enough. Wei, you can eat your food first. After slowly putting the most drinkable Si Bao Yi Jiqiu back in the stroller, Yi Chen simply tidied up the scene.
Thoughtfully, he added Zhang Baiwei's favorite, shrimp, to her plate. The kids are full, so you should eat a little too.
Zhang Baiwei took a paper towel and carefully wiped the milk stains from the corner of Yi Chen's shirt. She smiled happily. The chef is still waiting for me in the kitchen, so I'll go add some more dishes. Yi Chen also looked at the other person with a relieved expression and stood up on his own, saying,
let's finish eating this first and then go.
Zhang Baiwei carefully rolled a roll of Beijing roast duck for Yi Chen and lovingly fed it to him.
Ah! It's killing me!
The teammates who saw the scene screamed repeatedly. Instantly, they felt that the Beijing roast duck they had rolled was not as fragrant.
Screw you guys, while I'm in the kitchen, you take care of Wei and the kids for me.
Yi Chen happily swallowed the Beijing roast duck. Then he said to the crowd,
don't worry, I will definitely make sure that my younger siblings and children eat well and drink well. Li Chen, as the team leader, gave Yi Chen a reassuring look.
Then, accompanied by the lobby manager, Yi Chen arrived at the busy back kitchen.
Mr. Yi, you're here, please come in.
The long-awaited executive chef stared at the entrance to the back kitchen, and as soon as he saw Yi Chen's figure, he immediately came up to greet him.
Who is this young man? Why is the chef so excited?
The kitchen helpers who saw the scene said curiously. You wouldn't know, this young man is no ordinary person. He has excellent culinary skills at a young age, and also has a strong financial background. One of the kitchen helpers who had been to Yi Chen's villa
explained.
It is true that people are not comparable, otherwise, if someone is 20 years old and already a millionaire, our 20 years old is just 200 yuan a day. The kitchen staff, who had learned the truth, shook their heads helplessly.
I fed the kids some formula milk, which delayed things a bit. Yi Chen explained with a smile.
Never mind, then I'll just do it while Mr. Yi finds the problem and says so in time. The executive chef, who was resolute and swift, immediately rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the emptied stove. At the family banquet last time, the boneless duck with camphor tea that Mr. Yi made gave me a deep impression. So as soon as I got back, I studied it with all my might, but I still couldn't replicate that taste. The executive chef sighed as he spread the ingredients out.
Mr. Yi, I'll get started then.
The executive chef saw Yi Chen standing next to him with a serious look on his face, as if he had returned to his apprenticeship days. He suddenly felt a little nervous. As each step was carried out in an orderly manner, Yi Chen gradually pointed out some of the finer details. The executive chef, like a student, kept nodding in response and making corrections.
The rest of the kitchen staff saw this and began to feel emotional.
Every day, the chef trains us like we are his grandchildren, but now it has come to this.
Who is to say that it isn't so? Last time, one of the kitchen assistants was directly fired by the chef. When will we also have the skills to teach the chef? I also want to point fingers in the kitchen.
The kitchen staff, who were still feeling emotional, were soon reprimanded harshly by the sous chef.
Have you finished everything? Why are you standing here? Get to work.
Once again, the kitchen staff, who had been scolded like grandchildren, returned to their posts with their heads bowed. The sous chef then slowly walked to the other side of the chef.
He also joined in the learning.
The steps are fine, just let it simmer for a while and it's ready to serve.
Yi Chen nodded slightly and said,
Chef, I'll stay here and watch, you and Mr. Yi take a break for a while. The sous chef, who was the personal disciple of the executive chef,
immediately smiled and said,
Then Mr. Yi, let's sit down for a while. In the past 10 minutes, the executive chef had gained much more experience than he would have gained if he had been fumbling for days. His gratitude for Yi Chen was growing in his eyes.
Chapter 86, Teammates Who Are Completely Subjugated by the Food.
Chef, your apprentice is quite diligent.
Yi Chen sat upright in the only 2 seats in the back kitchen. He said with emotion, That kid just turned 18 and has been learning to cook with me ever since.
He is hard-working and smart, and I made a request when I came here to work as the executive chef at Xianju Pavilion. The executive chef looked at the figure in front of the stove and said with satisfaction,
Ask your apprentice to come with you. Yi Chen guessed with a smile. Mr. Yi is really smart. I want this boy to carry on my legacy. Just like me, he will carry forward the skills taught by his master.
The middle-aged executive chef has already handed over most of his power in the kitchen to his apprentice. There is a trend of retiring to the mountains. Then congratulations to the chef on having such an apprentice.
Let's go and check out the dishes. After listening to the executive chef's words, Yi Chen was also full of emotion.
In Huagua, it is more like a father and son than a master and apprentice.
This is the unique sentiment of the Chinese people. Mr. Yi, this is the taste, I finally made it.
The executive chef opened the lid of the pot, took a careful sip, and said excitedly, like a child, Follow these methods and steps, and the taste can't be wrong. Yi Chen looked at the executive chef, who had such a big reaction, and also smiled back.
Chef, I'll make a few snacks for the students next, you guys give me a hand. Yi Chen picked up his cup and looked at the executive chef and his apprentice and said, It is our honor to help Mr. Yi.
Hearing this, the executive chef was excited again.
He didn't want to miss any learning opportunities.
With the cooperation between Yi Chen and the executive chefs, under a set of smooth operations, 5 dishes were freshly cooked in less than half the time spent at the villa.
Chefs, you guys go ahead, I'll go back and keep my classmates company.
Yi Chen nodded and signaled with a nod as he pushed the trolley and prepared to leave the kitchen.
Just then,
Chef, Mr. Ma is bringing people to the restaurant and now an additional table of dishes is urgently needed. The lobby manager, who was seen running to the kitchen in a panic, said. He almost bumped into Yi Chen's trolley.
Chef Ma is here to eat too.
Yi Chen said with a surprised face after hearing the news.
Are you okay, Mr. Yi? What are you rushing around for? If you bump into Mr. Yi, you're fired. The executive chef ran all the way to Yi Chen's side
and shouted at the lobby manager. I'm fine, so I'll come back to the kitchen later and cook a dish or 2 for Chef Ma.
Don't let me down. Yi Chen waved his hand and said.
Then he began to prepare a surprise for Ma Gu and the others.
I'm back. Yi Chen opened the door to the private room and carefully pushed the dining cart in. Yi Chen, you're back just in time. Your sister-in-law was just telling us how you wooed her. Everyone looked at Jiang Baiwei with curious eyes, all of them overjoyed. Yi Chen, come over here.
Jiang Baiwei hurriedly waved her hand.
It seems that you are getting along very well.
Yi Chen smiled and placed the dishes on the table before,
saying with a surprised face.
When he went to the kitchen, he was afraid that Zhang Baiwei would not get along with the others. That's why he hurried back to the private room without stopping, for fear that Zhang Baiwei would not be used to being without him. It turned out that he was worrying for nothing, and outstanding people are sought after everywhere.
My sister-in-law continued, what happened after Yi Chen rescued you from the drunk man? The curiosity of the teammates was completely captured by Zhang Baiwei's story. What else can happen later?
I single-handedly rescued the beauty, and you guys will have enough to learn for a lifetime,
Yi Chen said with a confident head tilt. Cut it out. We didn't have that opportunity. If we really encountered it, my buddy would also be single.
The group laughed and teased.
What's there to say about me and Weiwei? The point is to try the delicious food I've made.
Yi Chen could tell that Zhang Baiwei brought up this topic because she didn't want to embarrass the others. She was a bit forced to join in with everyone else. Now that he was back in the private room, there was no need to continue this topic. Obviously Zhang Baiwei also understood what Yi Chen meant and took the other person's hand. She looked at Yi Chen with a face full of gratitude. Idiot, just listen to their bragging, there's no need to make things difficult for yourself, Yi Chen said with a pained expression. Yi Chen, your dish really looks impressive. As the 5 dishes were lifted, revealing their appearance, everyone couldn't wait and picked up a piece with their chopsticks. It's delicious. Didn't they say that the food at Xianju Pavilion was ranked in the top 10 in the country? Compared to this, it just seems ordinary. The flavor and style are completely different from Xianju Pavilion. I finally understand why the head chef asked Yi Chen for advice. Yi Chen is awesome. Everyone was lost in the food created by Yi Chen. Even the coaches were full of praise for Yi Chen's dishes.
Yi Chen, you knew you had this skill, so why did you come to Xianju Pavilion for the victory celebration banquet? Just buy the ingredients and go to the school cafeteria, and you're done.
Even Li Chen, who has eaten all kinds of delicacies, was wide-eyed at the rare delicacy. If my teammates like it, I can be a part-time chef when we go out to compete in the future.
Yi Chen looked at everyone's expression of enjoyment and said with a wave of his hand. We have to eat it, and I'm looking forward to the day we go out to compete. Everyone immediately cheered. Weiwei, I made the Longjing shrimp special for you, so don't go hungry. Yi Chen lifted the plate of max-scoring Longjing lobster and divided half of it into Zhang Baiwei's bowl. Yi Chen, you're so kind. Zhang Baiwei looked at Yi Chen with emotion.
It turned out that Yi Chen, who seemed to be interacting with his classmates, had been silently paying attention to her. These heavy and spicy dishes were really not to her liking. I never thought that Yi Chen, who went to the kitchen to make snacks for everyone, would lovingly make a plate of his favorite Longjing lobster. And it's super double the portion.
I can't let my Weiwei go hungry outside. By the way, Weiwei, Ma Ge and the others are here for dinner, so let's quietly go give them a surprise later. Yi Chen patted Zhang Baiwei on the head.
Then he started planning excitedly. Vivi, the kitchen is too smoky, so you go to the private room and have something to eat first. When I'm done cooking, I'll send you a message and we'll go to Ma's private room together.
We'll surprise them.
Yi Chen pinched Zhang Baiwei's cheek with a loving expression on his face. Then he got up, said hello to everyone, and returned to the kitchen.
Chef, these dishes I made must be served last.
Yi Chen, who had quickly gone to the kitchen to finish preparing the dishes, was now excitedly informing Zhang Baiwei that he was joining him. He had even borrowed 2 sets of waiters' uniforms. He was ready to give Ma Ge and the others a surprise. Chapter 87, An Unexpected Surprise for Ma Ge. My dear in-laws, you must stay in the capital for a few more days this time, so that we can show you around.
Ma De was in the private room, warmly entertaining Su De and Su Ma.
We plan to stay in the capital for a while, and there's not much to do back home anyway, Su Dad replied with a smile. That's great, I'll arrange the accommodation. Ma Dad was overjoyed to hear this and immediately poured a glass of wine for Su Dad. In-laws, you don't need to go to all that trouble, Su Muyu has a house in the capital.
We can just stay wherever we go.
Su Mom, who was standing nearby, quickly waved her hands to refuse.
As a popular celebrity, how could Su Muyu not have a house of his own in the capital?
Then, as the mother-in-law wished, the capital was so big that it was convenient to drop in.
Mama saw the resolute attitude of Su Dad and Su Mom.
She also hurriedly came out to smooth things over.
In-laws, eat your food.
I just don't know if the food at Xianju Pavilion is to your liking,
Ma Dad warmly entertained everyone.
Ma Chengye and Su Muyu, on the other hand, were clearly not yet accustomed to such occasions. They exchanged glances. Then they ate in silence.
Chengye, you haven't even toasted your future father-in-law yet. Seeing Ma Chengye sitting motionless at his seat, Ma Dad was furious. Uncle, I'll drink to you. Ma Chengye hastily put down his chopsticks, stood up awkwardly and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, but this is not like him. Ma Dad quickly smiled and said.
On the other side, Su Muyu, seeing Ma Chengye in this state, also covered her mouth and laughed. Chengye, this child, has given us a very good impression after just a couple of days of contact.
There's no need to be so nervous. Su Dad held up his wine glass and looked at the other person with an admiring gaze and said. Just then. Sorry to interrupt, there are still some dishes that haven't been served here. The lobby manager walked in with an apologetic expression on his face. After seeing Mr. Ma nod slightly, two waiters wearing masks slowly pushed a cart into the private room. These are some snacks specially prepared by the kitchen for you. Spicy beef lung slices, stir-fried pig's kidneys, and braised prawns. As the waiters placed these dishes on the table one by one, the lobby manager methodically introduced the dishes. At this time, Su Muyu smelled a familiar aroma emanating from the waiter next to him. But for a moment, he couldn't think of where he had smelled it before. The waiter who had served the food didn't dare to make eye contact with the others. He stood nervously to the side. Ma Chengye just glanced at the waiter indifferently and frowned, asking, How come I don't remember that the executive chef knows how to make these appetizers? The lobby manager, who heard Ma Chengye's rhetorical question, looked at the waiter in a flustered manner and explained. Mr. Ma, this is something the chef has only recently learned to make. Please try it and let us know if it meets your expectations. After hearing this answer, Ma Chengye didn't think much of it and pushed the dishes in front of Su's parents, saying, Uncle and Aunt, please try the new dishes our restaurant has launched. As Southerners, Su's parents looked at these dishes with a distinct Southern flavor and couldn't wait to start eating. This tastes so good, the head chef must be a native of the South. Su Ba, who had only taken a small bite, was full of praise for the dish. This is more authentic than any of the old restaurants that have been open for decades in our hometown. Su Ma also gave the dish a thumbs up. If the in-laws like it, they'll come here for all 3 meals in the future. Seeing the positive response, Ma's father also said with a red face. However, Ma Chengye and Su Muyu, who sensed something wrong, glanced at each other. They could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Our head chef is a native of the capital, and the style of the dishes doesn't quite match. As someone who treats Xianjuj as a canteen, Ma Chengye can be considered the most loyal customer. So he put aside his doubts for the moment and carefully picked up a piece of the husband and wife lung slices and put it in his mouth. Ma Chengye's eyes suddenly widened. The taste was unmistakably the same as the appetizer Yi Chen had cooked for everyone. But why could he eat Yi Chen's food here at Xianju Pavilion? Could it be? Puff. The waiter standing behind Jiang Baiwei saw Ma Chengye's shocked expression and burst out laughing. Baiwei. So it was you guys. Su Muyu immediately guessed the identity of the waiter after hearing the familiar laughter. I told you, I wouldn't blow my cover early, right? The waiter behind Ma Chengye slowly removed his mask, revealing a familiar face to everyone. Yi Chen. It really is you guys. Ma Chengye was suddenly taken aback and excitedly got up and patted the other person on the shoulder. Why are you at Xianju Pavilion? You didn't prepare this as a surprise for us, did you? Su Muyu quickly took Jiang Baiwei's hand. She said with a face full of excitement. Hello, Auntie and Uncle. Sorry to interrupt your meal. Yi Chen first looked at the crowd with a face full of apologies. I won the basketball game today, and the coaches arranged for us to eat here. Then he looked at Ma Chengye with a look of satisfaction. You really did surprise us. Ma Chengye laughed broadly. Xiao Yi, so it was you. Sit down, you've worked hard to prepare this surprise for us. Ma's father also looked at Yi Chen and Yi Yi with a shocked expression, and hurriedly ushered them into their seats. The fact that we met Yi Yi here shows that we are destined to meet. Su's father also looked at Yi Chen with a shocked expression, although he had not had much contact with Yi Chen. However, the confident and sunny aura exuding from Yi Chen had left a deep impression on him. I even bet Yi Chen that we would see who was recognized first. The loser has to massage the other person for 10 minutes.
Jiang Baiwei said with a face of annoyance. It's all Ma Qingya's fault for looking shocked, which made me lose my composure.
Good, you even bet against us.
If you don't cook a big table of delicious food for us,
I won't forgive you.
Su Muyu pretended to be angry and hugged her chest,
pouting and said,
just tell us what you want to eat, and we might be able to arrange it for you. Jiang Baiwei said with a smile.
Then I reluctantly forgive you,
Su Muyu said slightly haughtily. Then he hurriedly greeted the parents of both sides and they put down their chopsticks. The dishes should be eaten while they are still hot, otherwise they won't taste as good,
Su Muyu said while holding the dishes for Su's parents.
Then Weiwei and I will not disturb everyone while they eat.
Our classmates are waiting for us to go back.
After seeing that the surprise had been delivered,
Yi Chen took Jiang Baiwei and Ma Qingye to say goodbye.
When they returned to the private room, they saw their classmates, who had been drinking, reeling from the effects of the alcohol and howling like wolves on their seats. Only a few of the coaches and Li Chen were carefully looking after the babies in the strollers.
Chapter 88 Yi Chen's fun massage for the two of them. Yi Chen, are you done?
Li Chen happily teased the children, and when he looked up, he saw the figures of Yi Chen and the other.
We're done. The kids didn't tire you out, did they? Yi Chen and the other said apologetically.
The kids were so well behaved, the more I see them, the more I like them. Li Chen couldn't put them down, and looked at the big treasure in front of him.
The coach has arranged a karaoke for the second half. Do you want to go? Li Chen asked, looking up. We'll pass, I still need to take Weiwei and the kids home.
Yi Chen declined with a wave of his hand. Yi Chen, that's too bad, you won't be able to appreciate my beautiful singing voice, a teammate who had been playing more than his fair share of games said, leaning on Yi Chen's shoulder. You have such bad songs in karaoke, you'd better not show off.
Yi Chen responded with a playful smile.
Finally, with the reluctant eyes of the coaches, Yi Chen took the children and got into the nanny car. Yi Chen, your team members are quite interesting, Jiang Baiwei smiled and said in the car. Don't look at them dominating the basketball court, but their inner world is still that of a child, Yi Chen said with contempt. Let's go home quickly, my parents have called me 3 times in such a short while. They miss the children like crazy.
Yi Chen picked up his phone and checked it. He said helplessly. After a not-so-short drive, Yi Chen and the others finally returned to the villa. Xiao Chen is finally back, didn't let Baiwei and the kids go hungry, right?
Before Yi Chen could park the car, Ye's parents, who had been waiting impatiently, hurried over.
Mom and Dad, how could I let Weiwei and the kids go hungry? They're doing just fine.
Yi Chen had no choice but to stop the car, and after Ye's parents had carried the children out, he slowly parked into the parking space.
Grandchildren, you haven't seen your grandparents for a day, have you missed us?
Ye's parents, who had just been frowning, were overjoyed when they saw their smiling children.
They couldn't contain their happiness.
We'll leave the children with their aunt and uncle, let's get some rest.
Jiang Baiwei looked at the beautiful children in the hands of Ye's parents.
She then took Yi Chen back to the room.
Yi Chen, do you want to take a shower first?
You've been in the kitchen for so long, you smell like oil, Jiang Baiwei, who had just returned to the room, said to Yi Chen. You should really take a shower first, you've been smelling like that the whole way.
Yi Chen scratched his head apologetically.
Soon, Yi Chen took a hot shower from the bathroom.
After dressing,
he saw Jiang Baiwei sitting on the bed with her phone in her hands. She was intently looking at something.
Weiwei, what are you looking at so intently? Yi Chen asked with a curious look. Nothing. Jiang Baiwei hastily put her phone behind her back.
She had originally wanted to press the lock screen button,
but accidentally turned up the volume. Massage techniques, gentle and slow, don't use brute force to hurt.
You must find the right acupoints, and the effect will naturally be apparent. Listening to the massage tips from behind her, Jiang Baiwei suddenly blushed.
Vicky, so you were secretly learning this? Yi Chen, who had suddenly realized, said with a smile.
I'm just willing to accept the consequences of the bet, I can't just mess around for 10 minutes and get it over with. Jiang Baiwei saw that her cover had been blown and admitted generously.
You've really worked hard, Weiwei, to keep your promise.
Yi Chen said with a smile, taking Jiang Baiwei's hand. This is all I've managed to learn in such a short time, let's just get started. Yi Chen looked at the confident Jiang Baiwei, and also laid down on the bed directly, feeling refreshed.
Come on, show me.
Jiang Baiwei crossed her legs slightly shyly over Yi Chen's waist. This made Yi Chen, who was still a little excited, feel the warmth of her waist. He immediately blushed. Then I'll get started. Jiang Baiwei, who also sensed the somewhat ambiguous situation, blushed and carefully placed her hands on Yi Chen's shoulders. Feeling Jiang Baiwei's small, delicate hands on his shoulders, coupled with her rusty technique, even Yi Chen, who was not afraid of tickling, could not help but laugh out loud. Jiang Baiwei, who had been pressing for a while, suddenly stopped. Just as Yi Chen was curious and wanted to turn around to check what was going on, a cold mobile phone was suddenly placed on his back. It made Yi Chen can't help but shiver. And from the back came the sound of the massage teaching video that had just been interrupted. Weiwei, the current technique is pretty good. I'm willing to accept the consequences. I will definitely take my punishment seriously. Before Yi Chen could finish speaking, Jiang Baiwei stubbornly said. Yi Chen, who was lying on the bed, had no choice but to enjoy it. Jiang Baiwei followed the movements of the video, becoming more and more skilled with each step. Ah! Yi Chen felt a tingling sensation coming from his back. He couldn't help but let out a sound. This made Jiang Baiwei, who was originally immersed in the world of massage, blush again. Damn it! After angrily scolding herself for being shy, she gave Yi Chen's back a slap. Yes, parents, who had come to ask Jiang Baiwei to breastfeed their children, heard the commotion in the room the whole time. Cough cough. Let's go downstairs and wait for Baiwei. Ye's father looked at Ye's mother with embarrassment, and the other person also understood and walked carefully downstairs. They also told the villa's caretaker aunts not to disturb the two Yes. Okay, I'll give you an extra 5 minutes as a gift. Jiang Baiwei sat on Yi Chen's waist. Folding her arms, she said proudly. Weiwei is awesome, she learned how to massage just by watching the video. Yi Chen looked at her with a face full of adoration and said. Next, let me give you a massage. Yi Chen also got up from the bed and said with interest. You said it yourself, ow, I didn't force you to massage me, ow. Upon hearing this, Jiang Baiwei couldn't wait to lie down on the bed and say. Let me show you what authentic Chinese massage is all about. Yi Chen, who was all geared up, excitedly positioned Jiang Baiwei correctly. Then he took off the other person's jacket and looked at the petite figure on the bed. Yi Chen suddenly remembered how Jiang Baiwei looked when she was pregnant with their 4 children. Let me serve you well. Yi Chen's rough hands worked their magic on Jiang Baiwei's body. The physical therapy techniques instilled in him by the system were incomparable to any other techniques on the market. In less than 2 minutes, Jiang Baiwei was sweating profusely under Yi Chen's hands. She gritted her teeth and held back her screams. Yi Chen, who had never heard her scream, thought that he wasn't using enough strength. So he quickly increased the strength of his hands. Under Yi Chen's techniques, Jiang Baiwei still couldn't hold on. She let out a heavenly moan. Her face, which had been flushed with anger, immediately eased up. Then she quickly buried her blushing face under the pillow. Vicky, now you know what Chinese massage is, right? Yi Chen asked happily, as if he had won a battle. The sound of ecstasy was also heard clearly by the nursing aunts in the hallway. I wondered why we weren't allowed to go near the master bedroom, and it turned out to be because of this. It's still good to be young, the nursing aunts said with suppressed laughter. Chapter 89, Wang Hao, who was vengeful. We should go and feed the kids, they've been drinking formula all day. Jiang Baiwei got up, picked up her jacket, and blushed slightly as she said. Okay. Yi Chen also got up, put on a jacket, and pulled Jiang Baiwei downstairs. Xiaochen, Baiwei is coming down. Yes, parents, sitting in the living room on the first floor, said with a smile. Auntie and uncle, I'll take the kids to drink some breast milk. Jiang Baiwei took the children to the mother and child room. Yes, father and mother walked over to Yi Chen and said. Baiwei just gave birth to a child and can't stand the tossing. You brat, behave yourself. Yes, father said angrily. What are you thinking, parents? I'm giving Weiwei a massage. Yi Chen, who had suddenly been questioned, explained with a smile. You'd better be massaging Baiwei, I've warned you sternly. After Ye's father finished speaking, he went to the courtyard and lit a cigarette. Yi Chen was also helpless, sitting on the sofa in the living room. As soon as he took out his phone, he saw the school basketball team discussing something intensely. Wang Hao from Capital University, I heard that he was directly hospitalized after being hit by Yi Chen.
I've heard about this too, Yi Chen is really fierce. But I heard that Wang Hao's father has already been asking for information about Yi Chen, and this matter may not end well. Our school basketball team doesn't cause trouble not because we are afraid of it. If you don't agree, just fight us head on. We are naturally not afraid of fighting head on, but we are afraid of the other party playing dirty. Yi Chen looked at the team members who were defending him and his heart immediately warmed. Don't worry, I can handle this myself. Yi Chen, you're here, don't worry. The brothers are not afraid of them. Yi Chen, let's sit down and discuss a countermeasure. Li Chen, as the team leader, also came down and said. In fact, after the end of the competition, when he learned about Wang Hao's background, Li Chen knew that this matter would not be simple. Don't worry, Captain, I'm not a person of courage but not of wisdom. Yi Chen also sent a message to comfort him. In fact, when he learned that Wang Hao had been pestering Jiang Baiwei for 3 years during college, he wanted to teach the other person a lesson. Unfortunately, they were competing on the basketball court, not in the ring. So he didn't use any heavy-handed tactics. But the other party obviously wasn't going to let it go, so Yi Chen had nothing to worry about. In the hospital ward at the same time, an elderly man with graying hair sat upright in front of Wang Hao's hospital bed. He held a stack of documents in his hands, and the cover at the beginning was Yi Chen's name and photo. Howard, don't worry, I will definitely take care of this for you. The old man looked at his son, who could not even feed himself, with a heart full of pain. His anger towards Yi Chen reached a boiling point. He had originally wanted to ensure that his family name would not die with him. He had already retired from the criminal underworld and started a legitimate business. He had finally become a father late in life, and had never dared to lay a finger on Wang Hao since his birth. This Yi Chen, however, had the nerve to seriously injure his precious son. Call Lao Mo and tell him. I want to eat fish, he said coldly to his subordinate. Then he resumed his amiable appearance and fed Wang Hao with porridge. Sobs. Dad, I just want to find you a daughter-in-law early so that you can hold a grandchild soon, Wang Hao said miserably. Then I thought about the bitch Jiang Baiwei, who I had been chasing for 3 years, and since she had already given birth to someone else's child. And it's quadruplets, so they would have been your 4 grandchildren. After seeing his father, who adored him, he added fuel to the fire and said the following. Damn it, I want this Yi Chen to suffer more than death. He had a child late in life, and if he had to say what his wish was, it would be to hold his grandson sooner rather than later. When he learned that it was originally him who would be able to hold his grandson now, and when he heard that it would be 4 grandchildren, Yi Chen completely passed sentence of death in his heart. Just then, the door to the ward was knocked open and a man wearing a cap walked in. Uncle Mo. Wang Hao exclaimed excitedly as soon as he saw the man. Howard, lie still and don't move around. The man quickly gestured for Wang Hao to lie still, and then looked at the old man with a face full of anger and said, Brother, this was done by that son of a bitch. He really thinks that we've washed our hands of this and dares to bully Howard like this. The old man didn't say anything, but just handed him the information in his hand. Give me a few days, and I'll make him kneel in front of Howard and repent. He had no children of his own, and had always regarded Wang Hao as his own son. Seeing Wang Hao in such a miserable state, he completely lost his mind. He immediately got into his seafood truck and drove off into the dark corner. Today, Sister Muyu is not here, so you little guys just drink it evenly. Jiang Baiwei divided the milk she had just expressed into 4 equal portions and put it into the baby bottles. Yi Chen also carefully prepared the formula milk to ensure that the children would not go hungry. Wei, the children's first month celebration is coming up soon. Do you have any ideas? While breastfeeding, Yi Chen began to seek advice on the first month celebration. Time really flies, and in the blink of an eye the children will be 1 month old. Jiang Baiwei could not help but feel emotional, and then said, We can invite all our relatives and friends, and we don't need to rent a place. We can just hold it on the grass in the middle of the pasture. Jiang Baiwei said enthusiastically. Vivian is full of ideas, and the pasture is formed everywhere. I'll let the chefs at Xianjuj know and ask them to come and help. Yi Chen immediately agreed with Jiang Baiwei's method. You'll have a hard time that day, cooking and entertaining guests, Jiang Baiwei said with a heartache as she looked at Yi Chen. For you and the children, this is nothing. Yi Chen gently embraced Jiang Baiwei in his arms. Sebeu, who was caught between them, said, You're affecting my rice. You two are in public, how can you hug and cuddle like that? Gu Lingyu dragged her tired body back to the villa, thinking that she could finally rest. But as soon as she entered the door, she saw Yi Chen and Jiang Baiwei cuddled up together. Lingyu is back, you must have worked really hard until this late. Jiang Baiwei hurriedly came over, beaming as she gave Gu Lingyu a shoulder massage. I was working my butt off testing the raw materials for the milk powder for the kids, and when I got back, I had to eat dog food. Gu Lingyu said with a proud expression, hugging her chest. Our hard-working manager Gu, I'll go make your favorite tiramisu right now. Yi Chen also immediately put the baby down. He said with a smile. I'll forgive you with difficulty, since you still have some conscience. Gu Lingyu, who was starving, could not resist the temptation of delicious food and gave in immediately. We were just talking about the ranch, what's going on over there now? Jiang Baiwei asked intimately, pulling Gu Lingyu to sit down. The ranch is now thriving. Chapter 90, The Full Moon Banquet is in progress. Now I have already selected all the raw materials in the market, and as soon as the test results of their products are available, we can start production. Gu Lingyu, who was talking about work, had a light in her eyes. I will, from time to time, randomly check the products. Yi Chen said half-jokingly. It's fine to randomly check at any time, I may not joke about the health of the children. Gu Lingyu said seriously. Let's not talk about this, I'll go make tiramisu for you first. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction when he saw the other person's momentum full of energy. In no time at all, Yi Chen appeared in the living room with a large tray of tiramisu. Yi Chen, this is amazing. Gu Lingyu stood up with excitement, her eyes fixed on the tiramisu in Yi Chen's hands. Eat it quickly, the texture is best right now. Yi Chen placed the tiramisu on the table. Then he and Ye's parents took the children. They went out into the courtyard for a stroll. It was getting colder, so it was time to get the children big coats. I'll make some for my grandchildren tomorrow. Ye's mother said with a sigh. Mom, you haven't made these for years, why don't we just buy some ready-made ones? Yi Chen could not bear to see his mother work so hard and spoke to persuade her. Nothing bought outside is as good as the quality of what I make. I can do it in no time as I know the process. Besides, this is the love that grandparents give to their children. Yi Ma said stubbornly at once. Seeing that he could not persuade Yi Ma, Yi Chen had to give in and agree. Parents, the children's first month celebration is in a few days. Should we invite the relatives from the hometown to the capital? Yi Chen asked the two elderly people on this occasion. Of course we should invite them, they haven't met Bai Wei and the children yet. It's just that it's not easy to come here. Ye's father, who had been speaking loudly, suddenly lowered his voice. Mom and Dad, you take care of inviting the relatives, I'll take care of the rest. Yi Chen was sure that his parents wanted to invite their relatives to come together. Confidently, he took on the task of entertaining them. Ding! The host's child is detected to be about to reach the full moon, so the main quest will be released first. Reward for completion, changes with the items drawn by the host's child unknown. Good guy, the system that has been diving for years has finally released a quest. This made Yi Chen pay more attention to this full moon banquet. Just then. Brother, you're in such a good mood, taking the kids for a walk. Su Ba's voice came from afar. Su Muyu and his party were seen walking towards Yi Chen and the others with smiles on their faces. Taking the children for a walk after dinner, it seems that your parents get along well when they meet. Ye's father also responded with a smile. We get along okay, let's take the kids to bed first. We'll chat later. Su's father carefully held his already asleep son, Ma Xinghui, in his arms. At this time, Ma Xingye walked over to Yi Chen and said, Xiao Yi, my child's first month celebration is in 2 days, you can't be late. He said and took out several invitations and gave them to Yi Chen and the others. Ma Xingye's child was born a day or two earlier than Yi Chen's, which also indicated that Yi Chen's first month celebration was not far off. We definitely won't be absent, we were just talking about my children's first month celebration. Yi Chen took the invitation and patted his chest and said, I'm going to trouble Brother Ma to ask if there are any familiar travel groups. None of my relatives are in the capital, so I want to use a travel group to get them all to come to the capital for a few days. After telling Ma Xingye his thoughts, the other party immediately agreed and said, Our group has a travel group company. Give me your identity information. I'll arrange it for you in a day or two. Yi Chen was overjoyed after hearing this and excitedly patted Ma Xingye on the shoulder. Brother Ma is still reliable at work. What are you guys talking about, so happily?
Jiang Baiwei heard the movement in the courtyard and came out curiously. They were discussing the children's first-month wine. Su Muyu on the side spoke up to explain.
Sister Muyu, have you decided on a venue?
We plan to hold the first-month wine at the ranch.
Jiang Baiwei looked at Su Muyu and asked curiously. We are scheduled to go to Qingya's building in the evening and hold it on the roof of a building. Wow!
Eating delicious food and enjoying the beautiful night view of the capital. Jiang Baiwei said with longing after hearing this.
I'll introduce you to my friends in the entertainment industry then.
Su Muyu said, taking Jiang Baiwei's hand.
That's great, I can finally meet the emoji characters on my phone. Jiang Baiwei jumped with even more excitement after hearing this.
Yi Chen, who was standing nearby, hurriedly straightened her dropped jacket. Let's go back to the villa and talk, it's still weirdly cold outside. After Yi Chen finished speaking, he led the group back to the villa. After discussing the precautions for the full moon banquet in the living room, the group returned to their rooms one after the other. Only Yi Chen went to the study and began to personally make the invitations for the children's full moon banquet. Yi Chen, you don't have to finish all this work in one night, take a break. Jiang Baiwei, who had been waiting for an hour, said with a yawn. Vivi, you go to your room and go to sleep first, I'll be done in a while.
Yi Chen finished making another invitation and placed it aside.
He said to Jiang Baiwei with a loving face.
Okay, then, you have to come to bed right after you're done.
Jiang Baiwei, who really couldn't hold back anymore, had to go back to her room first.
Yi Chen also finished making the remaining invitations in less than 10 minutes.
When Yi Chen returned to the room, he saw Jiang Baiwei already fast asleep. Smiling, he covered her exposed thighs, which were poking out from under the quilt, and then covered the quilt again. He turned around and left the room, heading to the tool room. He took out the 24-karat pure gold brick from the raw materials and asked Ma Qingye to help buy it.
Let's get started. Yi Chen looked at the still early hour and continued to immerse himself in the manual production.
Vaguely, he could see that he was flattening the gold brick and then carving something on it.
It wasn't until almost 12 o'clock that Yi Chen put everything away.
He returned to his room quietly. He had no idea that at the entrance to the villa, an aquaculture truck was parked there quietly. In the next day or two, Yi Chen normally ran back and forth between the school villa. But Yi Chen always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind.
Especially in the evenings, when he was driving alone on the roads outside the capital. He could always see a van slowly following him.
So Yi Chen pulled over and pretended that there was something wrong with his car.
He slowly opened the bonnet.
As expected, the van pulled up behind him. A man in a cap peered out of the car and asked,
Buddy, is your car broken? Let me take a look.